Yo l'équipe, comment ils vont? Wesh l'équipe. Attendez, tac, j'ai oublié d'appuyer. Voilà. Tac. J'espère que vous allez bien, que vous allez tous très bien, que ça va bien. Écoutez, moi ça va. Je fais un truc que je devais faire ce week-end, mais que je pouvais pas parce que j'étais à la Japan Touch. J'étais en stand, du coup je ne pouvais pas être disponible pour le Grand Major. Aujourd'hui on va le regarder. J'ai réussi à pas me spoil, voilà. Me suis spoil j'ai réussi à pas me spoil entièrement. Me suis spoil quelques éléments, mais je vais pas vous les dire. Ceux qui n'ont pas encore pu voir le Grand Major, et cetera. Mais voilà, c'est parti. Alors, il y a 10 heures de rush, hein, donc je pense que on va regarder vite fait l'entrée, et cetera, parce que bon, il y a des cérémonies, et cetera. Mais entre les games, je pense qu'on va rush un peu la chose, je vais pas vous mentir. J'ai pas envie de faire 10 heures de rush là maintenant. Voilà. Bon, let's go. Je vais arrêter la musique. Mais je pense qu'on peut préparer un petit peu de spectacle du coup on peut regarder. Typiquement là tu vois, on va avancer un petit peu. Day one. The Grand Major. Très grosse échéance hein.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Finals Grand Major 2025. We are coming at you virtually from the live arena here at DreamHack Stockholm to bring you the most important event in the finals history.
OMG. De toute façon la team, pour ceux qui regarderont sur YouTube le React, bah je vais mettre les chapitres en dessous. Comme ça je vais vous mettre quand on commencera la game 1, quand on commencera la game 2, etc. Comme ça vous pourrez directement bouger, etc. En vrai. J'ai un peu la flemme de faire du montage, je pense que je fais juste ça, ça durera moins de temps que de faire du montage. Et vous aurez le temps. Si vous avez la flemme de cliquer sur le truc en dessous là, sur les chapitres qui sont en dessous ici. Normalement vous avez les timecodes en dessous, je génère comme ça les chapitres, vous avez les timecodes en dessous donc je vais faire ça tranquillement. Je vais le faire en deux chapitres, hein, en deux étapes. Et après je vais faire, on va regarder premièrement ça, ensuite le jour on regardera le deuxième jour. Je pense sûrement demain, mais en sachant que là il y a beaucoup d'heures de rush. Voilà, on va pas regarder le stream B, pas vous mentir, un peu à flemme. Let's go. J'ai oublié de faire ça aussi. Team Element. Team Labels. Magnifique.
It absolutely is. It's the most dynamic shooter on the market right now. It just never stops changing, and you got to keep up, otherwise you'll be caught under the tide. We've got 16 teams that have managed to stay afloat so far, and they're going to start sinking real soon. We get on some teams on the chopping block real fast.
Yeah, Waltz, I mean, this is a very unforgiving
non, ils vont mettre bientôt le shadow, le bracket qui est très complexe. Hein. Le bracket qui est très complexe. Quand j'avais vu, donc il y a eu l'annoncement du bracket, j'étais en mode what the fuck.
You're going to be fighting for your life. You're looking at elimination, so you can't make any mistakes.
Absolutely. And to bring you this action, it's not only going to be us here on the desk yapping at you, we've also got two beautiful and illustrious casters. We've got Rio and Sonsoyo. We're going to be here bringing us through the action today.
Il n'y a que des BG. Alors si vous regardez de la PHL, vous connaissez tous ces casters. Si vous regardez la PHL avec nous ici en stream, sur YouTube aussi, il est rediff. Vous connaissez tous ces casters parce que c'est ceux qui castent en général de base de la PHL. Du coup c'est des casters très expérimentés dans le domaine, hein, qui savent y faire. C'est cool. Pour inviter.
Yeah, it's truly amazing to be here, and I can't wait to bring you all of the play-by-plays, all of the action, and as soon as we get started.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Really looking forward to hearing you guys break down some of the action as we get started with the group stage in just a little bit. But I gotta say, Jerry and Waltz, this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. So many different things have led to this. And now, Waltz, people are fighting for a real prize.
Finally, yeah, we have a prize that is going to be bigger than anything we have ever seen in the finals so far.
Donc le prize pool déjà, le prize pool voilà. Quand même.
16 teams will be fighting for their own slice of the cash
$1 000 au total à la clé.
8 teams, well, they're going to find themselves getting some of this cash down at the bottom of your screens, but the teams that make it into day 2 tomorrow, they're going to be fighting for the big bucks. $37K for first place, $17 for second, $10K for third place. It's not a little bit of money to scoff at, Waltz.
No, it's a $100,000 tournament. This is the $100,000 major. There is a lot of money on the line. The anxiety and the tension is palpable.
Absolutely.
En vrai, c'est très cool hein, comme en termes de cash prize, de prize pool total pour un premier gros event comme ça. The Finals. Il y a beaucoup de jeux qui n'ont pas ce prize pool là pour un premier event.
Yeah, and we had this wonderful event just
Au final, je veux dire.
everybody yesterday in Stockholm, and it was incredible just to get to know the
Bien sûr,
players, get to know
en termes d'event, il y avait déjà eu des events déjà à la Pro League, là c'est la deuxième saison.
Some of it's their first time
Donc, ouais.
competing in a LAN event, and there's also a lot of experience as well, a lot of new coaches jumping into the scene, bringing their wealth of knowledge to the table and making a difference. And of course, in the past 6 months or so, we've seen just an influx of a massive organization, support, infrastructure to really build up the scene, and we can't thank them enough.
On va regarder la phase 1 du coup.
Let's take a look now, Jerry, and well, let's talk about this.
Donc il y aura 4 phases de cash out. Première phase, deuxième phase, troisième phase et quatrième phase. Ceux qui se qualifient ici, ceux qui gagnent dans les coins jaunes. Bon les deux. Je crois. Et le best stream c'est celui-ci. En vrai, peut-être qu'on regardera le best stream aussi.
Able to check out that B stream as it goes alongside this A stream. We'll start later in the day. We'll let you know about it. It's going to be here on Twitch at ProHubsTF. It's going to be on YouTube.
En fait, le problème c'est qu'on peut pas regarder les deux streams en même temps.
Really looking forward to that. Don't you worry, folks. The drops will also be enabled throughout the day, so you can earn some real prizes for yourself just by sitting at home and watching. It's going to be great, Jerry.
Yeah, real virtual cosmetics. I absolutely love them. You can lick them. Yeah. Get real close up onto the screen, you can kind of feel them.
I'm not sure if that's true, but I'll check in on that. But yeah, I mean, Waltz, we're looking at this, and teams are going to be eliminated really early on. Just a few short.
Tac, tac, tac. Bon, de ce que j'ai compris des groupes, ça va être vraiment une dinguerie commencer très fort. Hein, voilà, je tiens à le dire. Donc là c'est en LAN, on le rappelle, c'est très différent du reste, c'est en LAN. Donc là c'est là c'était pour je vérifie, ouais c'est bien du replay des qualifiers je crois.
To look at. We will be seeing them very shortly here in Group 1, but as you said, EU has some absolutely insane rosters as well, and when we look at Group B, it's going to be happening afterwards, well, I gotta say, we can't talk about EU without talking about Team Secret, Waltz.
No, can't go without talking about Team Secret. I mean, you know, you obviously are a Team Secret fan. They've been doing so much. They are one of the strongest, if not the strongest. You're going by the previous season of PHL in Europe.
Les Secrets sont pour de fou, hein. On rappelle Elix. Elix le français. On veut voir briller. En vrai de vrai.
They are statistically the winningest team at the moment. In the past few months, across PHL and the Grand Major Close Qualifiers, 77% win rate across all game modes. Puts them top of the pile, ahead of Nightmare, ahead of Envy. You could argue maybe they're competing within the EMEA. Now they have to deal with the big dogs from NA, and maybe that will affect things, but they are just fantastic. Roma as well is really high up on the stat lines for a lot of things. This light player is absolutely obscene at times.
100%. As these metas continue to develop in front of our eyes, I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of teams that know
je veux bien toute l'intro, mais là on est pas en direct. Moi je veux voir le jeu. Là ils sont en train de rappeler les 4 équipes, donc là je crois que c'est Edmer. Edmer c'est très très chaud hein.
Going to be seeing very narrowly avoiding defeat by the one, the only Ruby Labubu. And just like Nightmare doesn't have to worry about Fire Strays, SSG doesn't have to worry about all craziness. G is going to but have a lot of questions.
SSG aussi.
Champions of DRG who took second to ask to get at least some insight.
The Apes squad pretty good. Spending though they meta pick for that light in those light duels, but also
Attends de voir uniquement quand les gens ils seront au sol dans la scène. Ok, let's go.
Boy, am I excited! The cream of the crop, ready to clash at the biggest event of the year.
16 teams, one stage,
Ah,
and
c'est vraie voix du jeu, ça fait plaisir.
It's a spectacle.
You said it. Now let's hand things over to our stage host, the one and only Oscar.
Morning Stockholm! Welcome to the Grand Major 2025. I'm your ever grateful host, Oscar, and joining me on stage is self-proclaimed esports bozo of the finals, Luke Fixie Algieri. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Oscar. Thank you everyone so much for watching as well from home or wherever we are around the world. This is going to be an incredible, grueling start of the weekend. Of course, it's Friday now and Saturday is day 2. But 1,600 teams signed up here for the finals. And after a long battle, we have finally filtered down to the last 16 teams.
16 teams from across the world joining us live in Stockholm, flying in from all over to play a little bit of the finals over 2 days and the best competition we've ever seen to date. And hey, 16 teams today, 8 teams tomorrow, and 4 teams will, dare I say the phrase, reach the finals. So you don't want to miss that. But before we get there, what a journey it's been for these players. Not just this year, but beyond.
Yeah, exactly. It's been incredible. I mean, the people have been playing this game for a long time. We've seen the passion from all these players here, and every single person wants to be at the stage right now. And the thing is, about doing an open qualifier format, is that every team has earned their position. No one can say they haven't, and they're the ones in control here of the steering wheel, because we're about to enter the ride of the year.
It has been an absolute journey. Players here have been playing since the open beta days, maybe even from the closed alpha. People have been on this journey. They've invested years, hours, thousands of hours across years to be here. And I mean, open qualifier, 1,600 teams. Oh, it's been an absolute belter. And now also, do we have them? We're also seeing the chairs fill up in the arena. We have the audience coming in. Can you imagine? They're finally clashing on stage.
I am absolutely excited.
Oh, c'est navré quand même que Lindel joue 1 que soit déjà sur stage.
Thank you so much for the community being here, for the competitive scene, and for everyone watching as well outside. And we just want to say this is our love letter back to you guys, and thank you so much. And we hope you enjoy the show.
With that said, some well-spoken words from Mr. Esports Bozo himself. Thank you so much, Fixie. Now, before we start heading into the games, I want to take a moment and talk with someone who's gone through the ringer, someone's been through an open qualifier, someone who's been through a close qualifier, someone who took a little bit of a scenic route to get here, you know, maybe we entered the close qualifiers as a fan favorite, had to take the last chance to even make it. I'm of course talking about SSG, so I want to bring on stage Mr. Lamp to talk about the journey who got him here. If he's here, he might be here.
Hey!
Oh. Welcome, Mr. Lamp. Well, you made it all the way to Stockholm. What does it mean to be on stage finally?
I mean, it's a huge accomplishment. We started this game 2 years ago, and we didn't even know if an event like this would happen, and the fact that we're here today is just so amazing. So we're very excited to be here.
And I mean, you and I got back about a year ago, at a TwitchCon.
Il a dit de base, on savait même pas qu'il y aurait ce genre d'événement sur le jeu, et du coup, c'était trop plaisir qu'on soit là.
And already then, I know you talked about how you really wanted to be in this game for the long run, hoping we were going to get there. You and some of the other guys were grilling me a bit on what the plans were. Right. Did you think we were going to be here a year from where we were a year ago?
I mean, I had every hope so, and to be honest, I'm really glad Embark and the players and everybody involved has kind of stuck this out and seen what it's become now. So hopefully this is just the start. honestly. Hope this is just the start.
I think I have to say that it's obviously it's going to be the start because we've seen so many teams come out. We had 1,600 teams in open quals where you guys just ran through it, and then we had close calls where you guys stumbled a little bit. We are going to have to talk backstage about some of those winch claws, but we'll take that at a later date because honestly we're here now. We have 600 teams. You look at the roster of the teams that are here.
J'ai bien l'impression qu'il le prend en otage là.
How does it feel repping the SSG jersey on a day like this?
I'm proud. I'm proud to rep SSG, and I think we're going to do well this tournament. I just want to show up for my teammates. They've put in so much work. So
Bon, des questions classiques. Hein.
With those wise words, thank you
Ça
so
fait
much,
quoi d'avoir
man.
devenu au SSJ? La question d'avant, c'est est-ce que tu aurais pu prévoir il y a un an qui est arrivé maintenant? Parce qu'elle a dit bah non, et elle a dit j'espère que c'est que le début. Voilà, en gros.
Thank you so much, Oscar. Voice in my head is also
Envy 5 Fears, FN Esports et Pulse A+. Donc là, il n'y a que FN Esports qu'on ne connaît pas. Sinon, Snake, Busy, 5 Fears, Pulse A, on connaît.
This is going to be magical.
On connaît.
It's an unbelievable treat to start the day off.
Là, on va toujours pour Envy là.
In the lobby, in the form of Ricardo. 5 Fears is an apt name for this team. I'm glad that this all picked up Ricardo, Hani, and the news because people do fear them, right? You come into a cash-out game with these guys, and you know it's going to be vastly different to any other experience, Wolves.
Oh, absolutely. That's how they got here. Their ability to play cash-out in a way that we haven't seen people do in previous matches. And so I think when you move into this, you have to fear 5 Fears. You have to be wary of the way they're going to play the game.
Absolutely. But, I mean, I gotta say, personally, somebody who has been watching this game for a very, very long time, I have something of an understanding of the teams who are ready to do it all. This is Envy, of course, that we're looking at here. And genuinely, I am excited to see them on stage. We've been seeing Envy at the top of their game. Almost completely flawless throughout the open qualifiers. Almost completely flawless throughout the closed qualifiers. Do you think that they can do that here, Jerry? Waltz?
Well, they did win the last international competition with Ape Squad Worlds, so...
Very true.
Very true.
Yeah, they have formed. They are a decorated team already. Of course, no decoration is greater than the Grand Major. At some point, someone's gonna be owning that moniker, but this is a team that just swept through the closed quals, right? If we're talking about this tournament alone, they won their cash-out game and then they 2-0.
Donc j'avance un peu jusqu'à temps que ça se lance, pas mentir. Pas très intéressant là de regarder, juste pour voir. J'ai envie de voir si ça pop-off. En vrai, j'ai juste envie de voir si ça pop-off. Là, j'ai envie de... On va regarder aussi attentivement FN Esports. Parce que on les connaît pas en fait. On sait pas ce qu'ils valent. Mais de ce que j'ai entendu dire de la part de personnes qui sont venues sur les teams pour la PHL, de ce que j'ai entendu dire, la back est un mélange entre NA et EU de style en mode ça a l'agressivité des NA et ça a la stratégie des EU. Donc, d'après cette description, c'est très très fort. Allez, on va voir maintenant. Prédiction Envy pour Hardy. Ulcer pour Jerry. Et Envy pour Waltz. Ouais, on est d'accord, Envy ils sont très très forts, ils ont tout le potentiel de gagner là. On rappelle, ils étaient à un point de gagner à une game de gagner la PHL. Mais ils se sont fait avoir par les autres là. Bon, on va voir la partie s'il vous plaît. Vous vous rendez compte ou pas de la dinguerie à 28 minutes sans rien. J'avance pour vous, hein, team. Ok, un peu trop. Let's go, ok. Ouais, ça a commencé déjà depuis, hein. Envy qui on plug le premier. Ok, ça plug. Là, ça se bagarre un petit peu. Côté Envy pour garder leur plug. Ok. FN qui se sont fait laver. Et Pulsar qui on plug aussi également. Intéressant.
Well, and one thing that I just saw Envy do
Est-ce que ma cam me gêne pas mal? Ouais, en vrai. Attendez, je vais changer l'emplacement de ma cam. Parce que là, elle peut me gêner de fou. Je vais la mettre là. Ah ouais, mais là-bas au-dessus, il y a la feed. En vrai, je vais le mettre là. Hein. Je vais mettre là à force à vous pour pas voir les armes. Hein, mais aucun autre emplacement en fait. Vous verrez pas les armes, mais c'est pas grave. En vrai, c'est pas grave. Je préfère que vous voyez la vie plutôt que vous voyez les armes en vrai. Bon. Ah, je baisse un peu le son des casters, vous m'excuserez. Bon, Envy Pulsar, on plug en premier. Pour le moment, c'est comme on avait prévu, mais attention, parce que si vous savez, si vous suivez un peu une watch party, mais react des autres matchs, vous savez que j'ai pas un très bon pourcentage de pronostics hein, sur ce jeu. Surtout en cash out. Encore en finale, ça va, mais en cash out, vraiment pas. Ok, ça veut conteste le point d'Envy, mais bon, Envy vont réussir à défendre quand même. Hein. Un petit peu. Et Phoenix Sport qui sont bien agressifs là-dessus, mais pareil, maintenant on va pas réussir à tuer. Envy qui n'a plus que Sujet Snake, ils ont tous les deux très peu d'HP. Est-ce qu'ils vont réussir à survivre? Ouais, j'ai l'impression pour le moment. En tous les cas, ils ont plaqué là, faut juste pas qu'il meure, faut qu'il s'écarte. Il a vu, il va le terminer même. Ouh, il lui reste un HP à Ricardo, mais non, il meurt. Il meurt. Ok, Envy, il valide le cash out. Bah, le cash out et il ne meurt pas. Ils sont en bonne position là. Pulsar qui valide aussi, attention à Pulsar. Hein. Ils sont 3, ça devrait aller pour eux. Même si là il y a un affrontement entre Pulsar et Envy. Attention, pourquoi faire? J'ai envie de voir un peu FN Sport là. Parce qu'ils donnent. Mais je sais pas trop s'ils ont de la compète dans leur région là. Parce que j'ai pas vu en fait, je sais pas. Je sais pas du tout. Si jamais leur saison recommence et que je suis au courant, je pense qu'on va regarder aussi leur compète. Hein. Ça va être sympa. Vraiment.
As well, Brutal Logic does get taken out by that CB1 repeater that STN's running. I mean, he's known for his aim. That's like kind of his perfect weapon to go forward and take. I think this is going to be a little bit of a tricky fight. Rotation over to D. We do have a team sitting up there on that.
Ça tire un petit peu. Et le premier plug à 12k par FN, ça c'est cool. Ça va être intéressant à suivre ça, ce plug. Ils vont être contest de fou, à voir s'ils arrivent à maintenir leur plug actif. Leur position. Vraiment ça agresse hein. C'est pas mal au bâtiment, on va plug instantanément. Côté Envy, on n'a pas jeté du coup, on va avoir moins de gold je crois. Il fait faire qu'ils vont se faire détruire la gueule par Envy, qui vont les clear instant. Ils vont les wipe. On va casser la barrière, la porte là parce que ça peut passer. Il n'arrive pas à casser la barrière. Mais il va se péter les bras le mec. Il a pas réussi. Il est en mode, eh frère, essayez, au bout d'un moment. Ça me fait rire. Bon, en attendant, FN Sport qui valide, qui vont peut-être valider ce ils ont Envy qui ont du coup plug le deuxième. Envy qui sont en bonne position hein, pour valider leur place en finale de ce cash out. Je dis qu'il y a 2 personnes Et Suji il est on fire. Suji, non c'est Busy qui va récupérer le Ricardo, mais Suji est... Suji il est en feu. Et Pierre ils y arrivent pas. Hein. Ouh, qu'est-ce qui se passe là? Ça vole? FN Esports qui ont volé? Jure! Incroyable! Ils ont validé le premier 12K et là ils ont volé le deuxième 12K. Non c'est une dinguerie, s'ils arrivent à le valider. Non c'est une dinguerie. Est-ce qu'ils vont se faire voler? Ça va se faire voler, ils ont pas le temps. Hein. Pulsar ils l'ont avant. Hein. Pulsar qui arrive à le voler, ça c'est magnifique ça. Ça c'est que des rebondissements. De base c'était Envy hein, le machin. Envy sont fait tuer par FN se fait tuer par Pulsar. Magnifique. Du third party comme on aime. Moi là c'est très serré entre le Big 3. Hein. Là il y a même pas Dika qui sépare les deux. C'est très serré. Dika ça fait ouais, 20 kills. Ça fait pas grand chose hein, quand tu prends en compte les 22K. Du Volt. Là c'est qui a le plug là, qui va avoir le premier plug. C'est Pulsar qui va avoir le premier plug, ok très bien. Ça se prend des gros dégâts. Attention à ça. Ils veulent qu'on teste le Volt 2. Est-ce qu'ils veulent 18K? J'ai l'impression qu'ils veulent pas 18K de 36K. Non, ça a plug côté FN. Et là, ça va mettre quelques dégâts sur Pulsar. Est-ce qu'ils vont réussir à concrétiser? Ça passe en dessous. Il n'y a personne en dessous. Du coup, ils vont juste se replier pour revenir un peu au point. C'est un petit peu au max. Ils n'ont pas l'info sur où sont les adversaires, ils savent qu'ils sont sûrement au-dessus. Mais du coup, ils vont juste attendre et réagir si ça va, je pense. Là, je pense qu'ils ont du setup, ils ont un peu de trucs pour faire tomber le cash out qui est juste au-dessus. Oh, on en a vu un. On va réussir à le tuer. Le cash out qui tombe en même temps. Très bien joué. Et là, attention, parce que du coup, on sait qu'ils sont pas loin, on sait que c'est pas loin, on sait qu'ils savent la position de tout le monde. Par contre, ça joue des maths. Wesh, jure. MDR, ça fait une éternité qu'on n'a pas vu des maths. Ça joue des maths dash et hook. Ok. Il y a Faxers qui joue Glugun, invisibilité et heal. Après le reste, ça joue méta quoi. Ça joue heal, dash et grappin. Ok, on va mourir hein, côté 5 Fears là. On va pas pouvoir valider sur cash out. Hein. Et là ça va être Envy et Pulsar. Non, ça essaye de voler hein, côté 5 Fears. Est-ce qu'ils vont réussir à voler? Oh, ils ont réussi à voler. Oh. Il reste 10 secondes, ils ont pas le temps. Oh. Mais attends, mais Envy ils ont quand même le premier, donc ça va être Envy contre 5 Fears. La première finale. Ouais, Envy est plus ça, mais non, c'est 5 Fears. Oh, c'est plus ça. Attends, j'ai mal vu. Est-ce que j'ai mal vu? What the fuck? Ok, d'accord. Ah, parce qu'ils ont revolé d'après. Après, mais bah, j'avais pas vu. C'est vrai, c'était peut-être, je crois que c'était 5 Fears qui avait volé, mais non, c'était peut-être 5 Fears qui avait la position d'iPad. Ils se sont fait voler.
Already we're seeing half of everything coming out of nowhere, Walt. I mean, genuinely, it is an insane setup that I was not expecting to see. It is just I mean, FN Esports coming out of nowhere, but Pulsar Blue, again, like we said at the beginning, it's that macro control. I am so thankful we were able to see this. I mean, just looking at all of this crazy stuff. The APS.
Bon, de ce qu'on a vu, Envy, 5 Fears et Pulsar ça joue bien. Les FN, on n'a pas trop pu les voir. Quelques bonnes actions, genre sur le vol de Envy. Bah, sinon on n'a pas trop pu les voir, mais je trouve que Suji joue très bien, Envy ça joue très bien overall. Pulsar aussi, ça s'est bien réveillé. Tac, on verra bien. On va monter, on va avancer. Pas la flemme, on va avancer jusqu'à là. Mais oui, c'était bien plus à rien de vie en plus. Pas Five Fears. Du coup, c'était Five Fears qui avait la position et plus ça, ils ont volé juste après. Ok. Oh, j'avais mal vu.
We saw how it played out in cash out, and because it's 3v3, it's going to be very, very different. Rio, what do you think we are going to be expecting?
Oh, I think that we're going to
Let's
see
go.
more explosive fights.
Belle transition, ça, j'ai bien aimé ça.
But they also know how to just play the game incredibly well. So this is going to be probably one of my favorite matchups of the day. I did not.
Donc Envy Pulsar Bleu, donc ça c'est du match-up NA, hein, comme on sait.
What a great place to watch these two teams battle it out.
Yeah, and these teams have plenty of experience on this map. This rollout is gonna be very, very common.
Ça, c'est du bon gros match-up NA, ça. On a raté la roquette, on arrive à sur le kill quand même côté Busy, Snake, bah, du coup. Snake hein, il est pas Busy. Bon, Envy, je pense qu'ils vont gagner haut la main. Ils sont très très forts, à moins que je vente. Ouais, ça va, c'est toujours du 2 pour 1. On a réussi à cancel son heal. On va peut-être pouvoir arriver avec tranquillement. Ça va quand même côté brutal, je pense. Brutal logic. Maintenant, comment ça va se passer?
Yeah, Boo-Boo's just about to coin back in, like you said, and now we're going to be rotating this vault, getting up a setup, a reverse gateway for them.
Ok, c'est mis quelques bastos. Ensuite, dis-moi tout.
But unfortunately, he was not able to get any sort of pick, and just going to dash pad all the way over to B, and maybe be right on top of him. A great C4 RPG, a winch goes.
Il a raté le hook, c'est pris le hook par contre. Est-ce qu'on arrive à survivre? Oui, on arrive à survivre grâce au TP côté Busy, ça c'était très bien joué ça. On prend un kill côté Suji qui est en feu aujourd'hui. La heal Busy, magnifique. Il prend un kill plus heal. Ça c'est joli ça, c'est bien joué. On a réussi à mettre beaucoup de dégâts. Mais ça n'arrive pas à confirmer derrière le kill. Hein. On vient de tirer côté Suji, est-ce qu'on va réussir à sauver leur mate? Non. Et on arrive à prendre le kill quand même. Ah, j'ai pas l'impression. C'est bon, on a réussi à prendre le kill, mais attention à ne pas être hors de position. Ok, par contre, on devrait réussir à les wipe. On a vu la petite réaction de Snake qui a failli. C'était joli, c'était appréciable. Appréciable de fou.
Propping a C4 on this cache. It's not going to be the best C4, however. It's kind of stuck up against that wall. But, I mean, they have that high ground position, and now STN takes
bon, ça met des petits balles recruteurs, hein, comme on connaît.
A gateway is going to be put out as they get into that building.
Well, and there is where the repeater shines. In an example like that, you can just see how good that chip damage can be for you. And Pulsar Blue took a lot of damage, especially on Boo Boo, but he's healing back up. Sparrow will be back up all the way as well in just a second.
Bon.
You can hear that they're just
c'était plug, hein, comme d'habitude par Envy.
We might only see one fight for this cash out because it is ticking down. We're almost halfway done.
Ça va, le fight il a pas duré si longtemps. Il essaie de s'approcher côté Pulsar. Est-ce qu'ils vont réussir à trouver un valo? Ça essaye. Ils n'arrivent pas à voir où il est. Oh, ils ont hook le deuxième. Du coup, c'est Pulsar qui a volé, mais attention à ça, hein, parce que là, on est en train de se faire détruire la gueule. Et puis, il reste quand même une minute. Hein, du coup, ils ont la capacité de voler gratuitement. Il y a eu certains revives, mais bon, c'est pas ça qui va vraiment rater. Ouh, on a raté la balle de repeater. Là, ça va peut-être jouer. Ça va peut-être jouer sur ça, même si on arrive à heal Busy qui va peut-être tomber quand même. Non, il ne tombera pas. Waouh, ça, c'est escape, ça.
Able to get in there and get Busy up to health almost immediately when he was down at just a sliver, and they have bought themselves enough time to just run this cash out. Look at this setup as well. He is set up right next to it with an RPG. He is ready to just kite this as long as possible. They have just secured themselves this cash out unless something wild happens.
Normalement, ils ont le cash out. Sauf s'ils s'attendent le tout pour le tout, mais je pense que même. Oh waouh, ça c'est de la strat, ça. Ça c'est très bien joué. T'as book en dehors du terrain, bah pas en dehors du terrain, en dehors du bâtiment, le cash out, et ça glue la seule, unique sortie. Du coup ils sont bloqués Pulsar, ils peuvent pas atteindre le cash out, donc ils peuvent pas tenter de voler. C'est magnifiquement bien joué. Très très beau.
Seeing some cracks already in the armor of Pulsar Blue, but there's still so much time for them to turn it around. And there he goes.
Ah bah tiens.
Finally caught out by old Busy.
Du coup là ils ont free vault. Hein. Là ils ont free vault pendant 15 secondes, Pulsar ils sont out. Là c'est free vault de fou furieux. Que là, le temps que Pulsar revive, ouais, ils auront là le temps de se rapprocher de C pour un plug instant. Ils ont pas réussi à avoir le kill, dommage. Là ça va mettre du bon poke, il y en a deux qui sont très très low. Normalement ça récup le bolt et ça va le plug instant. Regardez, ça va le plug côté busy, magnifique. Ça très bien joué, de la belle tombe pour de la part de Envy là, c'est une tempo diff là. Le fait de les avoir wipe juste après le cash out, c'était très très bien joué. Les amis qui attention, là on se prend beaucoup de dégâts côté Suji, côté Snake. On va peut-être mourir là-dessus. Suji qui arrive à survivre à 1 HP. Évidemment il est chase, hein, ça va voler côté Pulsar. Est-ce qu'on va arriver avec Busy qui peut coin dans 10 secondes environ? Est-ce que c'est vraiment... Ouais, je pense que ça revive là actuellement. À moins que... Ah, il va juste coin, hein. Il va juste coin en pure légende. Il a coin en pure légende. Bon, c'est pas grave, hein. On va se rejoindre côté Envy. On va tenter d'attaquer ce cash out pour voler. Donc là c'est du final round, donc ça je pense pas que ça soit 2 ou 3 ou je sais pas quoi, là c'est bonne chance. Vraiment. Rien d'autre que bonne chance. You really clear out those rooms, and there's only one last place they could be playing. The floor below, essentially. If they were smart, they'd be setting up maybe a little bit of a double drop. They've probably got that C4 in hand. But we go for the force point, kind of baiting them out and looking for any sort of commitment. We do see a dome get dropped early, and Busy might be getting a little bit of a flank on Brutal Logic as they take that 1v1. And now we're going to be flanking around, using that goo to escape, rotating away, staying healthy. Great goo there. That first one, maybe a little bit shaky, but the second one really catching them up and letting them escape.
Yeah, and look at this. They're just staying behind this pillar, but there is Busy. Brings one STN, gets the second one, and all they have to do is. Et du coup, bah là, à moins que, est-ce qu'il peut faire les double kills là? Snake qui va peut-être réussir à avoir le kill. Non, ça va bien sauver son mate et. Ouah, ils ont quand même le cash out. Dommage. On va très bien joué de la part de Pulsar là, qui ont réussi à se sacrifier pour avoir le cash out en sachant qu'en sacrifiant tout ils perdent rien. Ils perdent rien s'ils ont validé le truc. Donc très très bien joué. Hein.
Had some great line of sights, got the shots exactly how he needed to do, and got that win for Pulsar.
Well, and you know, it was really interesting too, because I was talking about how Pulsar were pulling away from the fights, but it seemed to work really well for them. So it might be a situational thing, and they might still just be feeling out Envy to really understand what their strategy is in this 3v3 format, because everything has changed from cash out.
Yeah, and this is going to mean a lot. This first game really pulls the momentum in potentially Pulsar's favor. Envy feeling very strong. They know they're the favorite in this situation. Now just going to sit tight, I think, up on this high ground. If they're not contesting, they know something else is happening with Pulsar. They're going to be setting up on the point, maybe in between this situation, so they can rotate and follow that cash box.
Well, and you know, Envy is in control of this cash box. They are nowhere near the cash out stations, and it's an interesting move because I think they're just forcing Pulsar Blue to go for them.
Yeah, and this is the thing I've kind of been mentioning for a long time, and we haven't really seen it be too much until the major came around with being that default first place position. If this game does go to time, Envy will take it in this current situation. They really know they have the game in their paws and are going to be forcing Pulsar to make the first move.
Well, and for my hope, I hope that we never see a match end in that fashion because, you know, that's just not the spirit of the finals. But with all that said, you can see the setup that is ready for Envy. There's that bounce pad. There's the RPG in hand by Busy. They're going to get height the second that they know that they're there. Pulsar Blue decided to go for it, but even on their approach, they took a lot of damage. So it looks like Envy is just completely controlling this lobby.
Yeah, Envy, I don't really know what you do here if you're Pulsar. They're going to be setting up that gateway. They have a pad RPG play up on the other side of the map, and now it's just scrappy. They have to play separate. They have to maybe try and find an easy winch, pull one of them down.
Oh putain, j'ai oublié que je devais faire un truc aujourd'hui. Ah, je vais aller à la Fnac. Bon, j'irai probablement demain. À moins qu'on termine aussi tôt.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to
Et
put
bon,
it.
à la fin, ça va pas terminer, ça va pas ouvrir très tard.
Looks like they've been pushed over into a stairwell, though. Not the best place to be with your teammates.
J'ai un câble USB 3.0. Un micro USB 3.0, un USB 3.0. Normalement, ça va se fight, hein, ça va se fight pour la possession. Envy qui prend des bons chucks là. Waouh! Envy qui a bien tué 2 personnes dessus Pulsar. Là c'est Sparrow, hein. C'est Sparrow qui va en solo polo sur A pour plug. Est-ce qu'il va plug ou est-ce qu'il va patienter le temps que ses mates arrivent? Ah, il va plug instant, j'ai l'impression. Instantanément. Qu'est-ce qu'il va faire ça? C'était pas un petit peu? Ah, il a fait une ouverture au-dessus pour... Oh là, il est vu, attention à ça. C'est bon, ça, tranquille, ça va voler côté ennemi par contre. Mais il a fait une ouverture au-dessus pour pouvoir taper par au-dessus.
Traded positions with Pulsar Blue having the height advantage and having a little bit of oversight over all of them, but Boo Boo wants to go for the steal. They threw down the goo, they threw down the dome shield, they flipped it again.
Yeah, fortunately for them, I mean, Envy did not have enough time to set up just like Pulsar, so going for that quick flip is going to offer them a great opportunity to deny that C4 drop. They shot that out, got that down already, and were able to flip it with that goo in hand. And now, taking this high ground is going to be a beautiful position. They do have a C4 on it.
On met quelques bastos. En plus, ok, bien wesh ça. Bien wesh, Sparrow. Belle ouverture. Ensuite, là il en reste 2 en face. Hein. Pulsar, est-ce qu'ils arriveront à faire le clutch? Là c'est Suji qui doit clutch, hein. Il doit faire le 1v3. Est-ce qu'il va réussir à le faire? Ah, il n'a pas réussi à prendre un kill, un premier kill, ok. Un premier kill. Ah, il va mourir juste derrière, dommage. Je pense que c'est la fin. Je pense que c'est la fin. Bon, là je voyais écrit 0-0 juste en dessous là. Juste en dessous là. Donc qu'est-ce que c'est BO3? Je pense que c'est BO3, on verra bien. Marquez le type de BO que c'est.
They couldn't even make it if they tried. That is the unfortunate thing about wiping. We saw one good battle there for that last cash out. That's how it plays out. Pulsar Blue taking the first map of this best of 3.
Yeah, Pulsar Blue doing a fantastic job. I love how that last box just swap hands so often, back and forth.
Bah, bien joué Pulsar. Hein. Envy qui se sont un peu chiés dessus sur la fin. Ils ont joué pas mal séparés. Excusez-moi le bail alors que je suis pas fatigué. Dinguerie de faire ça. En vrai de vrai dinguerie de faire ça. Ils ont tout fait correct, sauf à la fin. À la fin ils se fait détruire la gueule hein, quand même. Ils savent très bien jouer, ils ont plug, ils ont attendu que Envy recapture, ensuite ils ont re-attaqué et c'est très bien joué de la part de Pulsar.
Pulsar Blue did get that steal. They had enough time to get up that high ground. I saw a little bit of maybe cracks from Envy going for that last second, that steal. Maybe a little bit too quick. They didn't have any dome in hand. They didn't really force out Brutal Logic's winch. And Brutal just has some great line of sight. They knew where that goo is. I'm not sure what kind of forced steal that was gonna be.
Yeah, no, and that is quite exciting, quite a fun way to get things started. And yeah, we're going to be loading directly into Bernal on suspended structures. So, what are your thoughts on suspended structures real quick before we load into this one, especially on Bernal?
Well, I mean, Bernal is going to be one of those long-range head glitch matches. You do see probably going to be sticking with that CB1 repeater.
Je sais pas combien il y aura de matchs, pour être honnête.
It's going to be a great map for Lights and
Attendez, je vais juste faire pause et remettre. Fait qu'on va avancer un petit peu. Ok, let's go. Deuxième map. J'aimerais bien avoir un petit manche 3, petite game 3 en vrai. J'aime bien les deux équipes, Pulsar et NG, ça joue bien entre elles. Pas contre elles. Elles se jouent bien contre. On sait pas qui va gagner là par contre. J'espère que NV vont régler les soucis qui leur ont fait défaut game avant, game d'avant là. Il était peut-être un peu trop pressé sur les ouvertures. Ok, là on arrive à bien setup. On en avait un où on s'est pris une grosse... Non, ça a pas mis tant de dégâts que ça la roquette, mais attention, tout le monde est là. Tout le monde est sur Busy. Busy vient de mourir. Est-ce qu'on peut récupérer un kill pour trade kill? On a réussi à récupérer un kill pour trade kill côté Suji. On a peut-être des fibrillateurs, ça défibre instantanément. Mais on meurt. Oh là là, ils ont wipe avant que ça termine le défibre. Magnifique la NV, magnifique. Je sais pas si vous avez compris ce qui s'est passé, mais en gros, Suji qui arrive à trade kill, du coup ils font en sorte que Pulsar reste au même endroit. Pulsar revive, du coup ils sont obligés de rester un peu à côté de leur mates. Mais sauf qu'il y a un Snake qui a fait le contour et qui les a juste entourés. Ils ont été encerclés et du coup ils ont pas pu faire grand chose et c'était free DPS. C'est déjà Busy qui fait le gros travail de tous ces anneaux au même endroit. Là il y a, on voit pas, mais il y a Suji qui réussit à prendre un kill et c'est à partir de ceux qui l'axent tous débloquent et que le 2v3 est possible.
Yeah, and they're setting up on that high ground. It's going to make it pretty difficult for Pulsar to get this in their favor.
Bon, NV qui unplug, hein, pas vraiment une surprise. On va aller sur la hauteur, mais attention, c'est le terrain des NV ici. Bon, côté qu'à côté Brutal Logic, on va se faire heal tranquillement. Comment est-ce qu'ils vont pouvoir faire? Parce que là, le top c'est Envy qui l'a. Hein. Le top c'est Envy qui l'a, donc le high ground en gros. Et c'est très important parce que du coup là, Envy, ils ont la possibilité de cancel à peu près tout, d'arriver très rapidement sur position. Mais là, attention, parce que là, on prend beaucoup de dégâts côté Pulsar, mais on a eu la possession. On a eu la possession et maintenant qu'ils ont la possession, Envy vont devoir recapturer et en recapturant, on prend l'assaut, on peut prendre l'assaut gratuitement en fait. Suji qui arrive à prendre un kill. Busy qui prend un deuxième, et attention à ça, Snake qui va prendre un troisième, c'est un pur ace. C'est un team ace plutôt, pas un full ace, un team ace. Très bien joué de la part d'Envy qui ont bien push au bon endroit. Suji qui prend le kill ici, du coup c'est du pur 2v3. La Busy qui prend un kill et là Snake qui prend son 1v1 et qui le gagne. But it looks like this first cash out will go the way of Envy. They're set up now, trying to spot out Pulsar Blue as they make their approach. The next vault has spawned. It has spawned on the side of Pulsar Blue, so this will give them the opportunity to go over there. But Envy going up into that suspended structure to get height. They should be able to see Pulsar Blue and this vault from where they're at. So maybe look at a little bit of shift damage away from them, but the engagement is quite distant right now.
Yeah, I don't think Pulsar is going to be in the best situation. They do have
la team, il y a Caliste qui a lancé un stream. Vous savez très bien que je suis à deux doigts là de juste regarder son stream et de ne pas moi de mon côté. Hein. Il y a mon âme de fervent supporter de Carmine Corp qui a ressurgi là. En voyant le prodige lancer son stream. En plus, je sais même pas s'il va stream du League of Legends. En vrai, j'ai beaucoup regardé son stream quand il y aura la nouvelle saison, les mages. Je sais pas si vous regardez beaucoup de League of Legends, mais côté League of Legends là, pour la nouvelle saison positive, on va dire, il va y avoir des gros changements, mais vraiment une dinguerie. La vidéo de Shrek, de Shriek, pas Shrek, Shriek sur YouTube, H-R-E-A-K, qui explique très bien les gros changements. Et si vous avez un minimum joué à League of Legends ces dernières années, c'est énormément de changements. Genre vraiment énormément. Ça m'intrigue un petit peu. Mais bon, revenons sur The Finals. Là, ça va se fight un petit peu sur le Volt, même si le Volt a déjà été, on va dire, pris en possession par Pulsar et qui vont aller le plug. Oh, ils ont cassé la tyrolienne, du coup il est tombé. Et du coup, il doit changer un peu ses plans là de rotation. Attention à ça, on est free DPS côté Boubou. Là, c'est du tir au pigeon, littéralement. On va essayer de tirer sur un peu tout. Non, invise. Est-ce qu'il va réussir à survivre? Boubou qui a très peu d'HP. Hein. Sparrow qui est mort. Attention à ça, Snake qui prend un bon kill là-dessus. Est-ce qu'ils vont réussir à le revive? Oui, mais on a dodge le hook hein, côté Envy. On a réussi à prendre un bon kill côté Busy sur Sparrow. Encore une fois, qui vient de se faire revive. Et waouh, Busy qui fait un ace. Qui tue les 3, c'est Busy qui avait tué Sparrow. Il a même tué Sparrow 2 fois, Busy, j'ai l'impression. Je crois qu'il a fait un quadra kill dans ce teamfight. Petite tête de la merde, hein, mais. Je crois. Pas sûr, mais je crois. Bon, Envy qui ont redressé la cadence et qui assure, on va dire, un cash-out pour le moment. Ils jouent très bien. Attention à ça, à part avoir les mêmes vices que la game d'avant. On a Busy qui vient de mourir. Ok, on a toujours Snake, on a toujours la possession, on a toujours Suji. Attention à ça, ça peut aller très vite en 3v2. Attention à ça, on fait tomber le cash out. Est-ce qu'on va réussir à le voler? On va essayer de le hook à l'intérieur. On va le hook à l'intérieur, on va bloquer l'issue. On va voler. Là, ils peuvent rien faire là, Envy. Busy le sait. Oh, Busy qui va peut-être tuer. Oui, ça tue, brutal. Mais attention à ça, Suji qui est en 1v1 et qui va réussir. Par contre, est-ce qu'il a 7 ans encore? Est-ce qu'il a 7 ans? La dash. Il a le temps. Il a le temps juste avant. Il fait le clutch en 1v1. Et il arrive à voler le cash out. Ça, c'est magnifique. 1-1 dans le BO. Très bien joué. Hein. Suji qui est on fire, comme on l'a dit.
Shoot back against Polestar. Honestly, I don't think this is what people expected. I saw a little bit of cracks from Envy early on, but maybe it's just some early morning jitters. They are the first game in this entire Grand Major, so they have to shake off some rust. You know, they just got in. I mean, jet lag, everything, but they're playing a team.
Suji 6 kills, Busy 5 kills. Suji et Busy sont vraiment trop forts. C'est une dinguerie d'être fort comme ça. Genre vraiment. Snake, même s'il fait beaucoup de dégâts, même s'il est très actif dans la teamfight, il a besoin de rien faire, frère, rester carry. Il est en mode Doran-like chez T1 pour cette année. Même s'il se pro certaines fois, ça permet de quand même gagner. Même si, en vrai, c'est Snake qui se fait pas mal catch. Même si Busy se fait aussi les catch un peu, mais bon, c'est un tank. Donc c'est fine.
Fortunately for Envy, they did find that last second steal because ending that game early it could have been a big struggle for them.
Ok, on va en game 3. Intéressant à regarder.
Close engagements as well as those long quarters can play out very interestingly.
Yeah,
Final round. Let's go. Bon. On est sur ouais, on est sur Vegas.
Just a little bit strong on those long range engagements, but it's just consistent damage.
Absolutely.
On est sur Vegas pendant qu'il pleut.
Here, they've gone directly to the mega dome. Envy are there, and they're staying in that one little bar that gives you a perfect head glitch area, dealing some damage from that. They still somehow, even in this battle, have a little bit of a height advantage. They go directly through a gateway. They seem like they are ready to bring this battle. They are hunting Pulsar Blue, but Pulsar Blue seems like they've just gotten out of dodge and slipped away. They are looking pretty strong right now as the Vault 1 is about to be picked up by Busy.
Yeah, and they're in a great position right now. They have the ability to gateway, they have the ability to pad there.
Comment ça va se passer? Parce que là, du coup, ça convoite le Volt.
And will it be enough to slow them down? They do look to bunker for cover as they rotate away. Gonna be playing those indoors areas and find them.
Ça va essayer de le plug en A, j'ai l'impression. Là, on sait que c'est contest, on sait qu'il y a des gens autour. Est-ce qu'on va tenter de l'éclairer avant? On l'a vu, lui, on l'a vu 2 fois même.
Sonar grenades are really turning handy because you can just tell where everybody is, above, up below, wherever, and then make your move deciding based off of that. So really interesting strategies. Gotta love it.
RPG en main côté Boubou. On va tenter de trouver une ouverture.
Yeah, this is. I mean, this is just slow and steady wins the race. This is how these games
Bon, là, du coup, avec le Volt, on connaît leur position. Ça va les plug instantanément. Du coup, là, on connaît très bien la position. Ça fait tomber dans le petit trou.
Yeah, they got out of there immediately, and Pulsar Blue thought that they would be staying a little bit closer towards this cash out. Now both teams walking very slowly, not wanting to give away any information. As I say that, a hole is blown in the floor, looking for any information, but they did not find any. I'm sure that catalog to everybody else where they are in Envy now have the high ground. They're staying up there. They're not moving much. They've got good angles. Look at this. He can find some nice shots with the 93R from this angle and just delete them as they make their approach towards this cash out. They've thrown it down and ready to go for it, but it just seems just slow. It's just slow.
Yeah, I mean, Pulsar loves taking the right approach, setting things up the way they want. That C4 does go off from Busy. It doesn't do too much damage. We're going to be mitigating that with that heal beam and relatively early, but going for that goo, going for that steal, this is the opportunity that they want, using that gateway to potentially escape. Brutal does end up taking it, but Boo Boo going to be taken out, and now we're going to be on the back foot just a little bit as damage goes out both ways.
Wow, Envy qui détruit tout ça, hein.
It's not looking pretty for Pulsar Blue.
Yeah, it seems like Envy have controlled this cash.
Là, pour le moment, c'est one-sided.
The goo was not enough to buy them the time that they needed. So Envy also came in there and just winched that cash out into the open as they were stealing it.
Ok, ça enlève le cash out du parking.
Into the open now into the middle of that walkway. So it's going to be an incredibly uphill battle for Pulsar Blue.
Dans le cash out est à l'air libre, du coup, il y a accès depuis n'importe où, peu importe quelle équipe fait. Il reste plus beaucoup de temps, donc il va falloir qu'il tente un truc le tout pour le tout, mais je pense que Envy le savait aussi. Et ils ont pas le temps, ils ont vraiment pas le temps. Du coup, la même si on meurt côté Envy, c'est un peu osef, mais bon, regardez Busy, frère, 2 kills. Busy, le BO de pute, c'est vraiment une dinguerie quand même.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see in Pulsar Blue still looking a little bit weak right now, not getting a ton of kills.
Ah, pas little bit weak, hein, c'est carrément weak.
Member of his team, and he decides to take the easy way out and going for that fire barrel. He's respawning, he's killing himself so that he can respawn with his team. They don't have to waste any more of their coins and they can come back together as a unit. It's a good time to do this. It's a good opportunity when it's just been a vault. They're going to concede the vault, they're going to let them get the plug, and then go for the retake. So it's an interesting strategy, especially when we start getting down to this last cash out, potentially last cash out.
So if you are playing the long game, I do think Pulsar Blue made the right call to get that wipe, but now they're fighting a big uphill battle on this one. This spawn's going to be a little bit tricky because they have to make their rotation either through that streets or over up top, and it's a little bit of a 50-50. Envy opting to play that low ground, kind of trying to catch them in the back as they rotate, but fortunately for Pulsar, they make a clean rotation over there, and do they know they're over there? They're just playing that winch, winching that box out. This is a great setup for Envy. Going to try and winch it back in. They have a decent amount of cover right there.
Yeah, that was a great winch, pulling it over there and blocking it by a little bit of those cubes out there, but not enough to get the steal. Envy still has great sight lines over this cash out. It is slowly ticking away, but Pulsar Blue could winch this one more time further into that building, forcing Envy to go for it, and that's exactly what they've done. Envy are starting to swarm on top of it, but I'm not sure they've gotten there in time, but they did. They were able to stop the flip.
Bon, Envy qui ont plug le deuxième. Ah, c'est leur balle de match, hein. Ils le savent, ils doivent pas faire ça. Ça revive instant en tombant. On va réussir à peut-être prendre un kill là-dessus. Ouais, waouh. On récupère les 3 kills d'un seul coup, carrément.
Yeah, I think Boo was looking for that reset on Sparrow. Sparrow getting a little bit caught off guard, but I mean, they had a good steal attempt. They got busy down. I mean, they got that kill, swung the fight in their favor, but that trade just really swung things back into Envy's favor. They had ownership of that cash out. They made it back into a 2v2. STN up on that high ground.
Je crois que c'est quasiment GG. Hein.
Je
pense qu'il y a une tentative pour Pulsar et qu'ensuite c'est wallplay là.
And now we're going in for one last second steal attempt. They have the opportunity, they have the time to get on that. Sparrow's going for it early.
Gros dégâts de par Sparrow, mais ça va pas faire grand chose, hein. Ah, c'est mort, hein, GG's. Magnifique ça. Magnifique Envy, bien joué.
Yeah, and I think that's 2 predictions from our analyst desk over there. Doing a great job. They're going to be calling out that win from Envy. And I think we're going to be going back to them after this as well.
Yeah, did you see that crowd there? They looked quite excited to see Envy take it away.
Absolutely amazing. And again, we've seen this before. Envy just starts off. One cash out, one best of 3. But I gotta say, wasn't the easiest.
On va attendre l'interview quand même, je vais avancer un peu pour l'interview. On va voir. Je vais essayer de la traduire pour vous. J'avance, je fais avance rapide pour avoir l'interview. S'il vous plaît, je peux avoir l'interview.
There it is. I'm standing here, of course, with one of the winners, Mr. STN, who's just punched his ticket through to day 2 after a grueling first game. But you're through to day 2. Talk about the emotions right now.
Day 2, day 2. Dis-moi tes émotions maintenant.
We're all putting in the work and we're all doing as much as we can to really entertain you guys and make the game show it is. I just want to say thank you to everybody that's already here, and we're hoping to give you guys some more games. I know we're excited to. Thank you.
Talk to me about day 2 now. So you're through to day 2.
Luna, comment ça va?
8th position. Are you looking to change anything going into next 2? Will we see some surprises, or is it just, you know, standard play, hope for the best?
I don't know if you guys peeped, but there was a goo gun in that 12's cash out. So we might not see that anymore. So we're definitely going to change up our strategy to more of a fighting play style. We really didn't want to get griefed and go through that gauntlet, and we somehow made it through. So I can only thank my teammates and everybody at Envy to really giving us the push that we need.
J'ai eu la flemme de traduire, voilà, je pouvais pas vous mentir. En ligne comme dans la routine. En vrai, tranquille. J'ai 23 ans ce week-end. J'étais à la Japan Touch gratuitement. Et là, ce soir, la soirée où je devais aller était cancel. Mes potes sont pas en forme. Bon anniversaire en avance, en retard plutôt, parce que c'était ce week-end. C'était le 29. Ah, et oui, et oui, et oui. Du coup, là, on regarde le grand major, le Day 1. Et un peu, on va dire, le championnat du monde. Qui actuellement, c'est des grosses qualifications. Bon. Pas mentir à team, je vais pas mentir, on va avancer. Ah, on va avancer. Tac, tac, tac. C'est la game 2, j'ai la flemme d'attendre.
pause, if there is going to be a pause, I mean, right at the start of the game, players are still.
J'ai cru que tu disais je vais avoir, mais bah j'ai été un peu embouché de malade du coup. Pas de soucis. En gros, ce qui se passe, c'est que du coup, le 29 c'était mon anniversaire, mais on n'a pas pu le fêter, j'ai pas pu le fêter parce que j'étais pas là. Et on va le fêter vendredi soir et samedi soir. Vendredi soir avec la famille et samedi soir avec les potes.
Winching them in and doing very, very close range damage, and that's exactly what you want.
Yeah, and the downside of it, though, is the fact that if you're not running a gun, and if you are the last person remaining, and you are just kind of stuck out there, you just have no options. You can kind of run goo or some way to kind of stall anybody from coming at you, but in those situations, it is so hard to get at. But we have stalled long enough. The tech pause is over.
Mais toi, t'es toujours malade, ça me fout de rire, vraiment, c'est... Pas une journée où t'es pas malade. Moi, du coup, tranquille, j'ai raté mes big control ce matin. Donc, je vais devoir les rattraper ou pas? C'est la vraie question. Les rater, c'est quelque chose, mais devoir les rattraper, c'est une autre. Bon, là, du coup, on a Team Secret, KCP, DRG, Fnatic. Donc là, je pense que ça va être Fnatic et Team Secret en top 1, top 2. À voir si DRG sont vraiment forts, donc je le connais pas. Donc, pour le moment, j'ai l'impression qu'ils se sont fait démolir par Team Secret. Et là, on a Remki, Nagos et Nigiri avec contre Elix. On a 3 Français dans le lot. 3 Français sont il y en a 2 chez Fnatic et 1 chez Team Secret. Donc faut cheer pour Fnatic et Team Secret, puisqu'en plus c'est 2 équipes européennes. Donc voilà.
And another technical pause comes out.
Secret, c'est européen.
You know, the teams were finally getting things started, but we'll take our pauses. We'll figure out what's going on. This is the first.
Je sais pas du tout, c'est à eux de voir si ça en vaut la peine ou si les menottes suffisent. Je vois.
Nice overview though. We can see
how
the teams are starting to grab it. We see the Team Secret had the vault. They were starting to run it, but immediately are about to be intercepted by DRG. You can see their sight lines. Pauses be.
Bon, on a full bug. Il pose. Hop, et on a relancé. On va relancer un petit peu en arrière. On est relancé. Donc Fnatic qui ont plug le premier 8K, le premier 8000. Donc là pour le format c'est simple, très simple pour toi Luna, pour que je te le dise. Tu regardes en haut à gauche le classement. Les 2 premiers, ils vont se bagarrer pour une qualification au jour 2. En gros de gros. Donc là on espère que les 2 premiers soient Team Secret et Fnatic. En gros. Les autres on s'en fout un peu de leur race. Et Fnatic c'est lesquels IRL, c'est les mecs en rouge pastel, c'est les mecs en orange Fnatic. Team Secret, je me rappelle plus la couleur de leur maillot. Normalement, il y a le logo là, tu vois la caméra en dessous à gauche, c'est Fnatic. Plus maintenant. Ils ont des bandes, ils ont les épaules orange qui vont jusqu'à la manche. Parlant de Fnatic, là ça agresse pas mal, hein. Ça arrive à tuer DRG comme il faut. Il y en a 2 de chez DRG qui sont morts. On est de l'autre côté Fnatic, mais ça devrait aller, ça devrait suffire. Oh, on a vu le dernier de chez DRG. Il y en a peut-être un, il y a peut-être Nagos qui va mourir. Non, Nagos qui arrive à survivre in extremis, mais Nigiri va mourir là-dessus, hein, de la part de Away. Je connais pas le joueur. Et là on est mort. Et là on va se faire voler côté Fnatic. Aïe aïe aïe, c'est Pioneers qui ont volé le cash-out de Fnatic. Fnatic qui n'ont pas du coup le cash-out. Team Secret qui devait des cash-out, c'est bien pour Elix, le français qu'on veut supporter. Mais là, est-ce que Fnatic auront le temps de revoler le cash-out de Pioneers, de tenter de le voler en tout cas? Je ne sais pas, en tout cas. Pioneers ont actuellement la possession. Ils ont environ une trentaine de secondes, je dirais, encore. Donc il y a du temps. Pas trop non plus. Non, j'ai l'impression que... Attends, c'est Dirge, c'est DRG qui va conteste secret sur ce vault là, sur le 3ème vault, qui n'est pas du coup Lug, qui va juste être du coup transporté jusqu'au C, je dirais. Peut-être au B aussi, mais le B il n'est pas encore à Paris. Ah non, c'est le D, je suis un connard, c'est bad. Du coup, c'est bien Pioneers qui ont validé le cash out. Du coup, je pense que Fnatic et Pioneers vont se fight pour le 4. À moins que ça veuille double. Non, ils vont pas double. Ils vont pas mettre les deux au même endroit. Quand même.
Yeah, and he's trying to get those reloads out, everything that he can while he moves that vault. It does show your location when it does drop out of your hands, but as that rotation happens,
qu'est-ce que ça veut faire là? Pourquoi il y a les 4 au même endroit? Pourquoi ils font ça? Je comprends rien. Là, je ne comprends pas ce qu'ils veulent faire. Du coup, le net est fini ou pas, Stranger Things? On parlait de la dernière fois. Oh, j'ai même pas fini le premier épisode, ça m'a saoulé déjà.
Well, and you gotta love it that they moved this vault all the way over towards this cash out. This cash out is one of the strongest cash outs in the entire map, so they played it properly, and now they have one of the best height advantages in the entire
on est
map as
plug
well.
côté DRG, on a plug. Et on va essayer, c'est un double, premier double de la compétition, premier gros double du Grand Major. Donc c'est un double à 24 000 hein, au total. Il est très important ce double hein, parce que pour les premiers, il assure une sécurité. Il n'y a que 2 18K. Et de voler côté Secret. On arrive à voler côté Secret. Hein. Secret qui arrive à le steal. Alors qu'ils sont déjà premiers. On aurait préféré voir un petit Fnatic qui le vole, mais au moins c'est pas Pioneers. Hein. Au moins c'est pas les NAI. Ah oui mais bon en vrai je regarde grâce à la hype, sinon j'ai jamais kiffé de fou à part la saison 4 ça va. Ok. Bon attention parce que là regardez Fnatic qui arrive à tuer 3 personnes de 3 équipes différentes. 4 personnes. Attention à ça, ils font un vrai carnage là actuellement. Nigri qui fait vraiment un vrai carnage avec Nagost. On va peut-être réussir à tuer un dernier. On arrive à voler le 24 000. On arrive à en tuer encore 2. Attends mais ils vont tuer les 3 équipes là. Nigri qui arrive à revive son mate. Normalement ils vont pouvoir hold et garder la possession du cash out. KCP sont encore que 2 hein. Ils sont encore que 2, attention à ça parce qu'il y a des secrets qui sont totalement à 3. Est-ce que Secret vont tenter une opération pour voler le cash out? J'ai l'impression que oui, mais Fnatic vont pas dire, vont pas être d'accord, hein, vont vraiment pas être d'accord en sachant qu'il y a les 3 autres équipes qui sont là. Attention, est-ce que ça essaie de voler? C'est encore de voler. Oh, KCP Pioneers qui revole dans un bagarre de tout le monde. Pioneers qui ont réussi à voler le seul et unique 24 000. What the fuck? Bon, c'est loin d'être terminé. Là, il y a encore des 18 000. Hein. Il y a encore vraiment des 18 000 qui a... Ouais, c'est encore loin quand même. Hein. 18 000, ça fait loin. Les KCP qui ont vraiment très bien joué là-dessus. Voilà, les KCP sont vraiment très bien. Là, ça a été une bataille pour la deuxième place entre Fnatic et Team Secret. Après, avec un 36 000, un dernier avec un 36 000 là. Avec un 36 000, ils sont pas safe. Bah si, en vrai, ils sont safe. Il leur faudrait combien? Il leur faudrait 22 000. Même plus. Fnatic là pour conteste la première position avec le 18 000. À moins que si KCP se font wipe, se font tuer, au total, ils perdent beaucoup. Hein. 1500 pour 10K, tu multiplies par 4, ça fait 6000. Perdre 6000, ça fait cher quand même, ça fait cher payer à 40K. Donc tu reviens à 36 000 et 36 000 t'es pas à l'abri. 36 000 t'es vraiment pas à l'abri.
rotating all the way over across the map, get that double and secure their placement into this next round. But it looks pretty dangerous over there.
Ils veulent vraiment doubler.
Get some great picks. Hathaway going to be taking out basically all of Fnatic. And they're going to be looking for their reset, going to be going for the steal.
C'est qui a le plug pour le moment, c'est Fnatic, mais DRG vont vouloir voler là. Voilà. C'est le seul et unique plug qu'il y a là. C'est notre seul et unique cash out qu'il y a. Donc là, si DRG le valide, il passe deuxième. Ils le savent. Du coup, ils vont tout faire pour regarder. Et là, je sais que, on sait que KCP vont vouloir les aider à le valider. Hein. Oh, DRG qui arrive à faire des très gros kills, 3 kills pour DRG. Attention, Fnatic qui a réussi à tuer un membre de DRG. Attention, Fnatic qui sont encore 3, hein. Fnatic sont encore 3, ils peuvent réussir à peut-être voler. Est-ce qu'ils arrivent à voler? Ah non, ça cancel. 16, 15, 14. On essaie de voler côté Remki, malheureusement on va rater. Et DRG qui arrive à voler, le waouh. DGG, DRG ont réussi à tout rafler. DRG ont très bien joué là-dessus. Vraiment, c'est très bien joué de la part de DRG. Ils ont été très passifs au début du cash out, mais comme on dit en cash out, c'est à la toute fin que ça compte. Et ils l'ont montré. Ils ont volé le seul qui comptait pour le top 2 à 4. Ils ont réussi à le valider. Magnifique, c'est de la part de DRG. Pourquoi avoir un 8K quand tu peux avoir un 18K? Telle est la question. Et oui, on se la pose bien. On aura donc une finale KCP contre DRG. Et si on me l'avait dit ça, j'aurais pas cru. Ouais, j'aurais jamais cru en vrai de vrai. Bon, on va avancer un petit peu pour la finale. 10 kills côté Hathaway et 13 kills côté Roma. Team Secret. Dernier, ils n'ont pas tant de kills que ça, hein, vous avez vu. Ils n'ont pas vraiment beaucoup de kills. Mais ils ont été très intelligents et ils ont eu la chance d'avoir le 24 minutes qui les a assurés. Du coup, ils n'avaient pas à fight tant que ça.
Quite making it a cash out game, but the day is far from over. Okay, so you're back here in Stockholm. You've made it all the way to the major.
Petite interview sur Fnatic.
Bring a team all the way to LAN.
It was amazing, like meeting my friends for the first time, flying out, giving them a big hug. Yeah, it's really amazing. Like, like I have some friends, my girlfriend's here. I couldn't be more happy.
That's what I want to hear. Okay, it's just first game down. There's 2 whole days of competition. You're going to head over into the other part of the broadcast. Yeah. How, from a scale of 1 to 10, and the only right answer is 10, how certain are you that you're going to be back for phase 2?
We're going to be back. We just got unlucky. Like third is on first cash. Yeah, whatever. And then like second cash, we could have gotten it, but like unlucky.
Unlucky.
There was a fucking wall in front of me. I couldn't get there yet. Like, my God.
Hey, that's the finals for you. Everybody, give it up for Nigiri. Fnatic will be back. And I'm going to throw it back to our friends at the studio.
I love the fact
Let's go.
Interview de
Nigiri. Bon, je rush. Flemme, on va pas se mentir. Normalement, ça devrait arriver dans pas longtemps. À moins que...
Of course, Sister Isaac, because that's where we were. KCP, they do not want to play on Skyway Stadium. DR zone, but are we on this now? He brings find out.
Let's go.
So yo.
Yeah, and honestly,
contre DRG.
What do you think?
I think I'm surprised. I was talking to a lot of people yesterday, and I kept hearing that DRG.
Bon, là, c'est le moment de voir ce que valent vraiment DRG. Est-ce qu'ils vont s'exterminer la gueule? Ou est-ce que c'est vraiment très fort?
Wow, that was exciting. And if they can pull this off against KCP, an unknown team has just shown that they can battle against some of the greatest. And let's get started again as the engagement is finally kicking off. Nobody's touched that vault just yet, but they're ready to start that rooftop battle.
On l'a des deux côtés, hein, ça joue méta en termes de compo.
roadway fight up on these high grounds. But I do think DRG has a slight advantage as they do have that vault on their backside. Just going to be playing very, very slow. Nobody wants to make a mistake on these vault fights because if you do, setting up that defense can be so hard to break. If you do get wiped, you do have to push in as well. Everybody playing very slow.
Yeah, and this is not uncommon. I'm surprised that we didn't see this type of slowdown in the last match, in the last 3v3. But right now, as of course I say that Hathaway went directly in there, tried to find a pick, but unfortunately got pulled out himself and went down. This is putting DRG on the other side of things and has to find their way to climb back up there, especially with a man down and 18 seconds before he can even coin back in there.
Yeah, DRG is going to have to slow down, just like you said.
Bon, pour le moment, il n'y a rien d'intéressant. Il n'y a pas eu de plug, pas de volt enclenché. Rien du tout. Bon, j'espère que ça va pas faire comme la dernière manche DNA. J'espère que ça va attendre jusqu'à 10 minutes avant qu'il y ait le premier plug.
I was hoping that when they lost Hathaway, that KCP would use that as an opportunity to really dive and do something. But now they've
On prend des gros dégâts côté DRG, mais on arrive à survivre, donc ça va. Ça couvre bien le volt. Est-ce que c'est bien structuré? Ouais, ça va à peu près. C'est un peu split, mais ça va. C'est le light qui est plus loin, c'est normal qu'il soit loin. Le bon petit dégât. On a essayé de toucher la tête là. On a essayé de toucher la tête, mais on n'y arrive pas. Il chou. On les a vus au-dessus, en dessous. Est-ce qu'on arrive à en tuer un peu? Pas encore le cas. C'est aussi Brandy qui arrive à prendre Hathaway. Le Lama qui est très low HP. Est-ce qu'ils vont réussir à le faire? Ça fait des bons dégâts jusqu'à présent. DRG vont se faire détruire, hein. Il reste plus que GG. Bon. Pour le moment, KCP, ils arrivent à contrôler DRG et donc à les amener là où ils veulent être. On va voir si ça continue comme ça dans le futur. Mais pour le moment, DRG n'ont pas réussi à bien respirer. Ils ont fait que survivre, mais ils n'ont pas réussi à bien survivre. Ils n'ont pas réussi à mettre tant d'agression que ça, tant d'agressivité. Pour le moment, pour moi, KCP sont au-dessus. À moins que petite attaque éclair, Brandy qui vient de mourir. Attention, Lama qui est peut-être séparé, un peu trop séparé de ses teammates. Ils sont encore tous en vie du côté DRG. Certes, il y a plus beaucoup de vie, mais ça vient de regen. Brandy qui n'est toujours pas revive. Ça peut vraiment faire chier pour la suite du teamfight. En train d'essayer de voir où ils sont, de les trouver, etc. On les a vus, on vient de les trouver. On a mis un petit peu de chunk sur Lama côté Hathaway. On a essayé de voler, on vient de cancel le vol. Aïe, ça doit peut-être faire la différence. Non, ça devrait aller, même si Lama est bien, ça devrait aller. Randy vient de coin. Héros du 3v3. Attention à ça. Je pense qu'on a l'information sans doute. Côté DRG. Ok, Hathaway qui prend de très gros dégâts sur Spawns. Spawns qui est dans la merde. Spawns qui va même mourir par Hathaway. Le bon 1v1 de Light qui a été effectué. Attention, on est bloqué ici, on est spotted aussi. On arrive à Hook, mais est-ce qu'on arrive à tuer? Non, on n'arrive pas à tuer GG sur le Hook. Et GG qui arrive à prendre les 2 kills sur Brandy et Lama. Waouh, 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 waouh. Bien joué ça. DRG, je m'excuse pour ce que j'ai dit au début de la game. Là, c'était très très bien joué. Très structuré, vous avez su gérer avec une quasi-perfection. Je dirais même une perfection, hein, parce que personne n'est mort. Les assauts de KCP. Même si ça a joué aux limites côté GG, on a réussi à les éliminer comme il fallait. C'est très bien joué. Bon, du coup le premier cash out est récupéré par DRG. Ça va peut-être le valider. Je pense qu'ils vont réussir à tempo assez pour le valider. Attention à ça, Lama qui vient de tuer GG. On arrive à voir le deuxième joueur Hathaway qui prend un kill sur Spawns. Mais on n'a pas le temps là. Anyway, mais oui, même si on meurt là côté Hathaway, on n'a pas le temps. On n'a pas le temps côté KCP. Et oui, DRG qui valide le premier cash out là dans cette dans ce final round, dans cette finale de cash-out. Ok, on repart instantanément à l'assaut sur le Volt 2. On va profiter du fait que DRG soit mort pour prendre d'assaut ce Volt et aller le plug instantanément. Je sais pas à quel point, je pense qu'ils vont aller au C. Hein. Et tranquillement, DRG viennent de revive, ils vont s'empresser. Ou ça prend des gros dégâts quand même, hein. De cette distance là, ça va prendre d'assez gros dégâts. À voir.
Right behind them, that gateway gonna rotate them the opposite way, gonna cross paths with them basically and get this plug in, get it started.
Yeah, and I love this cash out. There's a lot of ways to manipulate it, and also you can just leave it here, which I'm curious if that's what they're gonna do. It seems like that is their plan. They want to stay in this room. They want to be right on top of this cash out. They are not a team that is about to leave this and let somebody come in and steal it for free. They're dipping out right now, going off to the side of this building. They can still get right back into that cash out at a moment's notice if they need it, but right now they're just trying to create as much chaos and confusion for DRG as they're starting their approach.
Yeah, DRG's just going to be looking for them up on this high ground. They do hear some footsteps. They are calling that out. But with this team, you don't necessarily know if it's going to be all of them. They do maybe catch them off guard, but they do get that first winch. The counter winch is coming out. They do find that pick on Llama, but Goga also going to be taken down, and Llama going to be reset.
Oh my god, it is insane. They get both teammates back up, and look at this. Brittany going down almost immediately. Llama taking a lot of damage, and Spawns being the only...
Et là, regardez DRG, hein. Ils arrivent à créer encore. Attention, ah bah ouais, ils arrivent à prendre le putain de 1v1 encore sur Spawn. C'est quelqu'un à Tawai, hein. Il clutch pas mal là. Hein. Il clutch vraiment énormément à Tawai. Hein. Je tiens à le dire. Ne dormez pas sur Tawai, il clutch énormément.
Little play there. We're going to be looking back at that replay. It's just explosive. Both these teams with this current meta. Winch, I mean, it really comes down to who gets that first winch and gets that kill, but that counter winch coming down clutch and getting that pick.
Well, and we are just about 25 seconds away from DRG taking this first map. If they can stop this approach by KCP. KCP are here. They're throwing down glitch grenades. They're trying to find any information that they can. A little bit of an explosion going off as well. They are here. They're ready to go for it. Bounce pad as well. Bounce pad RPG bringing the engagement all towards DRG. Trying to deal a little bit of damage, but Brittany goes down in that first fight. Llama taking some damage as well. Bringing down GG. They need to find one more kill. It is all on Hathaway.
Ils arrivent à voler là? Bah non. Ils l'ont cancel. Ouah, bien joué. Très bien joué de la part de DRG ça. Hein. DRG c'est quelqu'un. Hein. Et DRG c'est quelqu'un. Hein. Et oui les gars, vous pouvez pop off, vous avez le droit. Hein. Vous jouez vraiment super bien, vous avez vraiment le droit. Hein. Après ouais, j'ai envie que vous le faisiez décoller ce mec. Hein. Très fort, hein. Vraiment très fort.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, that these teams felt like they were incredibly close. And it is, look at the skill board, the core scoreboard is basically showing a known team going up against two cash outs. And
oh, I know it's going to be
really forward to stadium in these two.
Un deuxième map.
Map overall, but there's an area that can be extremely volatile. Team in such a precarious situation. Overall, I mean, this is going to be a very interesting fight. We do see that spawn on cash out A. If you're the attacking team, you do not want that plugged in.
Absolutely, and Vault 1 has been spawned. The teams are making their approach.
On est parti sur cette map
following really close behind, but DRG
qui est très différente de celle d'avant. Celle d'avant qui était à 6 horizons. Celle-ci est très différente. Et je pense que ça va être un 2-0 sec de la part de DRG, hein, je ne vais pas vous mentir, parce que là, vu qu'ils mettent à casser Pioneers depuis le début.
It can just do a lot of damage when you hit your shots. It's a really aim heavy weapon, but it's so good as well. It just does so much damage on those headshots and can just chunk down those heavy HP bars as well as lights.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're a little bit of a stall again. And this is something that we saw in the first map, and it's not uncommon either, because these teams are trying to feel each other out. Nobody wants to go for the vault or the plug right away. They want to find that first wipe, the first engagement, and really show that you are the one controlling the map. You decide where you want to take it. But right now, it is just a little bit of stall, throwing some red barrels, ready to go for a bounce pad RPG, I assume. But there's the RPG, there's the bounce pad, and
Et voilà, quand je vous parlais de DRG, regardez, ils viennent de venir Zlama avec le revolver dans les airs. Ça faut avoir de la putain de précision dans les mains pour putain. Faut avoir de l'aim de fou. Regardez Brandy comment ils font. Waouh. T'as encore I et bah forcément ça a idée côté Spawns pour pouvoir revive instant. Ah c'est une dinguerie comment ils sont forts DRG.
The hospital spawn, one of the best ones and one of the hardest ones to come against. So it'll be an uphill battle for KCP, but maybe they'll be able to find their footing.
Yeah, we're going to winch this out, set this up. I'm curious to see if DRG has been watching the NA and EU scrims, holding them up on this clinic area. It doesn't look like they are. It looks like they may have dropped back and are just going to play that area over by that Isolt building. But now KCP just going to take this high ground, make sure they're not here, clear all their bases, and then push in. But they do find someone over on that ping on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and there's a bounce pad and a gateway as well. They want to send their light player over there so that they can get across this chasm without taking a lot of damage. And now they're all here, ready to go for this engagement. Brendy trying to keep some shots off with the repeater, but not connecting any just yet. Throwing some goo to buy a little bit of space, but they drop down one level, pulling out that healing beam and healing his teammates back up. But the Witch pulls him out of position, and there goes Llama. Brendy now forcing himself into a corner, trying to get out of there, but it's not looking too good for them. They do get Hathaway down in that engagement, but look at this! The wipe has gone off and DRG sitting.
Waouh, non franchement c'est une domination. Hein. C'est vraiment juste une domination de la part de DRG là. Hein. Et ces pistes se font péter la gueule en direct 4K Ultra HD. Devant des spectateurs en Grand Major.
Because you only need one light over there, one player to basically block every spawn to force them over by Ngmo. Yeah, it's going to be tough.
It is going to be incredibly tough. I don't see them finding a way in here and getting this cash out, getting a last-second steal. But that is exactly what they're going to try for. Spawns lost him in that. Looks like he went off on
on arrive côté KCP. Maintenant, on va essayer de le voler avec le petit hook. On essaie de bloquer un petit peu, mais là, oh, attention, I est mort. I est mort. Est-ce qu'ils arrivent à le voler? Ils ont réussi à le voler à la dernière seconde. KCP, ça c'est du vol qui vole ça. Hathaway qui va mourir. 23 secondes, du coup il y a le temps de voler le voltant.
Exactly what they need. We talked a little bit about it earlier, just momentum mindset with KCP. This could be exactly what they need. I mean, now they have the advantage going into this next cash out.
Momentum. No, that's the name of the game. And as soon as you get something running, it is hard to stop a team that starts steamrolling. So KCP got the flip at a perfect last second. Amazing to see.
And I'd like to know that C4 was still on there.
Oh, yeah.
Good didn't even pop it. Yeah. Why didn't they pop it? That would have blown up all the goo, done everything they needed to clear out the area. That you could have winched that box away.
Yeah, it is maybe a little bit of miscommunication happening, but that does happen. Could be just jitters today. It is such a big day. But now we're turning things back towards a little bit of a rooftop battle. I'm not surprised to see things slow down as KCP is in control of this map. Now they just need to kind of run down the clock, stay in control of this vault, do whatever they can to stay in control of this map, and show us that DRG just had a little bit of a lucky chance on the first map.
Yeah, and these teams are looking pretty evened up on these long-range engagements. Does get stuck behind a box and taken out by Llama. But like I was saying, these teams look very, very even when it comes to these long-range engagements. They're both such good aimers. I mean, everyone in this tournament is amazing aim, but DRG is really surprising me with that revolver, with halfway on that 93R, just finding those moments, getting those picks. But right now, it's KCP in control of the map, but it does look like DRG has the vault.
Yeah, they have the vault, but they are pushed away into the far corner. They're basically a little bit of a target for anybody that's here, and KCP have decided to throw a gateway down, grab the vault, and got out of there. So now they're still in control of this. Spawns now has the vault. They get to dictate wherever they want to go with this, but all of this team is grouped up. But look at this, they're taking a lot of damage as DRG is starting their approach.
Yeah, and we're just on the chase. We do see KCP carrying that vault, and DRG just far behind. We see Hathaway going to take that zip. Maybe try and find a light 1v1 duel.
Là, ça va plug en C.
Take a bit of damage,
Du coup, Dernier se sont fait avoir, ils se sont fait voler littéralement. À voir s'ils vont réussir à bounce back de ça ou si on va aller en game 3. Ok, belle ouverture trouvée. On n'a pas pris tant de dégâts par rapport à KCP. On arrive à prendre un kill sur KCP, magnifique. C'est vrai qu'ils font quelques dégâts, mais pas tant que ça. On arrive à mettre un petit peu de dégâts quand même. Oh, attention, il va peut-être mourir. Non, ça va, on a réussi à survivre. On arrive à Evliama. GG vient de mourir, attention à ça. Il vient de mourir. Très bien, qui fait un gros carnage là.
Jumping right on top of Hathaway. Hathaway may have gotten out. It's going to be tough. He's going to have to wait for that coin as KCP does get this plug and get the advantage.
Ouais, Hathaway il va attendre que ces mecs coin là. De toute façon, pas grand chose d'autre à faire. Il est en dessous, ça va plug tranquillement. J'ai à coin, I a coin, ils sont re-3 chez DRG. Comment vont-ils s'organiser? Parce que là du coup c'est setup côté KCP, hein, c'est très bien setup pour défendre la position. Côté DRG, est-ce qu'on va se faire avoir?
Out is being stolen, but KCP, no, they want to stay their fortifications. They want to stand their ground and just stop anybody right dead set in their tracks.
Ça va casser en dessous, hein. Ça fait tomber 2 étages en dessous. Du coup là, ouais, ils ont pas vraiment de quoi défendre tout ça hein, là. Actuellement, faudrait qu'ils descendent là, KCP. Hein.
Yeah, it is definitely a reset, but this cash out is still running down. Right now, KCP is in control. They just have
on a une bonbonne explosive avec nous. Ça peut être utile. On essaie de mettre des petits dégâts. On a envoyé la bonbonne explosive. Ça fait beaucoup de dégâts d'infliger sur DRG. Pour DRG, il va falloir s'activer si on veut vraiment voler ce cash out. On fait tout retomber encore d'un étage. GG va essayer de voler maintenant. Est-ce qu'il va avoir le temps? Je ne sais point. En quoi il a réussi à voler là? Il a réussi à voler un angle impossible pour voler. Et oui, DRG ont le contrôle, ils sont 3 à nouveau. T'as essayé de voler? C'est de... Quoi? Mais c'est quoi? Comment ça? Non, il a été contest? Non, il n'a pas été contest. Non, comment c'est qu'il a réussi à revoler ensuite? On vient de le tuer. On vient de le tuer côté I. Attention à ça, toi qui est mort aussi. Aïe aïe aïe, bon bah ça va être en 1-1. 1-1. Il y a eu 2 putains d'angles de fou pour le vol. Donc il y a le troisième map. Maintenant. Ok, c'est cercle de fou. C'est cercle de fou. Ils ont réussi à avoir un angle de fou DRG, mais à la fin, c'est quand même KCP qui gagne.
I think a lot of players earlier on would love to take SA-12 in these scenarios because
you
can force people in close, use that goo, break line of sights, winch them in, just get that early burst damage. But I think the meta kind of has shifted somewhat recently to that shack because you want to get that early pick. If you do hit a winch, it's basically a guaranteed kill. You get a lot of headshots when you're pulling them in. It can just be so volatile, so amazing. But there are certain times where it can fail. But the fight's breaking out. Spawn taking some big damage and then backing away.
Backing away, this is not unexpected, but I have a feeling these two teams want the engagement to start almost immediately. I don't think that we're going to see the same drawn-out engagement that we saw in the first 2 battles. But as I say that, the 2 teams are acting like they're teenagers at a school dance and really kind of staying away from each other. Not going for the engagement, not really going for the tap yet just either. Just feeling each other out, deciding where to go. The vault is over there, not been tapped just yet, but yeah, just kind of feeling each other out.
Bon, cette map est un mélange entre les deux dernières. Pas vous mentir. Je l'aime beaucoup cette map. On va voir ce que ça donne.
They don't have any line of sight, so they're not going to be taking any damage as they rotate. But, I mean, KCP up on that high ground, it's going to be very difficult for them to get this tap rotate out, even if they do get control of that vault.
Yeah, and this has been an incredibly long time, even before the tap has happened. The teams aren't even over there just yet, and they've finally made their way towards vault number 1. Breaking that window, surely they're about to go for a tap, but look at this. KCP has the height advantage, and this is why they haven't tapped it just yet, because they know the second that they go out in the open exposed air, they are just going to be dealt a ton of firepower from them from above. And oh, looks like we're going to take a quick pause here.
Petite pause.
What happened, but
on va avancer.
The case game is turning in.
What even on the
Bon. Ok, elle reprend, elle reprend. Elle a repris là la pause, ok. Bon. J'ai l'impression que DRG va mourir là, à moins que FOI arrive à faire un truc de fou. Ah oui, il a toujours sa caméra glitchée. Hein. Attention, ça va un peu mieux. On dit qu'il y a revive.
Yeah, I think that they're going to coin back in, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they end up. But finally, a tap has happened, and there is a gateway as well. KCP took that as an opportunity to go in there when they knew that 2 of the people from DRG were down. But another pause, unfortunate.
Bon, on va avancer un peu plus.
It's going to be very difficult for DRG to kind of get back into this fight. I mean, we have Hathaway sitting on the low ground and KCP ready to just jump on that gateway, get settled and everything. As we just rotate away, Spawn's just going to run away with that gateway for the
MDR.
Everybody in full form right now, checking out, doing a little bit of a check.
Encore une pause instant.
Locked in, but we do hit another pause. Very, very interesting. Soon, TM,
I can 3 cheer. Couldn't be the game.
Ok. Ok, on vient de passer 30 minutes. En pause.
Running straight in towards Vault 1.
Yes, there it is. Nice gateway. Bring the rest of his
On
teammates
s'arrive les pauses, en vrai de vrai, rien à dire. Pour une première itération, c'est pas grave.
One of them went down on DRG right away. There is the second one. Only remaining is E, and he is not surviving on a ton of health. Got about halfway there.
Bon, je pense qu'il va tuer pas mal de DRG. Reste plus que E.
Yeah, and E's just going to play his life, wait for those coins, just like you said, as Spawns makes that rotation away and trying to get a early rotation, maybe trying to protect his team on the rotation, get them cleared out as they go for A. This is going to be a great point, kind of what we talked about earlier. The divide just offers such a great line of sight. It's very difficult to push over, especially when you put up those drawbridges, but early shots coming out. We're just taking a little bit of damage, but we're going to shoot back from Spawns.
Yeah, and I love this setup as well, because you can see all of the approaches here. You can bring up that bridge and just make it a little bit more
Là, on va gagner un peu de temps avec le point, même si ça doit passer à gauche là. Ça va pas. Ça va aller TP à l'intérieur. Au-dessus même. Ah, il y en a un qui est pas passé MDR. Oh, il faut exterminer. GG, il s'est fait détruire la gueule. Je suis un peu à mourir là. Alors, on va totalement mourir. Ils vont se faire wipe DRG. Ça c'est mauvais pour eux. Ils vont bien commencer game 1. Là, le problème c'est que les épices sont bien adaptés quoi. Au moins nous aurons bien proposé du bon gameplay là, on va dire DRG. Donc tout en bas. Wesh.
It breaks some building. That whole building is, I mean, just puncturing a hole straight through. But we're going to be looking at where DRG spawns in. I think they do spawn near that bus stop yet again. And this is what we were talking about. It can kind of manipulate and force them out towards that harsh rotation back in. But we're going to be sitting back taking a little bit of off angle, and they get caught off guard, but they're still back up very easily.
Yeah, and I said this before, KCP seems to stay very close to their cash out. They don't want to let anybody come in there and get a free steal. But as I say that, they have moved away from the cash out to try and kite this down as long as possible. There are 2 drops on that cash out, sitting it almost to the bottom floor. Going to make it way more chaotic as the teams want to dive on there. There is the dome shield in hand by Gaga. He wants to try and grab it. The winch pulling it off into the corner. They've got it. They're going to hold it.
De l'agressivité de la part de DRG. On arrive peut-être à prendre un kill. Ou attention, Spons qui arrive à prendre 2 kills là-dessus. Est-ce qu'on va faire le 1v2 côté Ataway? Non, du tout. Hein. KCP qui arrive à... Non, c'est Spons hein, qui fait le clutch sur les 2 kills. Très bien joué. Et là c'est le premier catch out pour KCP.
Otherwise, if it didn't, it would have been caught a little bit off guard, but Hathaway ended up rotating out, and now KCP taking the advantage in this game, shooting that stoplight. Doesn't want to stop.
Wait, does that stoplight turn on if you shoot it?
Maybe more than me.
That was interesting, but Vault 2 about to be tapped by KCP. At least they're right on top of it. They might not go for a tap just yet, but this is the setup. They're getting some height advantage. Let themselves be known, give them a little bit of information away before they make any move towards that vault.
Yeah, DRG does not want to take that pad. They want to take a slightly off-angle approach onto this, catching a light off guard. He gets shots. Hathaway taking a big red barrel, but ends up finding that.
Très bien de la part de Hathaway qui arrive à tuer Spons. Malheureusement, Spons se revive. Et Hathaway tué. Donc il se revive, pour le moment il est encore mort. Aïe 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 aïe. J'ai l'impression que ça s'écroule là pour DRG.
To their last coin if they do both coin in.
Yeah, and I see this situation happen a lot, even in pro play, even in my games, which are nowhere near pro play, but it's the fact that if you get separated from your team and you even have one person out of position, you have just messed up an entire approach, an entire push, everything, because you need to go as a team, wipe as a team, and kill as a team. So unfortunately, when you have that happen, staggering is what the result of this is, and it can just make everything that much more difficult on the approach.
Yeah, and this is another strong defensive setup for KCP. That billboard can offer some great line of sights, but Llama trying to regroup with his team, get ready for that jump pad RPG, because a lot of people do like taking that center big pad, but look at this. I think that was like one red barrel that took down the entire thing, and now there's tons of rubble and cover on that cash out. Let's see how DRG approaches this. Looks like they may try to drop it down from below. They don't want to take the direct on approach. Just going to try and force them in as it falls all the way down this hole.
Yeah, and look at this. It's actually on a really good spot. It's on a ledge off to the side. If they can hold this, this will be great for them. But Spawns immediately bringing down E, and now Gaga at half health and the only remaining member. I am not sure, but it looks like KCP might have this as one more wipe goes off for DRG, and they're going to have one more attempt. That might be it.
Yeah, after all this waiting, it could just be it. I mean, KCP has a very strong setup. That's like a very...
Non, bon, là, on va bien voir la prochaine attaque de DRG parce que sinon... Bah, je donne pas cher de leur peau en vrai de vrai, je vais pas vous mentir. Là, pour le moment, ils se font écraser là. Juste grand respect à KCP hein, parce qu'ils ont bien s'adapté. À moins que... DRG arrive à le voler là. Oh, ils ont réussi à le voler. Mais est-ce qu'ils vont réussir à le tenir? Je sais pas. DRG faut le kill là. Ok, mais faut pas qu'il meure là. Il va mourir. Il arrive à survivre. Il arrive à survivre. Ouais, mais il va mourir instant. Hathaway qui peut faire le clutch là, va mourir. Mais est-ce qu'ils ont le temps? Est-ce qu'ils ont le temps? Ils ont pas le temps. Hein. Non, ils arrivent à survivre là. Hein. Et oui, ils arrivent à survivre. Ils peuvent encore le faire, hein, DRG. Ils peuvent encore le faire. Ils peuvent encore le faire, on va arrêter de faire les médisants là. DRG peuvent encore le faire. Comment c'est possible? Ils ont réussi à le voler, frère, c'est une dinguerie quand même. En fait, ils sont juste une cabane, du coup personne ne pouvait leur tirer dessus MDR.
In the pro seed, and you can see exactly why. Vault 3 has been spawned, it has been tapped by KCP. They want to take back control and show us that they can take this map.
Yeah, they have this high ground control, they're just waiting, but look at this off angle, he's gonna try and get some damage. He didn't get that much though. But now we're going to try and re-rotate. He does find them again, and this is like what Hathaway is known for. He loves taking these aggressive off angles. He does get caught out a little bit sometimes, but he gets so much damage before them. And now we're going to just have an explosive fight. We see Llama getting taken out, but a trade coming out from Spawns off that off angle. E getting dropped, and Brandy, it's just going to be a 1v1 basically with the two lights, but clean up on the 2v1. My bad.
Well, and now DRG are in control of this vault. They're going to get the plug. They're going to have the opportunity to get
Mon DRG qui ont détruit KCP. Maintenant, c'est l'histoire nous dira qui va passer. Hein. Là, je sais pas. J'ai l'impression que DRG se sont un peu plus adaptés que KCP faisait. Et j'ai l'impression que KCP reviennent un peu dans leur démon des premières games. De la première game. À voir sur le prochain teamfight hein, qui va peut-être être décisif. Donc ça se regarde un petit peu. Là on connaît la position des autres. Ok, ça va être instant. C'est GG qui meurt en premier. Est-ce qu'on arrive à revenge kill côté Hathaway? Non. Est-ce qu'on meurt côté Hathaway? Pas pour le moment. Hathaway qui survit à 1 HP. Hathaway qui vient de mourir. On essaie de voler. Côté KCP, c'est normal. On arrive à voler. Ok. Il restera un fight pour DRG. Et ça va coin. Hein. Ouais. Hathaway après celui-ci n'a plus de coin. Hein. Donc Hathaway pourra plus coin ensuite. Information à prendre en compte parce que si Hathaway meurt et qu'il se fait pas revive, il ne pourra prendre coin. Okay. On a spotted Spawns, est-ce qu'on va le chercher? Ça va le kite, hein. Ça va kite. Spawns a réussi à bien kite, mais on n'a pas réussi à prendre le kill là. Peu importe le côté, on va essayer de voler, mais là on va pas avoir le temps en fait. Non, GG's hein. GG's côté KCP.
Incredible way to wrap up this series. KCP are able to show that they can beat DRG in a best of 3. Well done.
Static win, oui, KCP.
Oh man, they deserve it. And look at that crowd. What a beautiful crowd.
On va attendre l'interview quand même. On n'est pas des sauvages.
Forward to position. Joining on stage is KCP Llama.
C'est Llama.
All right, you've just secured your spot straight to day 2.
Yep.
Can you just, how does it feel to be so good at video games?
Oh, it feels good, man. I can't wait to just chill and watch my boys.
Was this the plan all along? Show up, win, complete the cash out, win, a somewhat quick 3v3 and just go to day 2?
Absolutely, 100%.
Never any doubts in your mind?
Never any doubts in my mind, nope.
Are we gonna change anything up for day 2, or is it just same old, keep going?
I'm sledging everybody day 2. Come ready. You too, busy.
Ah, ça parle beaucoup, hein, ça parle beaucoup.
Hey, thank you so much, Llama. Enjoy the victory. See you day 2. And hey, if you can't wait to see more of the finals, if you're thinking we're just getting started, you're correct. Because we will be right back with more of the finals after this break.
Petite pause. Tac, on va reprendre ici. On a Dernier, Alliance, Vanguard. Là, on va avoir du gros gameplay là. Let's go. Donc là, on veut voir Alliance passer Et Nightmare, j'aime beaucoup Nightmare. Il méritait de gagner là, pour moi la PHL, voilà, je tiens à le dire. Nightmare, c'est pas à négliger. King 0 et Vanguard, donc on n'est pas tant que ça. Aussi RPK Drax, c'est exécuteur un peu quand même. Mais King 0, pas du tout. Pas vous mentir. Waouh, Carnifex, il prend un énorme kill là-dessus. Hein. Bon, il est mort juste après. Regardez, boum, Treason qui tue bien comme il faut. Treason est très très fort. Hein. C'est quoi l'arme qu'il a? Alliance c'est totalement mort, totalement wipe. Et c'est Nightmare qui ont le premier cash out. Nightmare, j'espère qu'ils n'auront pas les mêmes démons qu'ils ont eu pour la finale de la PHL, parce que je rappelle que s'ils n'ont pas réussi à gagner la PHL, c'est bien parce qu'ils n'ont pas réussi à se qualifier en cash out après leurs 2 qualifications d'affilée.
A bit of aggression onto Nightmare, who have had plenty of time to set up. Look at the Goo Fortress in the sky. This is one of the best things you can do in Sis Horizon. And we've seen plenty of Sis Horizon today, but we haven't seen so much of this. And yeah, this is what can be afforded to you if you have the time.
Yeah, and now we're going to be going in, forcing the point. Vanguard Gaming going to be using that dome, blocking off the doorway as well, but the line of sight is still there. Uni going to take a great line of sight. No steal comes out, and Drax is going to be under heavy fire as he gets reset. Executor going to be taken down by Gremlin. That SA-12 going to be the first time that we're seeing this, but Lasagna getting caught off guard with that Shaka. Doesn't find the kill, and that should be a guaranteed kill, but I mean, he has so much backup.
I had my doubts there about Nightmare. They looked like they were a little bit late to the party. Alliance coming in pink. With about 40 seconds left on this cash out, we throw out barricades and domes. No goo, but that's in the pockets of the medium. Then they go for that chase down, almost takes down Uni, just barely dodging that RPG. Palmer might be able to have a second go at this, but he has to get that red barrel out of the way. He does actually damage himself in the process. Runs around the corner, gets the winch off on Gremlin, but Gremlin is better. And Treason gets that refrag.
Qui se défonce la gueule avec Alliance là. Hein. Bon, on a King 0 et Nightmare qui ont les premiers plugs. Nightmare, je pense qu'ils vont le valider dans pas longtemps. Et qui en plus viennent de terminer Alliance. King 0 vont peut-être se faire out là, bah pas out mais ouais, non ça va hein. Danbao qui arrive à survivre, RPK qui est à 1 HP. Les snipers qui sont au complet. Et par contre, j'ai l'impression qu'ils vont valider ce cash out. Il doit pas rester beaucoup de temps. Je pense une petite vingtaine de secondes, même pas. Hop là. On a Nightmare et King 0 du coup qui ont les premiers cash out. Uni vient de mourir. Hein. Uni pour moi qui était un des meilleurs joueurs de Nightmare lors de la finale.
Yeah, a few trades coming out here, and yeah, Nightmare being wiped out isn't ideal for their situation, to say the least. Yeah, that 4th vault being tapped. Is our Pika and the rest of Vanguard Gaming watching over it as we stand with C back behind them. That is probably the aim. If the early gateway, oh, that's a devastating spawn. I don't know whether he spotted that, but Nightmare in the corner of your screen might be able to block that approach on C if they're very smart about it. Unfortunately, looks like we're hitting a bit of a technical issue, so we have a pause.
Encore une pause.
We do have King 0 waiting the approach from Alliance as well. I mean, Alliance had control.
On va avancer, hein, pas de problème par rapport à ça. Okay. Parfait. Bon, le premier plug boosté qui est planté par Vanguard Gaming. On va voir ce qu'il donne, on va voir ce qu'ils veulent. On va reculer un peu, on veut double. Non, on veut juste plug, my bad. Après, ce que je vais aux toilettes, ta team, parce que là, j'en peux plus. Envie de pisser. Ok, Alliance qui se fait terminer là. Hein. Alliance qui va peut-être se faire terminer au complet. C'est bien le cas. Et c'est ouais. King0 qui vont récupérer. Hein. Et ça va faire en sorte que ce soit très serré là. C'est très serré entre tout le monde. Non, c'est Nightmare qui ont récupéré. Ok. Là, ça va être en relais. C'est Nightmare et King0 qui ont volé. Ok. Bon, c'est les deux favoris, les deux premiers qui ont volé là. Et qui se valident. On prend vraiment une avance de fou furieux. Et là, même avec des 18 000 côté Alliance et Vanguard, ça va pas suffire. Il va falloir tenter de faire un double. Tenter de survivre.
Dome comes out to take the potential steal here, of course. Vanguard Gaming really want to flip this and get on the defense, and then they can kite away effectively, but really, it's just a case of steal it at the perfect moment now with 20 seconds left.
Et non, Executor, tu ne peux pas. Et là, du coup, Vanguard se fait exterminer.
They lose money on the wipe as well. It's just not working out for them. On the other side, we actually see Alliance successfully stealing here from King0, and Carnifex getting the kills to boot. King0 still 2 up, but where are they? I think that maybe there was a bit of a stagger going on there. Yes, there was. We can see the late coin back in as King0 lost that fight, and now they're squaring up against a full-strength Alliance. Nightmare have come in for maybe a last-second steal, but this has been winched out into the open, Sonsoyo.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be cutting down to the wire. I mean, Nightmare already has a huge advantage, and this would just, like, put them so far and above beyond these other teams. This is exactly what we were talking about in the analyst desk, but Nightmare now has the ability to target Alliance and kick them out of this lobby if they want to.
Bon, on a Nightmare du coup et Alliance premier, qui Alliance qui ont volé avec King0 du coup. Maintenant à voir, parce que là du coup on n'est pas à l'abri d'un 18K ou d'un double avec 36 000. Après quelqu'un vient de mourir, Alliance, j'ai l'impression qu'ils se sont réveillés là, ils se sont réveillés mécaniquement. Ils reviennent un peu dans la course. T'as envie d'avoir la position du 6, hein. Ça veut avoir la position du Volt. Bon, ça va aller plug hein, côté King0. Hop là, ah il a raté, ça vient de plug, magnifique. Direct, ils sont de l'autre côté, ils attendent juste Alliance. Ça veut griffe Alliance. Alliance contre Nightmare, ça c'est un combat de titan, un choc des titans. Sur unique qui se fait un peu péter la gueule, va mourir là-dessus. Carnifex c'est mort. Et ça tombe instantanément. C'est qui volait? C'est Vanguard qui est volé à King0. King0 vont envoyer un peu de réponse quand même. Ils vont réussir à le voler. Hein. Ils ont réussi à le voler Vanguard. Hein. Maintenant attention, il reste quelques secondes. Il n'y a plus qu'un seul cash-out. Maintenant tout le monde va le vouloir. Tout le monde va le vouloir parce que peu importe qui le prend là. Et qualifié, attends. Ouais c'est bon. Peu importe qui le prend là. Et bah il est qualifié. C'est trop important. Nightmare, ils ont bien raison de laisser Vanguard l'avoir. Hein. Nightmare, ils ont bien raison de griffe les autres pour laisser Vanguard l'avoir. Hein. Oh, mais c'est qui le vole là? Oh, c'est King0 qui l'ont volé. Magnifique. Alliance, ils vont tenter. Ils vont réussir. Non, ils ont raté. Non, ils ont pas stoppé. Il l'a eu. Oh, non, 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 ils l'ont pas arrêté. Ils l'ont arrêté, pardon. King0 qui a réussi à valider. Bon, je toi, je reviens.
King0, I mean, we've seen it with DRG. King0 now showing up to play. I mean, I have no word. The scoreboard's impeccable, but we're going to be heading back to Artie at the desk and Kelly. So, what do you have to say?
I said that we were going to be surprised by the Chinese teams. I said there's a reason Season 9 is all about Dragon Rising. We are seeing that right now. What a game, Kelly.
Absolutely. I think my heart almost stopped right there. But, you know, that's what we say about being here in the finals of the major. It's the best teams in the world. Anything can happen. This is, you know, 12-man lobby. And I think King0 absolutely deserved that if they played so well.
Yeah, I mean, Nightmare from the very beginning, they know how to control that macro. Zuki coaching behind the scenes, doing everything with this team, and Gremlin being a coach himself, knowing how to control that. You have Uni, you have Uni, you have the Light from NA in Nightmare. They just held that control, but over at the very end, it was Nightmare taking away Vault 6 from Alliance to prevent that plug and really just turn the entire tide in their favor. From there, fighting over that last cash out, Alliance had a kill race going. When Vanguard was in control of the box, they could just get a couple kills, but even then, Nightmare was decimating them and preventing that kill race from even happening. All the while, of course, here comes King0, and wow, I mean, Qingfu as well, just an incredible performance from a player that I don't have a lot of experience with. I mean, Kelly, this is unprecedented.
Bon, on va avancer un petit peu pour aller en finale. Hein, rien à foutre. Rien à foutre des commentateurs. On va voir du gameplay, nous. Ah. Flemme. Flemme des interviews maintenant. Bon, je peux avoir le jeu? Ok, c'est bon, parfait. Nightmare contre King0. On va voir ce que donne King0 en 1v1 contre Nightmare, en sachant que Nightmare sont très très forts hein, dans ce mode de jeu. On le rappelle qu'en finale, ils ont eu un genre perfect, littéralement, dans ce mode de jeu, donc le final round. Parce qu'ils ont 2-0 pour se qualifier du coup en phase 2 et ensuite ils ont 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 je crois. Ah, ils ont 2-0, ils ont en total pas perdu une seule manche en gros. Ça rajoute un 2-0 en plus je crois.
Slowly but surely, King0 are creeping forward in the flow of this fight, but we know it can get explosive very quickly. And there's the winch, but Gremlin comes out on top.
Allez, une pause.
That is devastating. We'll have to find out what's going on there.
Allez, on repart. Il y a quasiment eu 2 heures d'interlude entre les games. Hein. Parce que là, je suis à 2 heures de stream. Et que là, on a 4 heures de vidéo. Ça me fait rire.
King0 Nightmare, yet again another China versus NA matchup.
Yeah, and we're going to be going in. It looks like King0 also has a pretty good spawn again on this vault. They're going to have the opportunity to take this high ground. I do like this position. Going to be setting up that goo, going to catch them off guard. Uni going to be dashing up. This could be very deadly if a headshot comes out, but he's only going to take one and get away as we see Nightmare rotate in.
Yeah, completely different spawn for this time around. So a very different set of affairs, but King0 again have that advantageous spawn over the boxes. Once again, Nightmare's prerogative to try and find the opening. Now, there are options. King0 could go left or right to try and plug this, but again, caught out. Just
wesh la dernière, excuse-nous. Excuse-nous de mettre ces bastos.
Down a player at the hands of the repeater, and in comes all the damage. Gremlin knows when a fight is swinging his way. He goes full sending it with that SA-12, and Dan Bao
juste se suicider un côté King0 Pour revive ensemble. Bon, Uni son équipe qui vont plug. Vous allez pas faire un petit table pour voir le score par hasard? Attendez, là c'est le troisième cash out. Mémoire.
Yeah, we can see now Uni getting that plug. Nightmare setting up the defenses. They've managed to find quite a number of orange barrels here to guard against. Lasagna is out doing recon. He might get caught short here. He has thrown a gateway. No, in fact, that's the KZ gateway. And Lasagna's just been left out to dry here. The rest of Nightmare need to close down, and they've done that just about successfully. Uni finding the opening frag of the engagement. King Fu finding that trade back, but Uni gets it again. Dambao last alive. Only the light doesn't really have much of a.
Du coup, j'ai l'impression que King Zero vont se faire tuer. Hein. À moins que. Oh, il a plus de balles. Uni n'a plus de balles, dommage. Donc Gremlin peut-être. Arrière la team. Là vous. Bon, ils n'ont pas vu. Du coup c'est toujours pour Nightmare à la possession. Ça ne change rien. C'est fait.
They have a great opportunity to set up their offense. They have a minute left to strategize and push again on top of Nightmare. But I'm surprised they didn't take out Lasagna.
The fact that we had to deal with a player called Someone back in the closed qualifiers, and now we've been thrown a player called Again.
Yeah.
All right, this is a caster's nightmare.
They're right.
Here we are, though. Only about 40 seconds left to defend on this cash out. KZ have really one more chance at this first box. And this is a very close defense here by Nightmare. They're gambling on being able to maybe fall out of that window. Use the RPG to drop it. Zero taking their time. Here they go, though.
Yeah, they're going to be rotating around. Only 30 seconds left. They do want to try and regroup on this high ground, using that Vanish Bomb to maybe make their approach. A big C4 on that defense. Again, going to be taken out. And now we're going to be approaching this
Maintenant qu'il y en a un en moins en face, comment vont-ils le faire? Ils vont faire en sorte qu'il y en a deux en moins en face. Maintenant, comment vont-ils le faire? Ils vont tuer le troisième, hein? J'ai l'impression que ça se fait démolir à la côté là. King 0 1. King 0 à 1v1, ça passe à 1. Là, ça a du mal là. On va leur laisser du temps, hein, mais là pour le moment, c'est low. Ça se fait détruire par Nightmare qui réussit vraiment à prendre la différence.
Exactly, that's the real impact that this weapon can make. It's a bit of a skill check, but we know that Lasagna can easily pass that check.
Here we go, an RPG in sight, gonna do some big damage on that medium, winching him in. What a catch!
Excellent. That's a quick line and sinker, and he follows it up with a second. Lasagna getting the credit with the kill on again, and Dambao left to scramble again. They have 2 coins, but they'd rather get the full reset as a team, so Nightmare get to choose their objective, and they're going to head straight to A, the nearest option. Now, this is an interesting one. We will see potentially a winch out into the open, depending on how Gremlin and co want to play this, but no, it looks like they're playing vertical. They're not even going to be playing for drop here, as it stands, just want the high ground.
Yeah, I do think that SA-12 is probably a little bit better when you don't winch it outside. It offers you that close-range battle, but you're also fighting up against an SA-12 yourself. So with that CB1 repeater, it really just comes down to preference.
On a été en deuxième plug. Hein. Parce que là, pas surprenant, pas mentir. Tout ce que j'ai vu depuis le début, pas surprenant du tout.
And wait for them to come across that road, but that's not what's happening.
All things considered, it's actually very similar loadouts across both teams. They're even running the exact same light loadouts with that Vanishing Bomb, and that's something that King Zero will look to utilize right about now as they're crouch walking in to the corner, but they have been spotted by Uni doing some very useful recon work. That's the kind of play that doesn't show up on a stat line. 30 seconds or so, or rather a minute left or so on this box, and they managed to find some very fortunate goo canisters to assist them on this steal. But here comes the attempt.
That was insane. Did you see that? They blew the C4 up, went in the corner.
Oh, mais ils essaient de voler là. OMG. Ils vont réussir. Non, ils se sont pétés la gueule. Et là, t'as du heal contre le mec. T'as du heal sur le mec que tu essaies de tuer. Donc là, ouais. Nightmare, c'est trop fort. Nightmare, c'est trop fort.
And Nightmare had the high ground.
We've seen flashes of brilliance from King Zero so far, but it's fair to say that Nightmare are dominating this so far. This is a decent attempt, and maybe with a a few better shots or maybe a better exit strategy, they could have managed it. They were only, what, a second or two off flipping that box, but really the problem was the follow-up fight. Look at this, very nice spawn manipulation from Nightmare, managing to trap King Zero in that corner, and they're letting the timer do the work for them. Gremlin doesn't even need to move, he knows that Sis Horizon is theirs. Nightmare do it in just the 2 cash outs. They put themselves up 1 map. North America looking pretty solid so far.
Yeah, I mean, Nightmare's looking very, very strong. There was one time where I thought maybe their positioning was a little bit lacking. Lasagna did get caught off guard up on that high ground, maybe trying to poke them away, keep them at bay, but they just jumped right on top of them. But fortunately enough, he had that goo in hand and was able to rotate out, and I mean, they cool, calm, collected for Nightmare.
It was a brilliant game, but we have a couple of people on our desk that are ready to break it down for you. Ardy, Kelly, take it away. Or not. Or I'll have a little bit more of a chat. I just threw Ardy under the bed.
Bon, à la game 2 maintenant.
This was a moment that was rather puzzling. Was Dambao winning that fight up against Uni.
On va avancer un petit peu parce que j'arrive pas à voir si c'est du replay ou pas dans la barre de player. Let's go. Deuxième game Nightmare contre King Zero.
It's been amazing
On va
to
voir.
see that as well, but as we go in Vault 1 yet again.
Uni switching on to his favorite M11 as well. I love to see him on this. He is a literal nightmare when it comes to just being a wasp. When I think of the M11, I think of Uni. I don't know about you, but here we go. This is an interesting crossfire that's being left here. Dambao deciding to stay out across the road.
On a des bons dégâts là sur Uni, mais non, il peut pas réussir à tuer. Ok, on arrive à le tuer là. Lasagna est mort. Par contre, Gremlin a réussi à prendre son 1v1. Et Uni qui arrive à prendre un kill. Attention, c'est 2v2. Uni qui va peut-être réussir à venir en support. Kill son mate ensuite. Donc là bas. Nightmare qui réussira à prendre le fight, à gagner le fight.
Spot for them because they have to cross that void area. It is a little bit of a hike. However, they're going to just gate pad all the way over there, get this plug in, but King Zero spawning back in right on their tails, basically. They could potentially take their own gateway.
They could, it's an option, and we've seen perhaps slightly slower setups established on here being punished, but yeah, that's exactly what happens as Chingfu manages to catch the back of Uni, and now we've got a 2 versus 3 here. Gremlin looking to do some damage control. Lasagna opens it up with a kill on Chingfu. They've evened out the difference, and these shots aren't all landing. Dambao manages to find Gremlin. 1 versus 3 now as that res comes out, and Lasagna, well, they've really squandered that Vault fight early on. They had to throw it away to buy themselves time. I can't believe that Nightmare was so slow on the transit.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible fight. I don't know if it was just coincidence, but we saw again grab a body. It blocked like 2 or 3 of Gremlin's shots, and again just was able to clutch out the fight at 1 HP against Gremlin, which really swung it in their favor.
Dambao now getting set up. This is something we've seen him do a couple of times now on the Zomi. It seems like they're very keen to have the light on this off angle, far away from the cash box, maybe forcing the spawns as well is part of this, but we can see now that has worked. Nightmare have spawned out in that far side and have to cross, well, any number of roads to try and get here. We see that gate pad being done behind cover, and that's worked decently well enough for Nightmare as they cross without too much pain, and they're in the building safely, but they are split up.
Yeah, and this puts Dambao in a pretty precarious situation, as well as Nightmare. Do they go after that light, or do they try and take the 2v1? But Uni beams him with that M11 to solve their own problems, but Chingfu now going to take a big
Bon, par contre, là, j'en parle pas assez, mais il y a King Zero qui a le plug, hein. Et qui avait le plug, hein. Qui avait la possession. Là, ils viennent de se faire buter, mais c'est rien. Là, ils ont réussi à voler la du coup Nightmare. Et on va voir si King Zero arrive à faire quelque chose. Parce que là, la map est différente. J'étais dans mes pensées. Du coup, j'ai rien dit. Mais là, ils avaient réussi à plug. On va voir ce que ça donne.
Yeah, and look at this. Lasagna just going to pad back to his group. He's going to be manipulating a little bit of the spawns there, forcing them actually pretty far away. They're going to have the same approach, but can he make it? Bao does get RPG taken out by Gremlin, and another RPG getting answered, but no damage coming out from King Zero. They're kind of scrapping in the whole crumbling building, coming down right now and tries to end up getting that kill, but Lasagna and Gremlin just dishing out too much damage.
Another very convincing fight for Nightmare. And, I think that puts King Zero at, what, 2-1 team fights across these two maps so far. Yeah, Nightmare really just taking it in their stride so far. Got a quick replay of that, and you can see Gremlin going down. Look at that.
And the destruction of the building just crumbling. I mean, it's so much chaos. I mean, Gremlin did a great job at following up on that entry damage, getting that RPG down, taking out Bao as well. I mean, that just swung the fight in their favor. But yet again, now they have to cross this void and make their approach as they may... Nightmare may take advantage of this damage that they just got.
This is over a vault for the time being. Nightmare deciding to hold high ground, but they do have a read. You can see from those pings on where King Zero are. Uni once again taking this off angle. Two very similar lights, it would seem. They like to kind of separate from their team. So a bit of a mirror match at play here.
Yeah, definitely. Uni playing a little bit closer than Bao as well. Bao loves to just flank so far away from his team, create those crossfire situations on the way, and Bao just sitting up on this high ground, potentially getting some big damage on Lasagna, but doesn't find the pick. Jump pad as well coming out, and does get the pick on Lasagna. That's going to be huge on this vault fight, swing the fight in their favor. But now, even still, they are on the low ground with Uni up on high ground. Gremlin just sitting tight up in that building. Going to try and find an advantage and swing the fight in Nightmare's favor. They just need one pick to even things out.
Both teams banking on that light flank, doing damage on Stamao that comes out on top. Jingfu now just needs to stay alive, and they need to ride this advantage home. Uni dealt a lot of damage, but again, taken out instead. The 2 versus 2 issues. Gremlin and Uni get both of them. Dambao having to back on up as that res came through, making it briefly a 2 versus 1, but...
Ah, si je commande pas, si je dis rien, bon. Parce qu'il n'y a pas grand chose à dire. Hein. À part que King Zero se font péter la gueule.
Yeah,
exactly. Une violence.
They need to get that pick, follow it up with either moving the vault or just collapsing on the 2 members of Nightmare left back up. It's insane to see that they didn't get that pick.
Pas grand chose à dire en vrai de vrai.
You know, whenever they get that pick, they follow up, and King Zero just maybe it's nerves, maybe it's aura from Nightmare, maybe it's good positioning. I say that as Uni once again gets caught mid-vault transit and has to bail himself out, this time with that vanishing bomb, but that means it's no longer available for their engage. So
on est possiblement sur le dernier volt hein, de ce final round.
Again, winched but not down. Manages to survive. Lasagna though picking up the final hit with that repeater. Not often you see that. The RPG comes out a huge one, massive damage onto Jingfu. Gremlin finishes him off, and it's only Dambao left, the light here, who has plugged the box despite the ensuing fight.
Okay.
That is not something you often see in the Western meta. They really backed themselves there, but Nightmare getting the easy steal in return.
Yeah, and Bao just hanging on and getting that res. He did get that stop, bought his team a little bit of time, but overall, Nightmare's going to be able to get that flip and win these fights. We need to see a little bit more teamwork collapsing on the picks and damage that they get. Nightmare's just doing a phenomenal job at recuperating, and now this fight's going to be breaking out some big damage from the M11. Going to be shooting at that range. Uni's known for his recoil control, known for that weapon as well. I mean, it's just fantastic to see, but Qingfu going to eat an RPG as Nightmare rotates out. I don't think they want to take a big fight right now if they don't have to on the low ground.
It's really funny watching the 2 versus 2 and the 1 versus 1 continually happen. You've got the heavies and mediums sticking together, and then sometimes Uni just wants to take a fight on Dambao and vice versa. Qingfu being caught alone though without the help of his medium, and they both go down in a heap. That is Gremlin and Lasagna operating as a twosome. Once again, Uni wins his one against the light, and they are absolutely diffing King Zero right now. Pulling that box out into the open.
Voilà, il n'y a aucun suspense.
It's as good
Il n'y a
as done.
aucun
They
suspense.
just need to hold on against the potential last-second dash from King Zero.
Yeah, Nightmare is looking just way too strong and way too dominant. I mean, we've been saying it over and over again. They are probably the team to watch, especially in this match. It's just going to be no opportunity for King Zero to make their approach. I don't even think they're going to be able to get on it in time.
They might be able to. There is time. They're going to try.
Maybe got it on in time, but
the goo, the winch, everything that comes.
Et non, ils ont pas le temps. Ils se font défoncer la gueule. Bon. Je vais pas attendre l'interview, je vais pas vous mentir, j'ai un peu la flemme. Directement au prochain cash out. Avec 3 équipes européennes. Là on est pour GNG la team. Là on est pour Genji. Ah, il y a un bug.
Qualifying and now we are, do not worry.
And difficult way to get here. They're feeling very, very good. But as we wait, it's going to be a very intense match coming in. I think there might be a third party as we get unpaused here going into this and throwing that box over to A.
Oh, they're going for an
quick engagement, taking out with the revolver, normalized. Huge damage, Lamp following up. What an aggressive jump.
They use that timeout very effectively. You could see the hard.
J'ai dit de la merde en plus, c'est pas 3 équipes européennes, c'est SSG, ISM, là c'est Europe contre NA en gros. En gros de gros.
Look at that engage. I mean, Genji had no chance. They barely even did any damage in response. I think, look, Lamp left with like, I think he took like 20 damage in that hole.
Yeah, I mean, that was fantastic. Using the time to your advantage. I mean, it's exactly what a good team does. But now they're going to be setting up their defense up onto this Izzle Mall building. But we go over to Izzle on the other side of the map. It's going to be Ape Squad on the defense, going to be rotating around, kiting away from TSM as they make their approach.
You see the C4 detonated on the point. There's a glitch to disable it, and now it gets detonated regardless. Drops 2 floors. The goo comes out. Vision's needing to protect himself, but he can't do it. This is TSM in a bit of a trap. As Ape Squad has laid that
TSM se font péter la gueule par Ape Squad.
Arco with the backstab, and they might be able to do this. We see the reds coming out from Krieger Blue. Manda gets back. I mean, Krieger Blue follows up with the kill onto Apollo. 1 versus 2 here as Arco manages to finish
Ouais,
him off.
TSM, est-ce que Arco peut le faire contre Manda? Ah bah non, il a raté sa balle.
And that should seal the deal for Ape Squad, who now only have about 20 seconds left to defend their cash out. No one near them. Space Station in the meantime.
Genji qui se font péter la gueule.
Yet again.
We didn't even have time to look at that fight. It was just so quick. SSG with an amazing defense. 1 minute left on their cash out. It looks like Ape Squad's going to be locking this one down. No opportunity to get it.
They're just sipping their cocktails. They are so happy to
They got bananas and coconuts. Very fitting for them.
Yeah, very relaxing side of the map over here on Hospital, if you can manage to defend it. And they've done so excellently. So Ape Squad and Space Station Gaming, again, the 2 North American sides stepping up here. No, that's not true. Ape Squad are, of course, a European side. Come on, yes, let's get some hype for EU.
But now we're going to be, I thought they might be looking for a third party with that 30 seconds left, but they're just going to use that time to rotate that vault over to the next. Keep the match moving forward. Maybe the stagger might be bigger.
Bon, Ape Squad vont valider le premier cash out. Maintenant, c'est SSG qui vont le valider, je pense.
Someone is on the box though, but they get beamed down. Nolix gets taken out from above on Genji, but now it looks like TSM going in for a big fight. They do get a situation in a 3v2, and Ape Squad looking pretty good right now.
Damn, yeah, they're actually winning every fight they come up against, whether it's I mean, it's pretty much always been TSM. At this point, they're winning a lot of fights against TSM. Let's see how they stack up against the rest of the lobby. Maybe we won't even get to that point. It could be a situation where Space Station just avoid Ape Squad for the entirety of the match. But we get the pass started over here.
T'as un plug côté Ape Squad.
On C, and they get the opportunity to set up the defense. What are Genji up to? That's my question. They're definitely chasing the game here with no money to their name.
Yeah, and this is a very 3v3 heavy game so far. This is a little bit out of the ordinary. Typically, this is going to be the moment that defines the match. The second box, whether a team gets a lead here, determines how that last box is going to be played out, whether people play slow. But we're going to be going in with Genji, taking a little bit of damage now. With SSG getting that plug, going to have to make their approach.
Some good movement there to get into position, but the Genji are right above Space Station, who go for an immediate drop, 1 floor. They need to be able to drop it a second. This might require an RPG to come out, and in fact, that stick almost successful, but now the guns come alive as the fight can begin. Genji getting the kills as well. It's only normalized left up. He has the defib to his name, but there's no chance. But in come TSM with the third party, and just when Gen.G thought they were having a moment to claw their way back into this game,
Gen.G n'y arrive pas là. Hein.
TSM will steal this from right under their nose.
Ils se font noyer là. Hein.
This is going to even things up for TSM. Look at the scoreboard. I mean, with the amount of kills that SSG has, they're still looking pretty good despite that wipe, but the fight breaks out between the reset of Gen.G. They still need to get Nollyx back up, but TSM is going to be able to set up a pretty strong defense, rotate out, and regroup as they look to play this drop, TPing back up to this high ground as well. So they have a pretty good look down on this.
C4 should be back online as well as the RPG. A fully stocked TSM defense ready to hold for the time being. The question is, what are these parties doing? We see Gen.G deciding to go for C instead. PlayStation Gaming are also involved as Ape Squad needs to defend against two squads, and thankfully they're taking bites out of each other. Gen.G getting plenty of kills. Manda, the last alive on the side of Ape Squad, though, means that he's got a lot to do here against the 3-stack of Space Station Gaming. Going for this
kill. Oh là, ça vole. Ça vole côté SSG. Ah, ça s'est fait péter la gueule. Ok. Ah, Gen.G sont encore morts. C'est bizarre pour Gen.G. Ça peut tenter un 18K pour un 36K pour Gen.G. On peut arriver en finale avec un petit griff, petite aide de Ape Squad. Peut-être.
That being said, it's really only Gen.G and Ape Squad that would favour a double on this final point, so it might not be as chaotic as some cash-outs we see. A lot of decisions being made here between all the teams. Do we go for 6? Do we go for 5? Do we maybe try and block an objective? Ape Squad, of course, have control of the whole affair. It looks like they're actually positioning themselves on B to block Hospital.
Alors, seule chance à Gen.G, c'est de faire un double. Qu'est-ce qu'ils vont faire? Je sais pas. Ils vont réussir à le faire. Pour le moment, c'est pas le cas. Pepel est mort. csgo est mort. Ouais.
It's just got to be one more, but Ape Squad coming in to deny SSG from getting this box and Grad down at 1 bar. Will they collapse in on this very, very hurt Grad?
That was Ape Squad taking a shot.
Ça va plein de temps en B, j'ai l'impression.
Maybe hoping to get a cheeky kill. They came close, but now Space Station Gaming aware of the fact that Ape Squad could meet them on the other side of this divide. Of course, Space Station need to get this plug, and they need to get it soon to have any control in the game. They're going to dive straight in, drop that vault to go for the full engage. Miss Winch, that could be costly for Lamp as they lose health in the process as well. Ape Squad holding firm. In goes Manda, he gets melted by Lamp, and it's a 3 versus 2. Almost down goes Krieger Blue, but he wins the fight against Grad, 2 versus 2, and he gets his... No, he doesn't get his teammate up. Where is that defib from Krieger Blue? There is back to a 3 versus 3, Sensoya.
And there goes Red Fox. He's thrown that box away. Will it respawn? It's going to
be coming back to this
hospital area on Izzle, but Manda finds the winch, but gets taken out by an elbow, and Normalize is going to be the last one left. He knows he has to get the plug. His teammates calling out, we just need to make sure this goes in, because that's exactly what they're looking for. Over on the other side of the map, it looks like Gen.G's making their approach on TSM, and this is not what Ape Squad wants. They're going to have to spawn back in, maybe find a third party, but
ok, Gen.G peut peut-être réussir à le faire. Non, ils sont fait cancel.
And there goes Arco going to be taken out. Nollyx as well, and it looks like a 1v1 situation. Apollo versus Takey Joe. Who's going to win it? A little bit of a lull in the fight, trying to find those resets, but Apollo, I mean, he doesn't have to push. Like you said, he has an extra man on the team. That's called defense.
Light versus light, and it does look as though Gen.G have managed to find a situation where they can get a player up.
Il va réussir, il va arriver.
Coined back in afar. We have a 2 versus 3.
Est-ce qu'ils peuvent le voler là? Ça va tenter de le voler là. Tout le monde est relais. Ah, pas que là, mais il y a quelqu'un à côté. J'ai pas l'impression, non. Dommage. Ça va être TSM, je pense, CSG. Hein. Avec soit ils ont besoin de voler l'autre. Regardez, ils sont tout seuls. Il y a plus qu'un membre chez Ape Squad là. On va devoir utiliser un coin tous. Leur dernier coin.
but we see Red Fox's team, Ape Squad, going to be making their approach. This could be a beautiful third party.
TSM do not want to face Space Station in that final three versus three if they can avoid it. If they steal here, then it goes to Ape Squad. We don't know whether Space Station Gaming will have an eye on this steal close enough. They have to deal with so many bodies. Look at this. It's bouncing. Everyone's just bouncing around this. Colors all over my screen. Right 7 seconds. It's Krieg Blue stealing, but he's denied by Lamp. That is Space Station Gaming denying.
Ils arrivent à voler, non, il n'y a personne qui a volé. SSJ contre TSM donc.
American squads square up in a 3 versus 3. Wow, that game was just insane. The lead that the EU team had, Ape Squad in the
Hey, over with right now. This moment they hit.
It is real.
Avance un petit peu pour voir ce qui se passe. Ah, c'est pas le problème. Attendez, je regarde. Je regarde.
All right, get back here. Okay, so, you know, we should maybe talk about the game, but I want to talk about the drip.
Yeah.
The glasses.
Yeah.
The headband.
You see that?
It's
more powerful. The love power.
It's the power of love. That makes a lot of sense. All right. So you lost the cash out, but it's not over yet.
No, it's not over. We come back. Don't worry.
Come back over. Okay. So the fans are gonna see you again.
We just want to play more, you know.
You just want to play more. That makes a lot of sense. Hey, Pakolem, thank you so much. All right, give it up for Pakolem.
Ça me fait voir rire.
What an energetic fella. What a lot of energy that man has. I'm jealous. Anyway, another man with a lot of energy is Ardi. Let's go back to the casters, the stage.
Ça me fait voir rire. Pakolem, c'est vraiment un monstre. C'est vraiment un monstre.
Thank you. I really love the energy from Pakolem. I mean, honestly, for Gen G, they've been through so much. One of the continuers.
So.
Bon, moi je veux le dernier cash out du coup. Le dernier cash out, le dernier final round. C'est un peu trop loin. Oh, c'est fine, parfait. Ouais, ils sont sneaky, SSJ. Donc là c'est du pur NA, hein. Là c'est SSJ contre TSM.
Lamp just popping into existence there, and Apollo not too happy with the number of guns straight in his direction. He's met an early grave. Lamp finds visions as well, and now Arco, it's only a matter of time. Grad cleans him up. I think I did manage to collect normalize in that, but it's a cold comfort as a very quick opening vault fight goes the way of SSG.
Yeah, and already setting up that gateway to rotate that box. I don't even think SSG took that much damage in that fight. Just taking out Apollo so quickly. Vision's getting beamed by Grad as well. I mean, Grad just dishing out so much damage. Unfortunately, though, Normalize does get taken out in that replay.
It was just perfect focus fire and target priority.
Très bien. Donc SSJ on le plug. Je connais pas trop TSM pour être honnête. Je sais que SSJ c'est très fort. Maintenant à voir si TSM arrive à revenir à avoir le niveau pour les battre. Je me rappelle pas trop de leur pseudo. Après les pseudos, vous savez, tout ce qui est nom et trucs, tout ça à retenir là, du mal de base. J'ai besoin de me rappeler d'action de ces joueurs, ou d'action d'une équipe, de performance. Il est mort. Il était dans tous les cas le dernier en vue, donc... Ils font ça à chaque fois, TSM, ils vont pas réussir à battre SSJ, hein, moi je le dis. C'est la bagarre dans le bâtiment. Ah d'accord, c'était le replay. MDR. MDR, ils ont mis en replay 4K HD le suicide. Des bâtards.
Yeah, and this is going to be very difficult. Like you said, there's only a few ways. A lot of teams try and just gate pad all the way across. But now Lamp's going to be dropping down, maybe putting a little bit too much pressure on them, and he's going to be taken very, very low. But Grad just, I mean, that aim is incredible with that roll. He's just fantastic. Lamps does also find the
pick on SSJ réussit à tuer TSM encore une fois.
chat to his teammates after that.
Je crois que TSM c'est mort pour le premier cash out.
From Space Station Gaming on that defense, but
je pense qu'ils l'ont validé, ils ont même pas besoin de le cover. Ils vont s'avancer un peu plus sur la map pour voir le prochain Volt.
Getting that early pick would have been amazing for TSM, but unfortunately, Grad just like popping off on that high ground.
1v2.
1v2.
And he also got some damage off on the heavy in the middle of that. So very impressed by Grad holding the high ground. It works out for them. Visions is a bit separated from his team. Nope, they do regroup, and the tap is actually available to Space Station Gaming, but they're not going to make it as it would give away the position. Instead decide to surface to the top of this tower. This is still a good position though for TSM to hold from, and I think Space Station Gaming they're just sort of wondering how they're going to approach this defense of the Vault from TSM.
Yeah, and look at Grad just getting caught out, so separated from his team, but he loves taking those off angles. He loves normalizing Lamp, kind of controlling the map, controlling the damage output for their team, kind of eating it all up, while just Grad it just does so much damage, dishing it out in the back.
Grad looking for maybe a solo play here with that invis bomb in his hands. Normalize and Lamp now decide the time has come. They swing that door open, find themselves a glitch barrel. The winch
ok, ça hook. Grad qui prend un kill, Lamp qui prend un deuxième kill, Grad qui prend un troisième kill, vous avez vu ou pas? Genre, ça les a explosés, mais c'est même pas serré. C'est même pas serré. Genre, je pense que ça va être un 2-0 sec, hein. En vrai de vrai. C'est pas serré.
Visions and Arco, Grad just always there, always there.
Everyone on SSG got maximum value from whatever they had in their hands at that given. Like, not a single shot missed, not a single gadget misplaced. That's how you win team fights soundly, especially with TSM holding a good defensive ground there. The cash box toppled over and plugged by SSG there. Deciding to work out how they're going to defend this. I feel like this cash box doesn't appear that often, and they will have their strap for it. Fortunately, a very well practiced map amongst the pros. TSM wondering how they're going to approach this. Big jump pad in the middle of this building, of course, is an option. It looks as though they're starting with a crouch walk up the stairs, and of course that does cost you a lot of time.
Yeah, it's going to cost them a lot of time. The benefit is the footstep audio is taken to a minimum, but now they're just like full sprinting up here, maybe trying to catch someone off guard. The mantles are silent, however, so even if you're crouching, mantling, those are like the two quiet things. They did catch them, but no winch in sight. We saw the medium kind of peak first, and now SSG is just gone.
Yeah, and this is some good kiting from SSG. They've already bought themselves about half the timer on that cash
Comme j'ai ma rétrospective Twitch qui est arrivée.
Of course, this being a fantastic cash out that you can delay so many layers of.
On pourra le regarder après, si vous voulez.
Chewed through though, as TSM force out that C4. Another layer down. I believe that's on the ground floor at this point. So it's all about the gun skill, and maybe TSM forcing the point, bringing Space Station Gaming into a position of power.
And we're going to be dropping down. The glitch comes out, but nothing really happens. Both these teams just kiting away. We see the explosive fight yet again. We see Normalize also being taken out. Apollo drops as well. And Grad also eliminated. It looks like TSM has a great advantage. 30 seconds left. They have a great opportunity to take out Lamp. But now they're isolated. Lamp finds that 1v1 and almost takes out Arco.
We know that Lamp has that clutch potential in him, but Arco as well.
Bon, TSM, premier team fight qui gagne. Ok.
Definitely favored as TSM as a team did some excellent work to bring it down to 3v1.
Est-ce que je pense qu'ils vont gagner? Non. Mais ils ont le droit de bounce back un petit peu dans la game et de s'adapter. Ils ont le droit d'essayer de se débattre un petit peu. Ils peuvent nous offrir un bon BO. Pourquoi pas?
Virtually the same spot that Vault 2 was in, interestingly, and it means that, yeah, they've managed to get a decent spawn. They play, again, in this same spot, defending the high ground, but this time TSM also have high ground, and we've got a bit of a battle across the building. Sector 1 looking across to SSG.
On va faire que le day 1 aujourd'hui, hein, je vais pas vous mentir, je vais même pas regarder le stream B. J'ai pas assez le temps.
All of the radio antennas go down, maybe CNS involved there. Don't
En train de réfléchir là, j'ai pas assez le temps.
That they aren't a part of.
Déjà, par rapport à ce qu'il y a après, on va regarder.
The box is in the hands of Normalized for the time being, but they need to get a clean route across, and TSM are kind of screening all the available objectives as it stands.
Yeah, SSG knows and has played this situation time and time again with the cash outs at the backs of TSM. They're just going to play slow, force them in. They want to take an advantage fight. This game is just so explosive, and the small, minute advantages, especially if your team is together, as these pros are, it's just the fight in their favor just heavily.
Carrefour là-bas. Ça fait des petits 1v1 de longue distance comme ça entre lights.
But gonna opt to pick it up himself and just wait again.
And you may think that little duel between the lights across the buildings feels a little bit meaningless, but if one of them can land a little triple burst headshot or something, it puts the other team so far back on the pace here. That matters for this engage, but as it stands very even, this building may be a little bit unusual. This is not what Apollo was expecting to see when he got up to the top. Destruction, the dynamism of the game rearing its head. Look at this, Space Station Gaming, they're saying,
On s'est pris des grosses bastos à côté TSM. Est-ce que SSG vont réussir à capitaliser dessus? Non, pour le moment non. Pas du tout même. Oh, on a trouvé quelqu'un. Est-ce qu'on va réussir à le tuer? Est-ce qu'on va réussir à le tuer? Ouais, Normalize est mort. Aucun trade kill. C'est bizarre là pour SSG. Il fera des morts. C'est très bizarre pour SSG. On va arriver à 6 tranquille, c'est fine en vrai.
Get the team back up. TSM managing to nab that third cash box. They will take it to C. They have to get straight back on the defense though. It's Space Station Gaming. They don't have a zip line to work with. Very smartly taken out by TSM on their approach to this objective.
And now this basically seems like a very similar situation as to last point. It's just like a spawn camp essentially, but instead of that, they got reset over across that void. And we need a strong... There's no defense. They're not defending it.
They're allowing it. They wanted to play. They wanted to fall back, it seemed. That was a conscious decision by TSM.
Yeah.
Maybe they're feeling as though those kinds of engagements are typically going Space Station Gaming's way, and they want to instead just hold the high ground and wait for TSM to come to them, take an unfair fight on this building rather than try and play the long-range poke game.
Yeah, just sitting up on this high ground, invis pad coming the way of Lamp, getting a big witch and Normalize finishing him off. But Apollo Vision's gonna be taking out Arco at 1 HP. 1v1. Can he find the 1v1? He has the head glitch advantage and the revolver.
Oh, il a raté. Arco Racing Clutch. Attendez, parce que là, ça redistribue les cartes là. Ça redistribue les cartes. Parce que là, TSM on plug. SSG sont en infériorité positionnelle et en position de possession aussi. Une position et possession. Maintenant, est-ce qu'ils vont réussir à avoir une bonne attaque? Parce que là, depuis quelques teamfights, ils n'arrivent plus à rien gagner du tout en fait. C'est un peu l'ambiance.
They've practiced this time and time again. They basically only need to get one stall because SSG is going to go in, goo everything up, and force the point. They will have that C4 above them to drop down, maybe try and get a win share. They have a great line of sight on it, but SSG's on it, holding it and riding it, but they do fall off, and it looks like TSM can secure this.
SSG qui prend un kill, 2 kills. Respect TSM. Oh, c'est bien bien. Allez, c'est fini.
TSM Insurgent Space Station shaken. Maybe that rocket isn't going to be going straight to the moon because TSM have already gone one map up in this best of 3.
Yeah, that is not what we expected, especially at the start of that round. SSG was looking undefeatable, and they made a crazy adaptation, crazy runbacks. And look, Arco, 10 kills.
That is unreal. It's exactly what we sensed. You know, that doesn't surprise me based on the game that he just had. TSM really being put on the back of their life. But I mean, that's not to say that the rest of the team were bad. Like, they were operating so well as a unit.
Yeah, I think they realized what they needed to do. They made those adaptations. This was basically the turning point right here on this box. They needed to clutch this one out because it was so close, and then the momentum just kind of swung in their favor. They did a great job at recuperating in this fight right here, really clutching out Arco. I mean, we've been talking about it. It's amazing.
Now, the thing about TSM is that watching this, we know that they are a team that can aim, and our only question was, can they get the macro? Can they get the game sense? They've absolutely worked on that, and now look at this. Some big scalps to their name.
Bon, les prochaines games, s'il vous plaît.
Gaming, what do they do here? Not just on the 93R, but on the 93R in
Je veux bien.
the cloak coming out in the light for the second map of this best of 3.
And I do think that's a pretty good pick because lights have fantastic head glitches. If you can just basically run across these railways and just sneak your way around, you have a pretty good head glitch prep for you.
There's no better map for gargoyling than one with a cathedral. I suppose Monaco also has a cathedral. So
yeah.
That might be a good... In fact, that is a really good map for gargoyling as well. Yeah. There's a theme there. Here we go. Space Station Gaming, they've managed to find themselves a glitch barrel, which is quite nice for the early engagement. But they don't know where TSM is just yet. They've got a vague notion looking out in that direction. Apollo closing the gap quite quickly. He wants to get an early winch hit.
Yeah, and we're going to be going in, dropping down to the low ground, but we see Grab getting a pretty good off angle, but that Dome just denying that space. RPG C4.
Apollo, il a fait la triplette NDR. Il a triplé, il a tué tout le monde Apollo NDR.
They're riding the high of the last map. That felt more like momentum than anything else I've seen today.
Par contre là, TSM ils sont dans un momentum de fils de pute. Hein. Vraiment. Genre, yo, ils ont pas perdu un seul teamfight depuis le début.
And we can expect the gateway to come up to ferry this over very soon. Visions and Apollo getting set up as soon as possible. They want to get some goo out. They want to get some power positions in play. We've seen them really price that height. They now know that Space Station Gaming are very near.
Au début, je pensais que SSJ c'était vraiment devant, mais là, TSM ils reviennent vraiment bien. C'est juste SSJ qui s'effondre, hein, mais vraiment c'est TSM qui joue bien, je trouve. Ok, SSJ, ils ont eu un kill. Hein. La total contest, on a vu Apollo. Il reste plus qu'Apollo, là ils le savent. Ils ont envie d'aller le chercher quand même. Apollo va peut-être essayer de revive. Ça veut le cancel, on va aller récupérer le cash out tout de même. Apollo revive vision. Il va peut-être revive Arco aussi je pense. Arco il a quand même. Du coup ça va réagresser.
They are taking their time. They are grabbing high ground. It's sort of a theme now for TSM. No matter what, they want to try and find that ground. And this is a decent building to approach from. It's one that Space Station Gaming have conceded willingly. They're actually playing very close to the cash out with about 40 seconds left on that timer. The invis engage is not as fruitful as TSM might have hoped, but they do spy an RPG opportunity. Doesn't quite do the damage, unfortunately. Down comes the dome, and in return, there's the winch. Who wins that minigame? The heavy 1 versus 1. Not going either way, but Lamp takes out Visions in the process. That is a defib down, the medium lost on the side of TSM. Apollo spent. Now Arco left alive in the 1 versus 3.
Et bah, TSM sont morts, du coup c'est SSJ qui m'envoie le point.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a scrappy fight. That RPG came out right at the moment, right when SSG just padded up, found that early pick. But now, I mean, this is the same way last game started. SSG taking that first point. I think TSM definitely has the energy in the tank to kind of pull things back as we move into this next vault.
Energy in the tank is something that's worth talking about because ideally TSM really do just want to win here and now.
On va aller en game 3.
Get to bed because they've had such a rough time and they need as
much
recovery time as possible. Space Station Gaming will want to drag this out. They'll want it to be a long drawn out fight. They'll want the fatigue to start to set in. They'll want to take it to a third map, obviously. That's their only route through at this point. Well, the easiest route through at this point to day 2. Lamb taking flak, and we don't see what's going on there, but luckily for him, it's not going to be enough to spell his demise. We see a clean recovery on a 3 versus 3. Vision should be able to hit his regen fairly soon.
On a vu TSM côté SSG, est-ce qu'on va réussir à leur mettre une bonne pression là?
TSM are known, but they are safe in cover for now.
Yeah, SSG just sitting up on this high ground, and maybe a little bit of a pad RPG might be coming out, but Lamp finds that dome just in time to block the RPG, but some big damage comes out, but Grad also taking out Apollo. I mean, this guy is crazy. His aim is insane, but it looks like things even up as Normalize gets the res. Both teams look for a reset.
Full reset as both reses come through, and now
il arrive de l'autre côté, attention. Grad qui fait la différence. C'est du 1v1. Lamp contre Arco. Et c'est qui va gagner, c'est Arco encore. Arco qui est clutch de toute son équipe. Donc maintenant c'est à power plug tranquillement.
He's stepped up. He's
T'as le temps.
You know, this was just a player with raw skill, it felt like, back at the close qualifiers. Now he knows the game. Yeah. There is something to be feared about this man. My prediction, for once, is looking somewhat safe.
Somewhat safe. You and Artie, I guess, have a...
Ça plug magnifique.
I mean, now they're on the defense. Grad and SSG making their approach over, and they get spotted. They spot Grad out in the open. As that gateway comes out, he knows exactly where they're coming from. Their secret is going to be caught out by the gargoyle.
Yeah, just a little bit of recon there and some warning shots from Arco. We know he's hot. I mean, I can't see him in person right now, but maybe he is. You guys judge that for yourselves. Beauty is subjective. What am I on about? I love the TSM jump pad, by the way. It's one of my favorite cosmetics in the game right now. And speaking of jump pads, that's going to be what Space Station are relying on here. But they know that TSM are ready to counter right back on top of them. There's the RPG.
Waouh, attends. Il y a eu une attaque éclair de la part de SSJ là. Hein. Wesh. Ah ouais? Tout ça? B. Est-ce que SSJ vont faire un clean tout cash out dans cette game? Possible. Ah, jusqu'à présent c'est ça. Hein.
Really well spotted there. Let's have a look at that C4 in the moment. Excellent. I didn't actually, even in the replay I didn't catch it. But either way, there's just incredible engage from Space Station Gaming. And now they have, what, 40 seconds to defend this. TSM need to turn it around, otherwise we are going to a map 3. But Normalize off by his own. Are they going to catch anyone off guard here? Arco looking to get that gateway engaged with 30 seconds left on the timer. They go all the way up to the top. Everyone fully committed here. And here's the kite in the delay. They're going to do this one at a time. Lamp being tasked with the first wave of delaying. Can he do enough? He's taken down. Now it's Normalizing Grad's turn. Can they get in here? Where's that goo? Is the still going to go through? No. Great shots. Visions, though, takes out Lamp. Arco with the kill. Grad's going down. He's the last one alive. They do have time to stick this still.
Il essaie de voler là? Il va avoir le vol? MDR à la dernière seconde.
This is the team of clutch right now. I mean, you have Arco clutching 1v3s. You have them getting last-second steals to maybe, even in this match, run it back just like they did on Fortune Stadium. Really holding on.
Wow. Space Station Gaming gambling on a style of defense that can be risky, where you flood bodies one at a time, but the timer favors that kind of defense. I would back them there. It's just that TSM won those gunfights, and Space Station Gaming died a little too quickly.
And I love how as soon as they got glitched, they did not continue holding the
Ça peut être instantané, ça veut vraiment la bagarre. Alors qu'il reste 10 minutes. Oh, sur TSM, mais bon, Apollo qui arrive à faire des bons trucs. Hein. Apollo va peut-être récupérer le kill, non. Non. SSJ qui arrive à reprendre les commandes de leur game là, hein, de leur BO. SSJ qui vont reprendre le lead. Ils arrivent à valider le prochain cash out. Ils vont reprendre le lead grâce au momentum. Hein.
This is an interesting building. There's lots of ways to play this. I wonder whether SSG will go for that drop the same as last time, or whether they'll hold the height. Right now, looks like the latter.
Yeah, and it looks like this is a pretty good point to hold the height, rotate around. You have the ability to drop off. This position right here, you better not be caught out, because that jump pad RPG, great decision to just drop down. The scouting didn't work out. They didn't really find much, so dropping down, great choice from SSG here.
Arco doing some scouting while invisible. Of course, he has both the Vanishing Bomb and that cloak to do so. maybe just sniffing out the opposition. Space Station Gaming being very careful not to make any noise at the moment. Apollo trying to force the push here with a slightly longer than usual bait, but that does force Lamp into contention, and Arco already going down to the hands of Grad.
C'est le hook. C'est qui s'en sort là? C'est TSM? Non, TSM vont mourir je pense, ouais. C'est SSJ qui s'en sort, on va aller en game 3. Je pense. Il restera encore une tentative à TSM de mettre fin à ce BO. Mais après ça, je sais pas. Après TSM l'ont déjà fait. Hein. Attention à ça, TSM l'ont vraiment déjà fait.
From SSG, what are they doing? They're forcing the spawns. Forcing the spawns.
So they're going to spawn very, very far away because they're blocking basically all three spawns.
Ah ouais, ils ont forcé les spawns.
120, 140 meters away. That's exactly the type of stuff I've been talking about, seeing, etc. I mean, just to a T. That spawn manipulation in particular is amazing.
Et du coup, ils ont plus le temps. MDR. TSM n'ont plus le temps. Ils ont gagné la game comme ça. Hein. GG's SSG, hein. Ils ont réussi à forcer le spawn.
Once again, I keep saying about both these teams, but SSG are not done yet.
Yeah. I mean, TSM, SSG, they're going back and forth. We've seen the clutch coming out from TSM. It's been amazing, but this is stability. This is
final saying double digits in. Guess what? Fire to at the beginning of the day.
Let's go. Voilà, dernière game de ce BO.
Proper back and forth. Possibly the closest 3v3 we've had today, just on paper as well. TSM versus Space Station Gaming. Let's see who can settle it.
And we're off. Going straight into Vault 1. Going to be taking this zip line all the way over. And it looks like SSG already gets the advantageous spawn, prepping their defense up on this high ground. A glitch, early glitch comes out, taking out that gateway, trying to stop it, but TSM going to be rotating directly towards that vault.
Full invis bomb for TSM here as they look to just maneuver and not get as caught off guard as they might do if Space Station were looking. Some attempts at shots there from Visions now on the Revolver. The R.357 and you see Apollo being taken out there, Grad in a position that they weren't expecting. That's a devastating loss early on. The heavy taken out. They do manage to grab his totem and bring it back, but in the meantime, Arco has been taken out as well.
Pour le moment, c'est SSG. Est-ce qu'on va réussir à prendre une équipe? Bon, ils étaient dans le coin là, ils pouvaient plus rien faire. C'était un clean wipe là.
Flank from Grad, the positioning just sitting on that corner was just so unexpected. It's kind of like hiding.
Ça va aller envoyer TP à côté de A.
And just caught them off guard. Lamp came in, followed it up with a big RPG on their reset. They were all just huddled up, trying to make a plan, but couldn't escape the RPG from Lamp.
It was a good positioning from PlayStation Gaming. They got into the power locations a little bit earlier than TSM, who were forced to explore. And you never want to go wandering about in a building like that. You never know what might be lurking around the corner.
So SSG
getting started on their objective here.
Je pense SSG gagne. Pour être honnête, mais si TSM ont le même niveau que la fin de la première game, ça va être dur pour SSG. En gros. Oh. SSG, bon, ils sont pas favorables là-dessus. Dans cette tentative de feinte.
But now, Visions, or Apollo rather, back in an unenviable position.
Apollo va être conservé en vie. Histoire de... attends, il arrive sur lui là. Il va réussir à le... Il va. Ok. Bon, ça va. Il a réussi à s'en sortir. Ils ont joué avec la nourriture, mais malheureusement pour eux, la nourriture s'est périmée avant qu'ils la finissent.
Arco maybe looking for some early damage, trying to catch out on their positioning, some reconnaissance perhaps.
So close to some really embarrassing moments there for Space Station as they deliberately let Apollo survive to try and long out that spawn timer for his team, and then he actually turns around and almost brings it back to an even footing. At least TSM, they don't have to worry about that long spawn timer. They get more time to come back and push A. About 30 seconds left on it as they come up these stairs. That zip line is in no position anymore. They've got to use that jump pad. And unfortunately, they can't master the movement, but luckily for them, the box drops down to the bottom floor with them.
Yeah, and SSG just going to be playing one by one.
Du coup, ça fait gagner du temps à SSJ. Hein. Normales qui prend sur vision en plus. Attends, parce que attention, Normales vient de mourir. Non, c'est Lamp qui vient de mourir, pardon. Et oui, c'est pas où tirer. Attention à ça. Il y a eu un revive. Et mais il est mort. GG pour le premier cash out côté SSJ.
Make it a little bit closer than it needed to be in both of those fights, it seems. And they need to maybe give a little bit of respect to these players on TSM. They've certainly earned it over the course of this series, over the course of their run through the majors so far. But as it stands, Space Station Gaming ahead by that one cash out. They only need another. Them's the rules of the game.
Yeah, and here comes the stagger on the replay. The really swinging things back. They hit the emote on him even still. And almost allowed him to reset, take that box, and they need to capitalize on that damage.
Deciding not to tap, they know that TSM are quite close by. They don't want to give away any of their locations right now, it would seem. And that red barrel, I was about to say RBG, that red barrel opens up the sight line. And they have to move back. Now, again, diving in quite deep. Grad on the follow-up. The coordination.
Wow, alors ça, c'était rapide. Hein.
Is perfection.
Look how much damage the Lamp just soaked up. Grad just playing the off angle. You know, I'll just shoot you in the side. You're looking at my big, heavy, very strong, very scary with that winch, but Grad always there.
There have been 2 or 3 fights in this series where Space Station do look like the world beaters that they arguably once were. I would say, you know, it's kind of rotated between the different North American sides over the past half a year or so. And yeah, those are flashes of you cannot play any better than that.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a big cycle of who's the top team in NA, and SSG wants to prove that they are that right now. They still got a long road ahead of them, but this could be the last cash out in this best of 3.
Again, some sneaky movements here from TSM. They've been really good at managing their directionality, but some of these drops, some of these jumps have been a little bit beyond their reach at times. Maybe a little bit of disconnect. Still ways to improve, but they have that star power. Arco lurking.
It's kind of tough because a lot of times they do like to crouch walk very far away from the point versus right here when you're up close. But honestly, with Grad looming, he could be playing almost any off angle, just hiding, playing your time. Gonna mantle up to this upper floor most likely, but look at this, Grad regrouping with his team.
Yeah, C4 set on the bottom floor there. Of course, they want to drop this a few floors at once. Although he has that winch, of course, he can move it out of position. That would be really beneficial. They don't know what the C4 setup is, but if they do move it first, that will work perfectly for them.
Là, ils vont devoir s'activer TSM. Est-ce qu'ils vont réussir à le voler? Ils sont sur position. SSG au-dessus. Bien joué, Sanor. Wow, non, c'est mort. Hein. Ah, c'est mort pour TSM. Ils le finissent, ils en ont rien à foutre. Pas sûr qu'ils aient le temps. Pas sûr qu'ils aient le temps à TSM de revenir.
That they have made it through. They've won the best of 3. Congratulations to Space Station Gaming. TSM just a little bit short of the mark, but boy oh boy did they impress us in this series.
Yeah, honestly, they had a great showing despite all the chaos, and there we go, the cash out ending up in Space Station Gaming's victory. I mean, surprising ending there. But we're going to be going over to the desk with Marty and Kelly to wrap things up here.
In just a moment. Look at this. Yeah.
Absolutely incredible performance there.
Après, il y a une pause. Ah, ils en sont où? Ok, donc on a quoi? Donc là, je pense qu'ils vont montrer ça. Ok, ça a été fait. Maintenant, il y a ça qui doit être fait.
All of this. I mean, a little bit salty, you know. Artie was telling me like the A stream is NA, and then we're
sont fait
kind of
out.
like in the basement stream with EU.
Ah
so
ouais,
now with
c'est
two
dur.
people on the desk, we really need to, you know,
C'est dur ça.
hype it up.
Yeah, exactly. We can kind of get a little bit of a recap.
Ah non, c'est qu'ils sont là. Ok, non, c'est FN qui sont fait out, j'ai eu peur. Ok. Bon, là, on va avoir du coup 1, 2, 3. 3 BO, 3 d'affilée.
Over on YouTube on the
Et ensuite la phase 2.
as well as Pro Hubs TF. So they got some great DRG. DRG. On the EU side, we have Fnatic and Team C here. From the
Ah d'accord, ça a fait... ok, oui, bah non. Ah, ça fait le cash out. Ok. Ok, donc là, on passe à la phase 2 du coup. La phase 2 du Day 1. Vous avez suivi, là c'est la partie de droite. Là, ça va être pour vraiment les qualifications là.
The way this has worked out as well was just the way the bracket has progressed and who's been knocked out, who's stayed, booked their spot. It's not they all played, of course it was Fnatic and TG.
On a re-team Secret et Fnatic. On va les voir perf.
Sis Horizon and Fortune and the Light. So they're going to kind of reign supreme if they're not going to be that Shaq 5th.
Like I know control if you lose high ground, the in such
important level front position.
Yeah, you have all the way out
Et non, c'est la map, non? Non, c'est la game, non, je sais pas.
You just win shit on a jump pad.
Ok.
It's a pleasure to, but you're not
Devrait lancer.
You're gonna just stay on this
magnifique.
one. I'll let you die on this hill. At the same time, we're ready to jump in. It's gonna be cash out on Bernal, Jerry. This is the moment we've been waiting for. This is for survival. I mean, this is for making sure you don't have to play elimination cash out. That's survival in my book.
It does feel like that, yes. You really do not want to be on the receiving end of an elimination cash-out game. Here we are, tuning in with Fnatic on one of the many flat tops in Bernal. A common call-out on a lot of other maps, but these buildings be flat.
Oh yeah, it is what it is, you know. And speaking of which, we're going to see Team Secret dive up from the very top here, up against Fnatic, and the damage is being dealt both ways. But Rainkey, the first to fall here, an iconic fight that we've just witnessed.
Bon, Fnatic se font péter la gueule. C'est Secret le grand gagnant de ce cash-out premier fight.
Taking Vault 2 all the way over to cash out A. We're on suspended
On va voir ce qui
structures.
se passe. Hein.
Taking that EU versus EU 3 versus 3 at the very start as well, just letting them know who's boss.
Oh, but there was also APAC versus NA on the other side of the map, and it was APAC. It's
very true. DRG as well. Have a close look at the icon in the top right of your screen under Giga's name. He's running Charge and Slam. We have a Charge and Slam in the lobby.
That's right. Gaga, the coach of DRG, subbing in for Relay Rice. Absolutely incredible to see DRG running the Charge and Slam. This is...
memories of close calls. Memories of Ruby Labubu.
It's like Ruby Labubu never left.
I almost wish he never did leave. He was so close. So very close, but so very far. Either way, we don't hand out spots at the major. As you've seen, we've already seen some teams make a swift exit today. 07's in chat for 5
Premier plug enclenché par DRG Team Secret.
Jusque
là, rien d'anormal. Fnatic, faudrait qu'ils se réveillent un petit peu. On sait qu'ils sont bien forts. Ce serait dommage d'avoir aucune équipe européenne de qualifier quand même. Aucun français de qualifier, surtout pour le J2. Ce serait vraiment dommage.
But they still have to worry about Team Secret holding high ground up on the top of the Trentilla suspended structure.
Yeah, DRG are going to be very uncontested there. So we see as Team Secret defending up here.
Wait, have they left that zipline intentionally?
Maybe they have.
Oh, they're going to be dropping this out immediately. They have the drop prepared. Glitch mines as well from Team Secret, I'm noticing.
Interesting setup here. Surprising. Even Ardy, but it is the burst in through the bottom. And Raimkut's taken massive damage on that engage, but he does survive with the help of his teammate, but no longer. OG wins that trade.
Arrive à en tuer un petit peu. Ça a une belle bastos. Et c'est Nigiri qui arrive à faire la différence. Magnifique. Du coup, Fnatic vont pouvoir récupérer le Volt, hein. Bah, le cash out. Hein. Le volet. Une secret.
Now, DRG, they still have the high ground. Pulsar Blue, though, looking to make their way up. We know Hathaway is lethal with this ARN. We're going to be seeing him straight up heights, different areas here. An interesting approach from Pulsar Blue. This has done them dirty before, but looking to see Guga right now try to use that charge and slam to stop that steal. He does, but he's gonna pay the price with his life. Hathaway gets the refrag there on the Sparrow, trading lights, but Fnatic, they're now here to interfere as well. Steel's gonna be going through here up against DRG. Who is stealing? Is that Fnatic? Are they going for the double? They've held it through.
Attends, il veut faire un double là?
Wait a second, they're gonna get away with this.
Jure.
What is happening?
MDR.
The transfer from cash out A to B, and they get both sets.
Wesh, ils ont fait 24 000 en 2 cash-outs. Très marrant. Très belle opération ça.
I feel so sorry for Pulsar Blue, who did such a great job dismantling DRG there, and then they were nipped at the bud.
They just let that happen. That's actually wild to me. I mean, what control? Here's Team Secret now, Vault 3. During all that chaos, they were uncontested in grabbing this vault and plugging it. They didn't necessarily have to win any vault fights, which I don't know if that's good or bad. It means that with this plug, they'll have limited setup time before, well, here comes Pulsar Blue. Seems that they're going to be the first ones to encounter Team Secret, but definitely more on the way, Jerry.
It's interesting, the sort of blows that come to between the two EU sides here. The differences in medium style particularly, when you have Nagos who's like an incredible fragger, and then Elix almost proudly not so. But we'll see that fight play out a few more times, certainly over the course of this cash out. In the meantime, we have Team Secret defending on C, already 45 seconds down or so. Hathaway has the fourth vault. I'm gonna take a little look at his perspective as he knows that Fnatic are lurking. The calls are coming from his teammates. They're all mingled in and out of each other. E actually picks up that box and gets the plug over on the Pagoda. And that gets things started. He needs to re-engage with his team though. That charge is working so well. And getting the kill is Nakos on the trade. But here comes the kill from
Fnatic, ils sont vraiment activés, je trouve. Est-ce que Team Secret vont réussir à conserver le truc là? Le cash out? Pour le moment c'est le cas. Ouais. Ils vont le conserver, il n'y a pas de part partie donc ça va. Qui va voler à DRG, ouais, c'est Fnatic qui vont avoir les doubles 12K plus le 12K, le double 8K plus le 12K. Ce serait marrant.
Really nice, and that's put a lot of pressure on the approach from DRG before they could even get anything meaningful off. A great back shot there from.
Il y a vraiment un monde où Fnatic est l'un des plus gros scores de finals là. Faut le savoir. En compétitif du moins.
They are lurking indeed, but Fnatic is quickly running away with this. It really does seem like it's going to be
ça va tenter de voler là. Nagos va pas être très d'accord. Fnatic overall vont pas être très d'accord. Ouais, c'est temps de voler. C'est Team Secret qui ont volé là. Du coup là ils vont pouvoir voler Fnatic. En plus c'est Team Secret qui ont validé le premier 12K. MDR. Ça retente de voler. C'est plus ça. Ils l'ont cancel. Non, ils l'ont pas cancel. Ils ont réussi à voler. À la toute fin. Ok, ça va être très intéressant. Ça va être très intéressant. La personne... On peut pas prévoir qui c'est qui va gagner. On peut pas prévoir. Là, littéralement, tout le monde peut gagner. Là, les deux premiers peuvent être les deux derniers dans le futur. Avec un 18 000, tout est possible.
They'll have enough to at least stay competitive, which is really good to see if you're struggling on the bottom. But for now, we need to wait to see where Pulsar is going.
Fnatic are really the team in control. They are ahead in terms of cash in pocket.
Ça veut double. Vraiment? Ils vont double, je pète mon crâne. Ils vont vraiment double, je pète mon crâne.
In terms of money in pocket, and now making that decision, deciding to drop the vault as they realize that the cover is important. They want to get it as close to the gateway as possible. OJ is going to have to barrel this through. They've already lost Roma on the approach as DRG are still defending from above. And actually, Pulsar Blue look like they're having a bit of trouble getting this down. The RPG brings it down one layer, but that's not enough.
Yeah, they're going to have to do a lot, but again, for DRG, they need to get this timing right. They dive away.
Oh,
Wait, they faked it. They dove away, but they have a gateway back. 5D chest right here. For Pulsar Blue, they drop it out all the way to the bottom on top of the
invisible.
Invis. The shots are raining through. Pulsar's taking a lot of damage. Blue's down, but they are able to trade it through.
C'est qui meurt là? Un peu tout le monde, hein, j'ai envie de te dire. Il y en a qui arrivent à plus s'en sortir que d'autres. DRG ont réussi à bien s'en sortir, ils ont éliminé Pulsar. Ils ont out Pulsar, ils sont morts Pulsar en gros. Fnatic, il veut essayer de plug en fait. Ah non, Fnatic ils s'en battent les couilles de, plug. Ils veulent juste pas mourir. Sauf que dans quelques secondes, c'est fini en fait. Mec, ils ont tellement bien joué Fnatic. DRG et Fnatic. Là, on est vraiment pour Fnatic.
With an elimination cash out ahead of them in the bracket, you would not want to be in their shoes.
Free matchup, obviously. Be an interesting
Let's go, allez, allez Fnatic. Allez Remki, allez Ghost. Allez Nigeli.
Yeah, no goo being run by Remki, but you can imagine that Nakos is certainly.
Et là, Fnatic sont très très forts en 1v1. Là, on va voir toute l'étendue de leur talent. Bon, bon,
This is a fantastic place for it. He's got the thermal bore, which is a brilliant pick if you're running this. We did see this earlier from Dragon Ranger Gaming. It's useful in so many ways. Used it to deny a point earlier. Used it to drop.
Oh yeah, but alongside the sniper, it does actually make even more sense. I run that in ranked all the time, so it's crazy to see my ranked loadout now appearing here at the Grand Major. But E going to be taking out Rainky there. It looks like Fnatic is down to just Nagos, and the question is now, will Nagos find a barrel? No. Looks like both Nigiri and Rainky are going to be going.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. It's suspended sponsor structures. Again. So he's gone with the sniper knowing.
Je pense que je vais arrêter de parler en fait, parce qu'à chaque fois que je dis quelque chose, c'est l'inverse qui se passe.
And yeah, that's an incredible position to be in for the sniper. If he can get on height quickly enough, and he's already on that perch, and he can cause some major damage before Fnatic even get close. And he's done it again. Look at that. A shot onto Nagos. Stalls the push.
Wow, this is actually insane to see. They pushed him. All you have to do to counter sniper is close that distance, especially if you have an SA-12-16. They're going to be able to climb the zip very easily here now, especially with no sniper holding out them. But DRG, they are still running the charge and slam, and especially up on the suspended sponsor structures, could be crazy. Smokes could be coming through here for Fnatic as they hold the line on the steal. DRG, they're not too worried about letting Fnatic flip this. They know that as long as they don't lose this height entirely, they should be good. The question is, though, where has DRG slipped off to? They have dropped off the height, but they have that zip line right there, Jerry.
Now, the interesting thing is here, they're waiting for Hathaway to spawn back in, but he's not going to be really part of the push. You'll want him out and off angle, maybe opening lines of sight with that thermal ball. That's exactly what he does. He's going to wait, of course, for that pick, but Fnatic aren't going to give him anything. Okay, there's one way of using the thermal ball. You can open up a line of sight, or you can just bring a whole dang structure down.
That's one way to do it. That's dynamism right there. You have the choice of what to build, what to destroy. It does look like Hathaway is struggling a bit. Maybe in APAC, not too used to popping off those jumps. But yeah, big damage right there. Of course, to be healed up by the H+ Infuser. Sniper headshots being landed here at the Grand Major is not a sentence I thought I'd be able to say.
No,
DRG has dropped it now entirely. They've dropped it all the way to the bottom. Gravekey going to be jumping through. The RPG not going to land where they need it. They're going to stick the steal. It's going to force the rest of Fnatic down off of their high ground. Hathaway somehow survives. E goes down first, though. The charge is going to hit there from Gaga.
Et ouais, Fnatic qui détruisent DRG. Est-ce que c'était prévisible? Oui.
And a really inventive type of push that we haven't really seen before. Of course, you have to be inventive when you're running a sniper and a charge and slam heavy. But
C'est
maybe it's
bon,
just
c'est bon ça, à savoir.
their basics too much. They're struggling in the regular brawls that Fnatic, of course, can force with the knowledge that DRG are looking to hold height, looking to hold range, and open up the play. Fnatic have always been an excellent team when it comes to brawling, and this is an indication that they should lean into that more than ever.
I think so as well. You have to understand that if you're running Charge and Slam and Sniper, your engagements need to look different. And while that is very pertinent in cash out, it's also very pertinent here in 3v3 final round. So DRG is going to proc this vault here. Fnatic looking to hold them off. They are actually in a great position to situate themselves between the vault and both B and C. Now, given what happened last time, I think DRG is going to be better off if they can get it plugged up in the suspended sponsor structure. But, Jerry, I feel like B is more likely here.
Well, we'll see what they choose. We've got the vault in the hands of Guga right now. Moving to B as you predicted. And the question is whether Fnatic will even offer much resistance. We can see Hathaway actually leaving his team to do that journey and maybe try to catch someone on that pick with a really long range shot. Of course, this strategy only really open to you as like with a sniper. You can do this maybe with the 93R, with the ARN, but you've got to have a little bit more of a tether to your team. Interesting that he's running dash as well instead of the grapple to get that quick traversal, but
by dropping that vault, he's just put a beacon on himself where Fnatic is kind of angling themselves in to dive on top of it. They're splitting up in a way that looks like it might have a competitive advantage here. Now Fnatic, they're going in for the RPG engage, but nobody to hit. Everybody is so spread across. It's really unorthodox. This is that APAC gameplay mixing in with RE users too.
I don't think Hathaway spotted Nagiri on the far side there, or was it Nakos? Either way, he had to be a little bit safer for a moment. They are taking this very slowly. Both teams just trying to scout each other out and make sure that they don't engage poorly. Some good damage landed by Nakos again to put off the attack, and he needs to hit that regen soon. Unfortunately, dropping that H+ infuser means the only source of...
En vrai de vrai, là, il n'y a rien à dire. Hein. Juste Fnatic est meilleur. Vous avez juste à regarder ce qui se passe en fait. Juste Fnatic est meilleur là.
DRG can't force themselves back into a losing fight.
Juste Fnatic est meilleur.
Snowballing into an entire team wipe, and before you know it, it's just an ocean of coins. Now, Fnatic has full control here. They've won the vault fight. They're going to be able to plug into cash out B. And over here on this building, this is actually a defense that they're going to have to change up. The typical defense on this building includes holding ultimate height on top of two. But if you have a light, not only with a sniper, but with a thermal bore, you can't just sit in your normal positions. That might make this harder for Fnatic. And when you're in the building, they have Charge and Slam.
I back them to adapt, and they've already done that. Look, they're holding from beneath instead, so they're going for a slightly different play. It's not out of their playbook at all, and it's forcing DRG to try and square peg into a round hole this. They're trying to get picked with a sniper, but look where Fnatic are. They're not
good opening RPG.
Fantastic opening RPG as the dome will come down, but that goo will stall the push. Is Guga
Est-ce qu'ils vont réussir à faire un truc là?
That is the
Ah, ils doivent compter à ce cachot. Ils doivent, c'est trop important. Le mental, pour le fait de ne pas être en arrêt directement dans le BO, trop important pour DRG. Ça met des belles balles, hein, quand même. Attention, hein, il reste plus que Nagos, mais Nagos c'est Jupiter pas, non, il est à l'AFK je crois. Il est même mort. Qui non, ils sont morts, hein. Ok, DRG qui vont pouvoir voler. Est-ce que c'est fini? Non, j'aurais qu'il reste une trentaine de secondes. Il va falloir qu'il soit rapide et efficace, Fnatic, mais c'est pas fini.
If Fnatic manage to take anyone down to half health, there's no recovery there from DRG. Fnatic, I want to credit Nughost there. He did give his team a bit of a fighting chance with his fragging capabilities and the defib getting his teammate back up. But again, we've seen these opening frags just dictate the pace of battle. And there's one right there, Hathaway taking out Nagiri, and that's going to set the pace for the next Vault fight.
Oh yeah, not only that.
Bon bah c'est fait là pour DRG. Maintenant.
Oh my god.
Wesh, ils ont eu. Nagos, ah ouais, il est fort, hein, il est strong avec ses snipers.
Chasing him down. This feels more like a kill that is fueled by spite more than anything. I don't even think Raimka's going to get anything at the end of it. Hathaway has those dashes, he can keep his distance.
Fnatic là réussisse à gagner. Hein. Là, faut qu'il réussisse à gagner cette game, c'est important.
DRG
pour la confiance, etc. Que Imo, ils sont meilleurs. Hein. Ils sont tous meilleurs. À mon humble avis.
Here in the finals. I cannot believe that we're seeing this. I mean, people who just want to see off-meta picks are eating at the Grand Major, Jerry.
Yeah, they're eating good.
Eating very good.
They're eating good.
Very full Thanksgiving dinner.
On Sunday, I need to have a trip round DreamHack and check out all the food that's there. I'm excited to have an explore. But it's a long time before that. I don't know why I'm even thinking about that right now, to be honest. We've got this excellent game in front of us. Maybe it's the hunger setting in. That's probably what it is.
It could be. But you know what can help with hunger? Well, it's going to be Tigerford from Trentilla. We're going to jump up to their suspended sponsor structure here. And, well, DRG, they would like to take the zip line over to Isol's suspended sponsor structure. But I think Fnatic is expecting this. They are going to open up with a little bit of explosiveness. But in this battle, it's actually DRG that comes away with the health advantage. Nigiri just barely keeping Reiki Nago's up. He does take out Gaga here. Nago somehow still alive, but this is only going to last so long as Nigiri falls. Nago falls as well.
Wow. Ils se sont fait laver, Fnatic.
Fnatic playing fast and loose on their defense there. I was surprised that they allowed DRG to come up on that zip. They were sort of inviting that fight, but the Bark didn't have any bite at the end of it, and DRG just swept them up. They get their cash box into cash out C, and Fnatic opting to play defensive there. Doesn't work out for them at all, and we can now see perhaps a second go at defending this height for the sniper. This is an even better position, arguably, for the sniper to play from. Fewer ways to be punished, lots more cover to work with.
Whoa!
This is aggressive.
Pushing? He took damage and he's pushing. That's actually wild.
I would never. I don't know anyone who would ever do that, even, like in comp, in ranked, whatever. That's very risky.
Wait, that's missed. Oh wait, they're going at it with the jump pad.
Wesh. Ils ont changé la strat en direct. Et là, ils ont réussi à en tuer deux. En gros, ils ont mis un TP, mais en même temps, ils viennent pas du TP. Et ils y sont allés en jump pad, rien à foutre. Magnifique. Et là, Théo, il est dans la merde. Ah, du coup, ils vont pouvoir voler tranquillement. Ça cogne un côté GG.
As soon as they get the first drop on this box, plenty of routes to delay this steal. DRG again, though, we've seen how good. I mean, both teams have been excellent on the attack on this structure. Can Fnatic hold a defense?
Can they hold the defense? We do see DRG gatewaying up the top there early. Gaga going to be reduced to half HP. So is E. This is huge, but Fnatic, they're not budging just yet. They think it might be bait, especially with the fact that Hathaway can just chunk out a whole health bar. One shot, and that's Nigiri's health bar going to be getting taken out there. Hathaway is the first to fall.
Le cachot tombe avec tout le monde. Et ben dans tous les cas, ils peuvent pas voler le truc. Hein. Du coup, c'est GG Fnatic pour cette revanche. Ok, c'était close de fou.
And yes, it was close. The sniper and the charge and slam gave Fnatic a run for their money, but Fnatic holding on for now. Go to map 2.
Yeah, I mean, look at their faces here. Fnatic looks...
Hey, he looks like me.
Yeah, a little bit bald. I would say...
Why one of them bald?
Why one of them bald? I would say that for DR...
On bien joué Fnatic. Ça a très bien joué quand même. Allez maintenant, je vais en wipe clair et net.
So I did get to see the loadouts. We are still having that charge and slam heavy, and we'll find out more about what they're doing as the game progresses. That's just the way it rolls here.
Yeah, there it is. Now,
oh, nice positioning already from DRG, holding height and right on top of Vault 1. This is one of the most notorious positions in the game to try and attack.
This is good RNG. This is the best spawn for both DRG and the Vault. And for Hathaway, this is a good map for the ARN. The ARN Demon himself, he takes a little bit of damage.
Ça met des beaux dégâts, Remki il y va.
The movement is good for DRG.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Ok. Nigiri en a eu un. Nagos s'est fait tuer. Est-ce qu'ils arrivent à prendre un kill là? Là, GG il est en train de survivre, mais non. Et Hathaway contre Nigiri. Hathaway peut-être. Nigiri qui fait le clutch encore.
Won the first fight in Jerry. That was the very first fight. There's no stakes here other than losing the Vault fight, but that felt
Ah, ça va ramener proche du cash out. Hein.
It set the pace very well. I feel Hathaway will be kicking himself after hitting that jump pad. In a 1v1 against the light, you never want to do that. Just exposing himself to the sightline of Nigiri there. And now, of course, Fnatic have free reign. They decide they're going to get this alley-oop, a bit of a relay race over to A. As soon as that Vault is available, it will get plugged immediately. Very nice, very efficient.
La plug instant, magnifique. Là, ils ont une belle pause. Ça sait se passer.
We do have Fnatic holding full height on top of the hotel. DRG, they have the chance to just slowly make their way up to this height. Now, the fact that that plug did take a little bit longer than expected for Fnatic, that means that DRG has some extra time to play with. And it looks like they're using that time to scout up a little bit. Fnatic, they're going to be burning that invis bomb just to low. Oh, they've spotted Hathaway.
This is some good recon by Narcos, taking that off angle. He's going to have free reign because look at this. GG is setting up just to be aggressing on the two players on top. But it is a 3 versus 2 on this flat top. And that is a successful engagement. The charging time almost comes good. Nigiri slapping back though. And it's only
bien mis la tentative qu'il a faite. Attention, Hathaway. Il meurt.
Dig himself out of, but he can't manage it. Nigiri, again with a cleanup. Fnatic winning both team fights so far.
I need to say, Gugga's charge and slam hasn't been as useful as I think it could be. But at the same time, when you're going up against Winch Heavy, you know that it can just get stalled out. So whereas Gugga is going to be able to find a couple of good opening picks, that charge and slam just seems to be losing him more fights than it's winning him.
It's the absence of a winch as well. You know, a lot of the time the charge and slam is being used reactively. And already Fnatic have gained some sort of advantage. The LG feel like they're chucking the panic button charge and slam in here.
Oh, speaking of panic button, that's going to be pressed right here. DRG starts to steal a little bit early. Seems like the goo is already been used up there. So they're going to have to
oh, ça a pris un bon kill là à côté Nagos. Oh wow, ça les a même exterminés. Hein.
One cash out away from, well, a bittersweet finish.
That's 3-0 now in terms of team fights on this map. DRG need to wake up here. I wouldn't, you know, is it weird to say that I miss the sniper rifle? Because it also feels that if we're going to be picking fights on players on DRG, it doesn't feel as though Hathaway has had nearly the same impact here as he has had on, you know, not just the previous map, but throughout the day. He's been a shining light for Dragon Rager Gaming, and maybe just having a bit of an off map. He can't afford that at this stage.
Can't afford that at this stage, especially if you want to qualify for an A2. E goes down, but the trade. By removing Nigiri, they are going to be moving a lot of health off of Fnatic there. Nagos pulls out that heal beam. They know that half that damage can't be dealt. But Hathaway, last player standing, as Raimki and Nagos are able to manage their resources quite effectively. It's just Hathaway now trying to find an early pick, but a little bit close to making.
Fnatic vont encore gagner le teamfight, je pense.
Up against SA 12-16.
This is a light up against the heavy and a medium as well.
Attends, 3, 2, 1. Là, ça peut coin, hein. Il en a eu un. Ouais, mais là, il va mourir. Et là, il y a encore I. Et I est dans la merde. Et I est mort. Et il y a GG.
E coining in and Gugga coining in.
What?
That's a bit of an error. You've got to say DRG would have been far better off just letting Hathaway die and come back as a team. Right now, Fnatic have complete control of the pace of this.
Yeah, I mean, E is going to have to coin once more here, most likely, unless Gugga is going to be able to get close enough to, well, Hathaway could as well. But we'll see what happens. Vault 2 going to get procced up here by Fnatic.
Ok, ça a enclenché le Vault.
Cash out C, all the way on the opposite side of open office. We have business office here with B.
On les a vus. On a un peu de dégâts. On 2-5 mates. Attends, mais il va se faire buter la Nigiri, non? C'est bon.
Now, at this point, they are not matching up especially well against Fnatic on this map. For whatever reason, they can't figure it out, but they just need some time to work on it. Nakos again getting that pick. He's been phenomenal so far.
Il va mourir, GG. Ouais, il meurt, un Nagos qui prend 2 kills. Nagos peut-être l'ace.
Now in 1 versus 3. Maybe find that green barrel and use it on yourself, mate. We really need you to speed up this process, but no, he's never saying die. He wants to grab the totem, get the res.
Pas envie de mourir, hein, ça se voit de fou.
We'll need to use the final coin here. But remember, Fnatic, they won the first cash out. They don't technically need to worry about plugging.
They're so concerned with getting this clean team wipe though that they missed about 3 or 4 opportunities just to get the plug.
Yeah.
They could have won by now.
They could have. Seeing Hathaway barely survive there. Actually insane. Nagos, though, he's going to be getting dropped on by Guga, but again, that charge and slam, I don't know if it's going to be worth very much.
They're farming stats at this point. Like, they could get on with the objective, but they just keep letting DRG recover and die and recover and die. And
d'accord, oui. T'as un mec qui se passe, mais oui, en fait, il avait ses 2 mètres de mort. T'es en mode bah. Pourquoi? Et oui, du coup, c'est totalement logique en fait. C'est vraiment ultra logique. Bon, par contre, là, faut vraiment aller planter côté Fnatic. Je pense qu'il y a déjà quelqu'un qui a envoyé un TP. Voilà. Tyrolienne. Ah, il a raté.
See if they're going to be able to do that right now.
If they do it in this style as well, that's a real morale dump for DRG, because this has got to feel rough. If they lose here, it's going to affect them for the rest of the day in this manner.
It seems like DRG lost some synergy between map 1 and map 2.
Yeah, something, it just looks like a different team.
Yeah, I mean, Hathaway, this is his best weapon. I'm not exactly sure why it doesn't seem to be hitting.
Let's give Fnatic some credit. They are arguably one of the best sides at this point.
They're locked in.
And they're locked in. They are really not missing anything.
I've never seen Fnatic this locked in. I have so many scrim hours against this team. I've never seen them this locked in. We're looking to see Nigiri right now as well. He's posted up on the perfect pedestal here. Hathaway survives there. Nagos, though, he is burning his goo very, very quickly. I don't think he's too worried about needing to goo stall, especially given the fact that DRG, they're not utilizing that win. Hathaway doesn't find those final shots.
Ça se retrouve tranquillement, ça va contest le style. Bon, ça va peut-être laisser style et ça va attaquer ensuite. Voilà, parfait. On a eu un, on va cover la statuette. Là, ça va aller chercher. Bon, on a vu qu'il avait pas, du coup, on va retourner derrière. On va retourner sur le cash out. Oui, on a vu, on a su. Ça va tenter de fight. Il va pas résister, il va aller chercher. C'est un peu deep. Est-ce qu'il arrive à prendre le 1v1? Oh, bien joué ça. Bien joué Remiki. Du coup, c'est un petit ace. Et bah là, un pur 2-0. Hein. Il y a peut-être un monde où derrière je sais, mais il suffit que Fnatic renvoie le cache-route à l'extérieur de la partie dans le vide. Et c'est GG, c'est pas pour moi. 6 secondes. Ils ont même pas besoin, je pense. GG's.
To make sure that it is going to be an easy day tomorrow. But long and difficult roads are often met with a nice, kind reward here. But for DRG, they're not out of the running just yet. We will see them later on, actually. Just a few, but look at Fnatic. How cute. Oh, they're so happy!
It means so much to them. It means so much to them. They've had a bit of a rough day, but that is the peak. And, you know,
je m'étonne qu'ils soient conscients. Bon, content aussi. Bon, on est Fnatic. Kekani qui est qualifié pour du coup le Day 2. Tac tac tac. On fait une pause là.
In day 2, the first EU side to do so. So congratulations.
Ok, donc ils vont faire le dernier match Episode Vanguard Gaming. C'est le stream B ça.
Into Bernal for game 1 of this best of 3.
Artie.
Stand up, folks.
Yeah, I get they're standing up.
And we're sitting down,
Yeah, well, hey, Vanguard and Ape Squad, one of these teams is going to be sitting down after this one, and that's, you know, neither here nor there, but Ape Squad currently going to be trying to acquiesce a little bit of height.
Il y a 0-0. Donc là, le gagnant, il est toujours en vie. Par contre, le perdant, il est out du Major.
Dive back in and help him out. Ape Squad already at a loss as Manda goes down. Mr. Red Fox looking to try and
On va voir ce que ça donne.
But they are all losing health. Vanguard have managed to even hit the regen in the middle of this. Drax very close to death there, but getting juiced back up, and now Ape Squad have maybe a fighting chance, but it's still a 2 versus 3, Artie.
It's still a 2v3, but Drax Executor, they just take tons of damage with Mr. Red Fox, and that allows Krieger Blue to get just enough presence. Beautiful res, beautiful defib. You're gonna now see Krieger Blue try to get enough space to hopefully get the full reset for the team. Vanguard, they're trying to do that, but out in the open, in front of a door,
Okay,
Drax goes down, but he did get the res. Arpika and Executor last up there, but 25 HP in a dream, only gonna take you so far. And Arpika, he's gonna get shot in the back like a Raider who just said, don't shoot.
Wow, a couple of examples there of Vanguard Gaming maybe just being a little bit too confident in their positioning, sticking some long reses out in the open or not in enough cover at least. Ape Squad turning that fight on its head. They really did go down very quickly to a 2 versus 3. And it felt like they were on the back foot pretty much up until this exact moment when we see, you know, this is just allowed to happen for Krieger Blue to beam his opposition.
Yeah, and well, they're gonna definitely lose this height advantage. Similar way that we've seen it all
Attendre des
day
petites
so
bastos,
far
mais ça y
down
arrive pas.
the structures, but Vanguard has a very good approach they've made so far, but Ape Squad still hold height, and Vanguard now don't have a gateway to use to get up to the top. They will have to do this the old-fashioned way with the jump pad. Question is, for Vanguard, will they be able to get it in time with this Vanish? Beautiful Vanish does allow all of them to cross. Drax, though, does take a little bit of damage.
Going beneath here, there's a C4 set up, but that should clear it really nicely done. That does enable a little bit more of an aggressive push here, but they still have to worry about that high ground being held by Ape Squad. Manda takes a beating, but he's still in good cover, can get juiced back up by that H+ infuser. Both teams have a sort of mini reset in the middle of this fight. That APS is cleared. Krieger Blue in a decent position as well, but he gets surprised. The backstab from Arpika, but a great beam in response, and he should be able to finish him off. No, just barely Arpika getting away with it. But tons of health to their name.
I gotta say, this is actually wild to see. I mean, they're trading blows left and right, but both of these teams are running very unorthodox setups. Of course, Executor with that APS and the DMAT, but at the same time, I saw Krieger Blue using data reshape.
Executor's on the gas mine as well. There's all sorts of shenanigans going on, and both of these teams are known for being somewhat meta. Besides Executor running that DMAT and the playstyle that comes with on Vanguard, Ape Squad really showing that their adaptation has taken another few steps as that cash out gets dropped above the barn.
Yeah, see if they can do anything with it, though. That timer's ticking down. 20 seconds remain on this cash out. Ape Squad all full top right there. Red Fox gets an angle in the Assault Hotel, but he's been spun out by Arpika. Gonna try to finish him off there, and unfortunately, though, he's gonna be able to escape the last moment. Ape Squad still holding presence here. Drax and Arpika, the last one's up, but Arpika, 75 HP. He finds one under Krieger Blue, but with Red Fox still alive, there's no chance to get the steal. It's Ape Squad with the first cash out, but it's Vanguard with the first team fight.
Interesting. This has been such a close back and forth.
Bon, Ape Squad vont entrer une cash out.
Multiple times on 1 bar or 2 bars.
Très bien. Maintenant, à voir pour voir. En vrai, ce match ne m'arrive pas tant que ça. Les deux équipes m'en foutent un peu. Je veux juste voir qui ira contre les autres dans le cash out. Étape 2.
Middle of the pack EU sides in terms of their PHL history, but they're here, they're in this top 16 in the world, and they mean business. They are not letting anything slip. They're trying not to make any mistakes, Artie.
I mean, if you make too many mistakes, you go home here. And that's everything. Vanguard going to be going all the way up the top there with a nice jump at RPG engaged. It's going to get Krieger Blue removed. Mr. Red Fox, half HP. Manda as well. They are a bit separated there, but the H+ infuser does find its way over the heavy. Right now, Vanguard, they are looking so stable in this fight. Red Fox does escape his life. The R357 tries to get rid of him, but Executor here running a full off-meta loadout. That is actually incredible. Again, off-meta fans are eating in the Grand Major 2025.
They absolutely are, and it's working for them, at least when it comes to the team fights. They don't have that cash to back it up, though. Mr. Red Fox, the last alive, as he's going to allow his team to coin back in. And that fight essentially won off the back of a very early pick onto Krieger Blue. If you could choose a single contestant to eliminate in a 3 versus 3, it would be the medium, gets rid of that defib, and you can just snowball from there. Vanguard moving with that box now, a reward for their efforts. Let's see if they can get it plugged. They shouldn't suffer too many bullets in the back on this approach.
But it's always so risky to plug a cash out when you don't actually win the vault fight. Although in this case, it does seem the Ape squad didn't necessarily have too much ability to gain distance on them.
No, they've got just enough distance that they feel confident there, and we can see this jump pad setup being made now. Of course, the D-map above.
Bon là ça va fight hein. Ah c'est obligé que ça fight. Executor qui en prend un.
And Vanguard Gaming, they just need to slowly take control here.
Mandaka attend patiemment. Il a bien raison, il revive.
They rescued the totem during that.
How did they even get the trophy? That's wild. Krieger Blue gonna be full res here. So both teams full reset. And as Executor goes back up to full HP, they're gonna do this again. Wait, but this time it's Ape Squad ready to go. Data Reshaper also ready in the hands of Krieger Blue. This could make it insane given the fact that Vanguard is banking on those gas mines, but it seems like Krieger Blue hasn't found the right chance to use that Reshaper yet. Vanguard holding this kite rather well in the face of it.
Of course, you don't need to get close to a gas mine for it to be a problem. The opponents can just shoot it and create that cloud willy-nilly anytime they want. Manda setting down that goo, and he's created a triangle here for him to force that steal. Lots of damage coming out from Krieger Blue, and he actually survives this fight. A very important swing there. And they get the steal in the midst of the chaos. Only 20 seconds left to defend here, Arnie.
Oh, but it's trading back and forth. Krieger Blue has to get the long res, the long reset here. So what's going to happen with Vanguard? They need to get this flip now. They've stacked a double, and they're actually able to come on top. It's a steal time now. Krieger Blue is still up.
Est-ce qu'ils vont avoir le temps de voler là? Là, Krieger Blue, il arrive à pas faire quoi que ce soit. Et donc du coup, Vanguard là, ils vont réussir à égaliser dans la manche là. Ok, on parle. Pourquoi pas?
The steal at the last second, but he's running that.
Even if he had the goo grenade, though,
the APS was in place
there.
Exactly. There's so many interesting intricacies between these two teams. This is a pair of teams that know each other in such depth that they are already doing this rock, paper, scissors. Oh my goodness. Rock, paper, scissors strategies against each other.
I wouldn't say rock, paper, scissors as much as I would say data reshaper, APS, gas mine. Much easier to say, rolls right off the tongue.
Yeah, but you can't do a hand signal for any of those.
No, I could do a lot of hand signals, Jerry. You haven't seen me. Dead silence in the arena after that one. We're watching Ape Squad.
He doesn't realize I'm flipping him off. Anyway, there you go. There's a hand signal for you. Anyway, it's all love.
It's all love. And it's all Vanguard Gaming now. But once again, this vault fight didn't feel very won.
I just realized I did some great visual humor, but like this is essentially a.
La prochaine, j'espère que c'est un 2-0, hein, je vais pas vous mentir. À la prochaine, j'espère que t'as un 2 cash out à 0. Ceux-là, dans tous les qui restent, ce cash out.
Manda just decides it's easier on his own.
That fight was over very quickly, and I'll be honest, I didn't quite comprehend
it. Ils se font péter la gueule depuis peu là.
Back at some point.
Le démat se débat.
Can you explain it with hand signals? I'm sure that the people listening at home will really appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, go ahead, right now.
Alrighty, here we go. So as you can see what's happening.
No, hand signals.
Yeah, exactly. I am doing hand signals. You can't see them? Chat, that's a you problem, not a me problem. Anyway, Jerry, we're looking to see Vanguard Gaming now with Ape Squad going in for what could be the final fight of map 1. Remember the stakes. If you lose 2 maps here, you go home away from the TGM 25. Manda at half HP needs to get res from the H+ infuser. Now Krieger Blue going at it with the hand res, but
Pika behind.
Vanguard, they're just holding that full height. They know they can just play stall here, especially given the fact they could just DMAT at the top.
That's a plant pot. That's no longer a C4. That means that they could try and stick this steal, and they are actually sticking it almost all the way, but Executor and Grax and RP are coming with all the kills they need.
Ouais,
And that's enough to secure
ils ont exterminé Epsquad, c'est une dinguerie quand même.
Hein. Got 1-0 in the series.
C'est une dinguerie quand même.
Yep. It was quick. You couldn't even get a hand signal in there.
Wow, that is Revolver Gaming. I mean, we saw Normalize on SSG use this to great success, but
Bon,
I mean,
GG pour la game 1.
well, actually,
No, we decided.
On va aller sur la game 2.
you just
Potentially gonna make this is their
again.
fourth. Jumping in a 3 versus 3 as well. Vanguard game gotta come.
Same squad. Yeah. Tell me I'm wrong.
Ok, on est sur Vegas.
I won't.
Yeah.
Voilà, je suis pour Vanguard en vrai. Rien à foutre des singes.
There's a game going on, and Vanguard is, well, gaming as they head up to full height on metal here. Ape Squad are going to be sticking on top of the Alpha Active flat top right now, and, well, it's going to just be a little bit of a tug of war right now, but that is the double jump all the way over as Drax, the first one to go in here, but Mr. Redbox, the first one to fall. Trading back and forth, but it's Ape Squad.
Pour le moment, ça marche bien pour Vanguard.
Same loadout as before, just as deadly as before.
On est corda.
This guy is something else with the revolver. I love that this has come into the sort of rotation of the meta. It's very much meta now.
Là, pour le moment, il n'y a pas grand chose à dire. Hein.
I feel like about an equal balance of it and.
Ils vont aller plug tranquillement. Bon, j'espère que c'est un 2-0. Bon, j'espère que là, c'est un 2-0 sec.
Taking 1 versus 1s, basically, and it's Vanguard that win those ones. Well, most of them.
Playing medium like a light.
Yeah,
straight up.
But he always does.
Always.
Similar to Naghost at times as well. I feel like those are the two that stand out when you talk about that kind of playstyle. And then actually, if you go way back, Chickpea. He was the original light player on a medium, you know? With the max mobility medium, the model shotgun.
Hey, shout out to Coach Z.
And Coach Swayco.
And Coach Swayco.
Wow. Part of that original power stack.
Wow.
They're here.
If you know, you know. The OGs remember. Vanguard Gaming, they are also going to remember exactly how to kill Krieger Blue. They do it right there. Manda down to just 4 HP, and that's now 0. Mr. Red Fox, 150 HP. That's full. He's just going to be trying to get a res out here. I think Vanguard know that if they track those trophies down, they'll probably find him. But Mr. Red Fox is able to pick up Krieger Blue here. And for now, Vanguard, they're just chilling while this cash out ticks all the way down away.
Yeah, and they have every right to do that. Because right now, Amanda needs to be recovered, and he's just too far out of position. They're waiting for that coin to come back in. A minute left or so, a little bit less on this cash out. Vanguard Gaming balling up. They've actually hit a jump pad to regain height, and the immediate drop using that red barrel to bring it to the bottom floor means that Vanguard Gaming are having to reposition somewhat, but they do want to keep height in some regard, that which will put it pretty far.
Oh,
well,
wait, the C4 triggered the gas mines before Krieger Blue was able to data reshape them. Now Executor are going to be diving in there, utilizing the APS as well. Doesn't quite take out the dome, but Executor and Red Fox. Well, trading blows back and forth here. Manda goes super low HP, but Arpika and Executor, even though they're down to their luck, they are up in health. And Arpika, last
we can do this.
He can absolutely do this. Krieger Blue doesn't peek. He doesn't take the eco gel. He knows Arpika's going to have to reload at some point.
Stop feeding.
Red Fox, he gets the outside line. The steal is going to be getting committed to by Krieger Blue. Manda!
Ep Squad vont le voler là. Oh, c'est trop la flemme.
And then immediately stealing, relying on Mr. Red Fox so that Manda can cover him while the steal goes through. Now that was a 1 versus 2 potential for Arpika, but do not get me wrong, it is impressive that Ape Squad won that. It was a very winnable clutch scenario for Arpika.
Yeah, I mean, they were super, super down on low HP.
Yeah.
The fact that Ape Squad clutched that up goes to show.
And they had time on their side.
Oh, yeah. I mean, W Orgo moment.
I said time on their side.
Yeah, I said Sonsoyo on their side.
Oh, cool.
I'm allowed to say other things, Jerry.
All right. I didn't hear Sonsoyo for some reason.
That's okay.
Losing my marbles here, Hardy. And Ape Squad have managed to get themselves back into this series. That's a really important first cash out for them. And they even get started on the second.
Oh, there it is. The APS dropping down thanks to the DMAT, and that's going to clear every bit of.
Bon, Ep Squad qui enclenche le premier. Oh, il s'est fait hook out. MDR.
But they are going to be able to survive this engagement here. Ape Squad, though. Again, damage chunked away as they try to run. They're shot in the back. Oh, look at this. That is actually incredible. Manda makes the
Il fait Hookin maintenant. Bon, ils vont se faire péter la gueule, parce que là, ils vont pouvoir voler tranquillement Vanguard. Bon, Vanguard, vous ne floquez pas le prochain, on est tout bon.
Or that are to be reckoned with. I forget how that saying's supposed to go. They're good.
Can we say W camera angle? W observing here?
Yeah, yeah. Always love someone being yoinked right out of frame. It's the funniest thing to watch. And here we go. Vanguard Gaming now on the defense with a good sightline. This is excellent intel gained by RPK. He knows exactly where H-Sword are coming from, and that is relayed directly to Vanguard, who are cubbied up in this tiny little nook.
The nooks and crannies are everything. Vanguard Gaming going to be exploding out the top on them. Oh, gas line going to be dropped through here. Oh, with a C4 to guarantee that it's going to burst.
Oh, but it reached out position. And that means that the gas and the C4 will be ineffective. The skill is coming out. There's no...
Ils vont y arriver. Ils ont réussi à cancel. -1. -2. Il l'a vu. 33 et le dernier. Il arrive à l'avoir. Il arrive à l'avoir. Magnifique. Drax qui fait le clutch de fou.
That's wild. That was honestly one of the craziest fights. It could have gone either way. I know that the NA teams that are watching this are looking at both of these squads and kind of realizing this will be an interesting battle once one of them is going to be able to come up against the NA Titans. But that spot will need to be earned. And for Vanguard Gaming, they're one cash out away from doing just that.
Drax is a proper Shack gamer, by the way. That was a 4-piece. In case you missed it, a 4-piece on the Shack, and he was rocking this gun before it was cool.
He was.
To be fair, I think it's always been cool, but he was rocking this gun before it was like meta. That's the accurate version of that statement.
That's very true. Shout out to Onyx Graves, another player that has been rocking the Shack for forever.
She's out there.
She's out there. W Onyx. We see Krieger Blue, Amanda, and Mr. Red Fox up on ulti height here in Vanguard Gaming as they make their way underneath with Vault 3 in hand. Well, Ape Squad is going to try to ape this squad.
I see what you did there. Arpika going for an early jump while invis, just to scout out the opposition. And again, he will have seen everyone. These vanish bombs, the intel that you gain from them, almost as good as the kills sometimes. Gonna drop that box. You also see an opening being made for Vanguard so they can drop into safety if they need to. Krieger Blue being gifted a vanishing bomb to help him out to reposition. You see this APS drop down. Out comes the goo, out comes the jump pad, and the RPG doesn't connect though. Oh, great wins.
Oh là 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 là, le hook de fou.
He somehow escapes with the help of the jump pad left behind, but RPK finds him in the exit, and now
Par contre, attention là, Mr. Red Fox de l'envie.
And he's going to dive out of dodge. I don't think. Oh, in fact, maybe he's
un
got
un.
opportunity to take out Drax and
Ok.
then leave. That does put a little bit of a stunt.
Il est invisible. Il s'en va juste en légende. Bon, Vanguard Gaming qui ont le prochain cash out. Ils ont la possession en tout cas. J'aimerais qu'ils le valident en vrai de vrai pour que c'est rapide. Ok, Krieger Blue revive. Attention à RPK1.
Where are they going? They're going underneath an escalator?
Oh my god. Well, this is some DMAT tech that we don't see in pro play very often. Usually you just see it move to move around the map, but hiding spot being created here. Bear in mind, this is Ape Squad's last chance. They have to steal this box now or they are going home. Vanguard are putting something out to make sure that that's very likely to happen.
Bresson.
This is the perfect kite because if Ape Squad is going to be looking for this engagement, Vanguard's just not even there to begin with. But they're still close enough to matter. There we go. Okay, we have the C4. Breaking that gas.
Krieger Blue qui va peut-être mourir. Non, c'est bon. Ah, ça va tenter de voler. Il le voit. Ah là, il a pas vu la barrière. Oh non. Est-ce qu'ils vont le voler là? Ah non, ils ont pas réussi à le voler. Ils vont retenter. Mais là, non, ils peuvent pas. Non, il peut pas. Oh, dans leur game 3. Ça va en game 3.
Bunny hole. But a destruction look now with 8 fast engagement
on map 3. I fully expect this to go to the
down. It is win Fortune Stadium or get
Ok, on est parti.
See what's gonna happen now as Vanguard Gaming, they're gonna cross out.
C'est quoi, je veux tweet? Rien à foutre.
Ape Squad holding on top of the Holto building just across the gap. They're going to take the first bits of damage, but they do have better priority positioning for Vault 1.
Height held here by Krieger Blue, and they're just tap firing there to try and find anything. This always feels like a little bit of a dance at the start of a round of Fortune Stadium, especially with these spawns. Red Fox does get the tap on the Vault, and so they'll be looking to move that away. Where are the objectives at this point? Because Vanguard's positioning would suggest to me that they are guarding against a fair few. Looks like B is on the right and then A behind them. I imagine Ape Squad will be looking to get this over to B, because that's probably the path of least resistance given this setup.
There's still a lot of resistance, but yeah, I think the Engimo building is going to be a little bit easier.
Heading to Arpika.
That's where they're headed to, but yeah, Arpika's here, gateway in hand. He's going to cart the entire... Wait, Vanguard was baiting sound.
They're ready.
To guarantee that Ape Squad would bring it this way.
Look at this.
They used the gateway to bring them all over, and now Ape Squad has been pitched on top of the Engimo building.
Oh, he went the wrong way, but he's still got Red Fox down to very low HP. Arpika does find himself at the end of Krieger Blue's gun, but Executor trades out the medium. Huge pick, and he'll probably get the res on Arpika soon, but he has to contend with one more. Mr. Red Fox causing him problems. Manda takes out Drax, and it's a 2 versus 1. Executor by himself decides it's not worth it. Drops a gas mine.
Wow.
And allows Ape Squad to get this plug.
Well, Ape Squad managed to survive that. I have to say, that was a giga brain play.
Incredible.
By Vanguard Gaming, but Ape Squad, I guess they were at least able to use a little bit of the Engimo reality shield here. But looking to see as they pull that out, the winch bringing Cash Out A to a much more favorable position to defend. They're going to look to actually not even play for the spawns here. They're not trying to stop any spawns. Vanguard Gaming going to be allowed to respawn as close as possible. They're already almost all the way across there as they make this spawn. Arpika gets the gateway sent over.
Bon.
And Jerry, they're now in the bowels of the building.
Ça se passe comment là? Ape Squad qui ont le prochain, qui ont le premier cash out. Ok.
Going straight for the steal here. Krieger Blue dropping down. He's maybe lost his footing a little bit there, but Ape Squad having to force themselves back off of it. Manda's going deep and aggressive on the roof, and Mr. Red Fox is there to capitalize on the damage. A 3 versus 2 here, as Manda just needs to get out a dodge and regroup. And then, in fact, he does one better. He gets the kill into Arpika. That's as good as a team wipe here against Vanguard Gaming. I don't think Executor can find those totems, and the steal should come through. I doubt he's going to attempt to deny this steal, but at the moment, Ape Squad are hesitating, or Vanguard are hesitating to do anything.
Yeah, the tension is rising, the pressure is rising here. Remember that losing this map means exiting the Grand Major. Ape Squad might be getting a little bit comfortable here, but Vanguard Gaming come back. They know they have just enough time to make something happen. Drax, he's caught across the gap. Krieger Blue going to be dumping bullets into his face, but Vanguard Gaming, they are going to try to steal. What an angle, but
Executor qui tentait le feu là. Là, il est obligé de tenter le feu, sinon jamais ils auront le cash out. Mais là, ça paraît compliqué. Hein. Là, ils sont trop en place, Ape Squad. Ouais. Bon, premier cash out pour Ape Squad.
And I believe that's 3 team fights going their way so far. Really impressed, or at least 2.
Wow.
No, 3. 3, in fact, if you count the one that Executor stalled to the end of. So yeah, really strong start to Fortune Stadium by Ape Squad here. Vanguard Gaming will look a little bit worse for wear. It's not that... There's quite fine margins, though. It has to be said. There's still something in it here for Vanguard.
Absolutely. I'd say both those approaches by Vanguard were very, very good. Slightly unorthodox, and Ape Squad was still able to withstand. I think that says something about Ape Squad, about this former butch. Executor trying to do what he can to get that early damage off, but it's only going to be...
Bon, ça se stack un petit peu pour Volt 2. Krieger Blue qui met des petits dégâts. Rien incroyable.
On the other side of it, Ape Squad absolutely can. As that RPG lands on Drax's face, we can see 2 players on Ape Squad jumping over the gap, but Vault in their hand as well.
Interesting movements here because we see Executor actually moving to the box while Red Fox decides he's got a chance to find Drax, and he does that. Manda closes the net on Executor as well. And the two players of Ape Squad managed to really put the three of Vanguard to the test there. Arpika wins the 1v1 against Red Fox, who perhaps is getting a little bit too brazen with his movements. It feels as though Krieger Blue is just a little bit behind the rest of the team here. And that has slowed the pace a little bit. Ape Squad want to get this plug. They are now 3 versus 1, whether they know it or not.
They forgot the vault though.
Yeah,
it's taken forever.
Been a very strange movements all round from the whole of Ape Squad. I feel like
t'as joué un truc après où tu as l'air sur Team Secret encore. Ah. Non, après faut que j'apprenne le JavaScript. Après je joue pas.
Vanguard Gaming, they're going to get early damage. Manda somehow crosses, going to burn the dome in the process.
Ça c'est de la phrase de puant. Ouais mais c'est peut-être la phrase qui me fera vivre de ma passion plus tard. Et si je me force pas à apprendre le JavaScript, jamais je pourrais terminer mon projet. Comment ça va Yolan sinon? T'as 2 mois et demi. Après tu vois que ça flop et tu reviens sur RV en petit comité. De quoi tu parles de finals ou de... Tu parles de quoi? Ton site? Mais tu sais que je vais jamais arrêter mon site, c'est un site service, c'est-à-dire que je faut que je fasse la maintenance du site. Pas faut que ça pop, etc. C'est que va falloir que je fasse la maintenance, il va falloir que je le continue, tu vois, que je le maintienne en vie. En sachant que ce qui est payant sur le site, c'est quoi? C'est juste l'hébergement, le nom de domaine, et ça se paye tous les ans. Du coup, tranquille quoi. Tu vas créer une nouvelle religion avec la mort de Joe Tang. Non, RV ça m'intéresse pas. RV SV pardon. SV ça m'intéresse pas quoi. Ça m'intéresse plus. Et sinon SV demain il y a le ZQSD sur LoL. Le ZQSD qui attends il sort en même temps que le reste des modifs de la saison. Non. Ok. Drop en tout cas, d'accord. Demain c'est la pré-saison 16. Ok. Demain je pourrais peut-être pas forcément. Demain je suis pas forcément chez moi l'après-midi. Et le soir il y a moyen qu'on termine du coup passe le day 2 de The Finals. Là on finit le day 1. Il reste pas beaucoup de matchs. Et demain on fait le day 2. Donc la finale. En parlant de day 1 et de day 2 là, Ape Squad ils se sont fait exterminer. Et du coup Vanguard vont pouvoir voler le truc. Et là, on va aller sur le dernier cash out. Hein. Savoir qui survit et qui continue. Mais dans 2-3 semaines, c'est la vraie saison 16. D'accord, je vois. Il y a un monde où après Noël, je tape dans un cinéma en mi-temps. Il y a un monde. Je connais quelqu'un qui y travaille et il m'a dit que ça cherche là le monde.
Vanguard Gaming Ape Squad, right here, right now. Mr. Red Fox takes 100 HP there. Arpika with the 9-3R. Incredible aim, incredible performance, incredible kill on Mr. Red Fox. Manda finds one executor, gets the refrag. It's 2-on-2 now as the defense coming to play. The Witch is gonna miss, but he still finds the kill. He gets them both. Drax.
Et les Vanguard ils font du mal à Ape Squad là. Et BBB.
Both physically and metaphorically, there was a really difficult job for Ape Squad to try and traverse it. We've seen it so many times, but yes, in the end, it did come down to the gun skill. And we can see here, Executor landing some key shots. We can see Drax landing some key shots. In this 2 versus 2, they do have the health advantage, it has to be said. Of course, Arpika had a big hand in it. This is going to be a team effort no matter which way it goes. Vanguard with ever so slightly more feet ahead of the pace right here.
Oh yeah, well Vanguard be up in front for now. Ape Squad makes their way up top. They're doing the same strategy as before. Vanguard, they're trying to play this weird double hold, try to bait them out, hold away. It's worked out well for them on the last one. Didn't work out quite so well on Vegas. Here we go. We hear the goo go through from Krieger Blue. Out from the top ropes, though. Vanguard here to stop that steal in its tracks. Krieger Blue able to escape with his life there. Once again, thanks to that goo. Mr. Red Fox, a crazy angle through the cracks of the concrete. Oh, Mando with the RPG takes out
Krieger Blue qui arrive à prendre 2 kills. Krieger Blue, non, Ape Squad qui arrive à prendre 2 kills. Est-ce qu'ils vont pouvoir voler là? Normalement, oui. Hein.
And here we go, the final steal potentially. We have Ape Squad rescuing it. Do they have what it takes to hold off Vanguard Gaming one more time?
One whole year of progress is about to be erased for one of these teams. Ape Squad is currently in control. Vanguard Gaming, they're gonna coin back in. Everything is on this. Oh. Arpika, he starts early and Krieger Blue has to leave. Arpika, he's so aggressive, chasing him down. Krieger Blue is going to be able to survive. It's going to mean that he's out of position for this next fight. Vanguard Gaming, they're locking in for the steal. And Ape Squad, they're ready to drop out. Arpika takes out Red Fox.
Elle a trouvé un kill là. Est-ce que, alors peut-être, est-ce qu'ils vont réussir à faire la différence? Bon, je pense pas. Panda, est-ce qu'il va tomber là? Non. Krieger Blue qui arrive à faire la différence en tuant 2 mecs, il va tuer les 3 et il va pouvoir permettre à son équipe de se qualifier. Les Européens de Ape Squad qui se qualifient pour la phase 2 Day 1.
I just know that Krieger Blue is not paying for a morsel of food tonight. It's the Ape Squad. But the thing is, though,
it's not over.
It's not over yet. All of that energy just to escape the elimination bracket. They still have to fight through phase 2. Ape Squad has just qualified to Group F, where they will compete.
Il reste quoi là? Il reste 2 cash-out là. Ape Squad, Alliance, TSM. Ouais, du coup, Dundee sont en out. Ça, je m'étais fait spoil. Ok. Il ne reste pas beaucoup de trucs là. Il nous reste 2 cash-out, je crois. Là, du coup, il y a la finale. Là, il y a le dernier cash-out.
And if we tune in right now with King Zero squaring up against TSM. This is a Chinese
side. Genre, je pense 1 heure, c'est fini. Même pas 1 heure.
But they have to take a slightly longer route, it seems. Apollo finds the opening frag onto Dambao. That is the light gone, and they find again as well. Qingfu comes out underneath that, but Palmer arrives on the scene. Alliance with a third party, and they make light work of the light on TSM as well as the rest of them.
Wow, yeah, this is,
j'aimerais bien que ce soit Alliance ou Ape Squad qui... Alliance et Ape Squad qui sont en finale. King Zero, ils ont bien surpris. J'aimerais bien que Alliance soit qualifié pour demain. Qu'on est genre Fnatic et Alliance quoi.
They will be getting dove on by TSM. Apollo and Arco going to be leading that charge there. Now, Visions looking to probably get some opening damage as well. We jump over here. Alliance trying.
En tout cas, c'est Alliance, c'est peut-être qui ont les premiers plugs.
Damage that King Zero could do, but I think King Zero, they might be going to third party. It seems a bit quiet over here, Jerry.
Very quiet on the. This is sadly the southern.
Attendez, j'ai ouvert mon Steam sans faire exprès. Annulé, c'est bon. Il n'y aura pas de pop.
Oh, Apollo And the rest of
Magnifique.
TSM just circling here. Arco taking a little bit of damage on the approach, but this is a very noisy elevator to use. They do have the jump pad though, and here we go. And engage onto the back of
Ok, petit engage là. Ça va hook. Ça va réussir à le tuer. TSM qui tape sur Ape Squad. En bas c'est fait revive. Apollo meurt. Du 3 contre 2 là. Même si Red Fox n'a plus de vie. Du 3 contre 2. Ah, bah, Red Fox est mort. Et vous là il y a une sorte partie King Zero qui arrive. Alliance ils sont en chill, en pur chill enfin.
Ape Squad C4 going to be coming in clutch as they try to hold this drop. TSM
De leur côté Alliance, en pur chilling. Là c'est Ape Squad qui doivent assurer leur cash out.
Nobody really knows how these APAC teams play. I think the Ape Squad might have been a little bit taken aback by this, especially with the fact that Qingfu is running Charge Slam. There's a Charge Slam going to be coming through right now. Manda gets taken
Aïe aïe aïe, Ape Squad -1. Ils vont laisser le vol là. Ils sont obligés je pense. Et oui c'est King Zero qui arrive à le récupérer. King Zero qui est valide avec Alliance. En vrai, un round final Alliance contre King Zero, je dis pas non. Franchement, je dis pas non. En vrai de vrai.
Alliance just aura farming on the CNS side of the map.
They really are. And that was impressive, honestly, from King Zero. They timed their third party not the best because they came in and almost did Ape Squad a favor, really. But their engage after the fact and their steal was very impressive. They baited first the hook, then killed Manda, and then went in for the subsequent steal. Unfortunately for Ape Squad, Krieger Blue and Mr. Red Fox, they're just a bit too far away from the action.
There's so much action happening here as well, so it's actually kind of surprising he was far away from it. Speaking of which, Alliance going to be taking their vault all the way far away across the gap. And that way they can safely make their way to Cash Out C, where they've just plugged here, the CNS side of the map here. This is going to be a very fruitful battle as TSM, well, they have the upper level, but height isn't everything, especially if Alliance knows how to kite properly.
This data center is not the easiest to kite without a dematerializer, though. You have to rely on certain doorways, maybe a C4 and RPG, and you don't really want to be spending them for openings if you can avoid it. There's a nice close in here. Nice close in here by Apollo and the rest of TSM. We just catch on up with the other side of things. As D has been.
Je sais même pas s'ils sont bons en ce moment l'OM, hein, je vais pas te mentir, je suis rien du tout au foot. Bon là on a Alliance, ils sont bien encore, ils ont plug avec King Zero. Pour le moment ça va, pour le moment ça va. Ah, je pense qu'ils vont se faire voler Alliance, en TSM vont voler à Alliance. C'est fine en vrai c'est fine. Ils vont passer devant TSM, mais pas de beaucoup, ça va. C'est genre 5000, ça va, c'est fine. TSM peuvent, Alliance pardon, peuvent vraiment revenir avec un 18 000, donc le prochain. Alors que ce soit Alliance et King Zero, j'aime bien King Zero.
The current top dogs in terms of cash held and potential top dog in terms of cash to be won on objective D. On objective C though, we're about to get started here as Ape Squad square up against TSM and Ape Squad trying to get this steal.
There's no way they just let him steal there. There we go, TSM finally finding the opportunity to finish those damages out. Visions and Apollo, good shots. Gonna be just one player left on Ape Squad. Red Fox taken away. A wonky defense, but works out perfectly. On the other side, here's Alliance, King Zero. Palma taking out Qingfu immediately.
Yeah, this objective slightly behind the pace, so 3 versus 2 in favor of Alliance on the attack as the C4 drops it into open space. The winch of Palmer still on cooldown. He can use this. Oh, he doesn't quite catch the light. The gas is going to force them off the point for a moment. King Zero kiting this quite well. And now there's more bodies in the building. TSM have come to the party. Arco takes out Treason, and that's Alliance's hopes of getting that still completely dashed. TSM might get it now. Arco sticking it. The stone doesn't stick though as the building falls to pieces.
C'est le chaos là. C'est impossible de comprendre ce qui se passe. Mais ce qu'on peut comprendre là maintenant, c'est que King Zero est premier. Avec TSM derrière et Alliance en troisième. On s'en bat un peu la race de Hype Squad parce qu'à part avec un double, ils peuvent rien faire en vrai de vrai.
28K, 23K, 15K, and 3K. This is actually insane. It is going to be very hard for Ape Squad to do anything if that cash does not get doubled.
I'm amazed that you remember that. That's one hell of
Ils
a
peuvent juste
stat to
aussi
put out of your pocket. And yes,
deny un 18K, mais à part ça, rompiche en vrai.
Didn't go perfectly for any of them. That's why they're still here. That's why they're still vying for one of those last spots. Manda gets the plug started for Ape Squad over on the far side of the map. This will only be good enough to get them in second place. They need to be worried because they haven't made enough of a dent in that cash tally in the first few waves of this round.
King Zero might do their best to hold on to that vault to make sure it does not get tapped. In fact, they've gone over there in order to just safeguard it.
Il est où le deuxième là? Ok, je sais pas qui il y a sur le deuxième. J'ai l'impression que Alliance conteste Hype Squad. Ils veulent. Eux ils veulent. Ok, ça tente de voler côté Alliance. King Zero sont quasiment tous morts. King Zero sont morts, sont wiped. Alliance se font un peu péter la gueule, ils n'ont pas réussi à voler. Est-ce qu'ils vont retenter? Ils peuvent, hein. Maintenant.
Ape Squad down a man, Alliance could do it, but this jump pad has done a lot of work. They're stalling it so much they have to shoot it out eventually, and that's brought so much time.
Ils peuvent pas le voler là. Pas pour le moment en tout cas.
3 versus 3 here on point.
Oh, King Zero respawning as well. It could only get crazier, but Alliance is going to be taking this deal.
Ok. T'as cancel ou pas? Ils ont réussi à le voler. Ils ont réussi à le voler. Il reste 40 secondes. Dans 40 secondes, personne n'a commencé à le voler. Alliance, ils sont premiers. Ah, mais c'est un double! J'avais pas vu, c'est un putain de double! Quelqu'un essaie de le voler là. Oui! Bien wesh, ça Carnifex! Bien wesh, ça Carnifex! Il a réussi à carrer le truc. À clutch le truc. Il arrive à s'en sortir! Il a réussi à s'en sortir, Carnifex! Dinguerie! Là, c'est essayer de voler. Là, faut tuer. Let's go! Let's go, Alliance! Let's go! Let's go, Alliance! Ils ont tué tout le monde, il y a juste TSM et c'est GG's. Alliance qui a réussi à bien hold le truc. Bon, Alliance, TSM, EU contre Renei, ça fait plaisir, tu vois, ça fait plaisir. Alliance, ils sont vraiment forts, genre, j'aime trop leur game plan. On va voir, mais je pense qu'ils vont terminer TSM, littéralement. Je pense, hein. On arrive.
Is it going to be TSM or Alliance? I'd love to see the second EU side that I had in my pick'ems make it through to day 2.
Alliance est vraiment fort. Là, on tire pour Alliance. Hein. Nique sa mère TSM, fuck les NA. Hein. Je tiens à le dire, à le préciser quand même. On s'en bat la race de TSM là. Là, on veut que Palma, Carnifex et Treason gagnent. Et ils ont toutes leurs chances de leur côté.
Yeah, these lights are going to define a lot of the fights, as has already been saying. I'm just thrilled to see lights of this caliber up against each other. Arco and Carney are some of the best in the world right now, it feels like. Apollo with the opening pick onto Carney though, and Treason left scrambling as he's on low health, cannot recover. And that means that TSM have all but won this team fight, unless Palmer can produce some heroics here, but that dive isn't as perfect as he would have hoped. Apollo taking out Treason, Palmer retreating, TSM take the first blood.
Yeah, Palma's dive not nearly as perfect as his hair, but TSM, they are going to be able to bring Vault 1 all the way over to cash out B. This is going
Ça va plug en B côté TSM, très bien.
As far as TSM is concerned, especially.
Ah, pause.
Oh no, you can't do the scream because you're on mic. Okay, I'll take the mic away from you. The Ember.
I was
so in
pretty much time.
C'est bon, c'est ruine, parfait.
Pre-placed, I guess gateways to pre-place, and Alliance, they're making their way through the building in the bottom side, and TSM are holding this height very well. Jerry, it looks like that fight's about to start off strong though.
Yes, this is a good position for Apollo and Visions. They have the vision from above. They can Arco some shots down above them. Yeah, that was a bit of a stretch. Here we go, Palmer and Treason getting on that point. That jump immediately from Palmer, really well guarded with the dome. You love to see that bit of tech jumping up through, and now Palmer losing a lot of health. He's juiced back up. Palmer wins that fight, but Arco cleaning him back up. Heavies and mediums and lights, all like
Iron se fait péter la gueule. MDR il se fait écraser par le bâtiment. Tout le bâtiment se casse. Ah, encore une pause.
Okay. Alright, we got
this map. That's what I don't understand. The front lines.
Boggles with well back into game, and
okay,
has duly decided to leave, so you haven't missed much at all.
Du coup, c'est TSM qui ont le premier cash out. C'est pas de nos affaires ça. Hein. Il y a un peu de temps pour qu'Alliance puisse le voler, mais ça va être complexe.
I mean, especially we were talking earlier about the caliber of these players, kind of the caliber of the revolvers. They're both running revolvers, but Vision seems to be dipping Treason every single time. Apollo going to be starting this dome here. Kind of interesting given the presence of goo around here. Instantly glitched out though.
Ok.
Treason, their health bars
Ils vont mourir. Hein. Ils sont tous morts. Hein.
1 HP. They get absolutely deleted here.
Il y a Arco qui est mort, non, il vient de revive. En plus, il se fait heal, Treason ne peut rien faire. Il va mourir, c'est fine. C'est fine, c'est fine. Attends, mais c'est le dernier cash out, là. Pas bien d'accord. Ah non, c'est pas le dernier. Et celui-ci, là.
EU not beating the allegations. NA is just so good. Apollo, Visions, Arco, this squad has been through so much, yet they're still able to perform like this. Alliance, see what's going to be possible here this next fight.
It's unbelievable to think. Yesterday we were wondering if this team were even able to compete, and now here they are, putting up a fight against possibly the strongest EU side. Actually dominating them so far. Visions in a fight with Palmer, a bit of a 1v1. They both duck out of it. Funfix getting juiced back up. They want a cleaner engage than that, it seems. And Treason takes out Arco with a nasty shot. That must have been a headshot with a revolver to clean up the light, and now they can storm forward. Visions isn't going to get an opportunity to hit that defib because he's locked horns with Palmer. Palmer comes out on top with a bit of an assist from Carnifex. Apollo left scrambling here, and 1 versus 2 does a lot of damage. And actually, look at what he's doing. Oh, so close. That was a bit too close for comfort for Alliance, but they do come out on top as they should have.
But that was 1 winch away from winning. That is as physically close as these fights can come. And that was a vault fight, Jerry. That was over a vault that didn't even get tapped yet.
It bodes well. I'm excited to see that Alliance have finally won a fight. It took a lot of effort, but maybe they're going to wake up and warm into this one a little bit here. Objective C being chosen here on the data center side of Nozomi, and we are going to see whether they set up quickly enough. There's actually been a fairly favorable spawn for Alliance, despite the fact that they weren't able to set up and manipulate it.
Oh, nice. A little bit of a vanish, a little bit of a dash, a little bit of a gateway, but fortunately for Arco, that vanish doesn't bring them very far. Alliance, of course, has covered those jumps with goo, both up. In fact, that's some good efficiency. So,
good efficiency, you could say. Well, I mean, you could have said it, but you chose not to, and that says it's more about me than you, to be honest.
Well, they're going to have to cross not only the gap, but also the divide.
Et c'est là qu'Alliance doit se réveiller un petit peu. En rien, parce que là, moi quand j'ai ça, les deux sont butés. Ça y est. J'arrête de dire, j'arrête de parler. Vous savez quoi? Chaque fois que je parle, c'est l'inverse qui se passe. Et au bout d'un moment, ça y est, j'en ai marre. Et on passe 32-0 quand même. Quand même. Quand même.
A team that has to experience it all from a first-person perspective. Here's that replay.
Here's the replay. Oh, look at this. Yeah, they just came in. Oh, Arco was able to place the gateway. I didn't realize Arco was able to throw the gateway. I think Carney also probably thought that he got glitched. That's insane. You can look now. Palma, Carney, and Treason. We're trying to run across there. Crossing this gap is going to be so difficult. Oh, the first part of the gateway was placed, but it was glitched. And Carney taking so much damage there, and Granted, Alliance did cross, but Jerry, it's getting close, and the timer, it's ticking down. They have to push this. All Apollo needs to do is play stall exactly once.
And he has a C4 to do so. He's got Visions in tow as well, who has his own method of stalling. They've got the goo, just put things in the way and run. That's the prayer. He should hit the C4 at some point. They have to blow it up to drop it down. I don't think they're going to even get on it in time. So now Visions goes for some clips. Does get taken out by Carnifex. Maybe a little bit too proud of himself, but it doesn't matter because that is it. Done in 2. TSM have claimed Nozomi Citadel, and they made it look easy, Arnie.
Alliance didn't even push the right floor there. They had assumed that Palma was going to be able to drop it. The RPG and the C4, Jerry, there was
c'est chiant. Pardon. Je fais ça parce que je pouvais plus avance rapide. Allez, lève de YouTube, merci. Trop rapide en fait. Allez.
Space Station and Alliance are, but I have to say, they are so. Yeah.
And TSM is out of having a
Yeah.
Damn it. And you know what?
He's hurt today. Our
were a thing. And more.
On y est là? Je pense qu'on y est.
Lost it yet?
Ouais.
Yet, as though they even will, you know, like
Les game 2.
Hey, this is Fortune Stadium.
Bon, j'espère pas un 2-0 de TSM quand même. J'aimerais bien qu'Alliance gagne quoi. Pour avoir Alliance
We saw TSM do great things on this map earlier.
en tant qu'Européen présent.
If we were to pick a map for Alliance, it would be this one. Fortune Stadium is their domain, their bastion, setting up on the top of Sector 5. Possibly their favorite building in the entire game, I would say at this point. There's something remarkable about how often we see these guys taking up positions they must know like the back of their hand. TSM going for that sneaky jump pad play up the back of the building. Let's see if it works for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Alliance wins so many of their fights and scrims. Surely they're going to be able to do it here on match day as well, although it's already looking a bit disjointed here. Treason is keeping Palma alive, attached to the hip there with that heal beam, and that damage is being chunked through onto Apollo right now, and currently it does seem that it's going to be a trade, 1-for-1.
Ok, donc Alliance, là on me parle là vous me parlez là. Là vous me parlez bien là. Hein. Allez, tu Arco et vous me... Oui, j'aime beaucoup ce que vous me proposez Alliance, magnifique. Oui, voilà, je voulais un petit déclic, tu vois, un petit étincelle. Là je l'ai eu, l'étincelle. Là je l'ai eu.
That was impressive. The disrespect on this final kill as well, we didn't actually see it from Treason's perspective, but it was onto Arco, who just immediately got two-tapped by a revolver. Yeah. That says something about Treason. He's really comfortable here. And if he's hitting his shots with the revolver, then anything's possible.
Spawn control, spawn control, spawn control. This is why Alliance on Fortune Stadium is so hard to beat, especially on Hospital. Arco, though, he made it look easy.
Spawn control qu'il a spam.
Immediately with the gateway, bringing the team under.
Bon, Alliance on plug, hein, pas besoin de vous le dire. Maintenant, il faut savoir s'ils vont réussir à hold le plug. Parce que là, ça va être complexe. C'est là où ils n'ont pas réussi à faire à chaque fois un game d'avant. Mais bon, c'est Alliance, on sait qu'ils savent s'adapter.
Alliance do have time to regroup.
Yeah, well, we are going to be seeing Apollo go for the drop there. All of Alliance have recombined up on the very top floor. Arco looking to try to get an angle here as Visions and Apollo convene on the staircase.
That's some good intel.
Oh! The Goo cancels the winch here. Apollo, half HP, Visions as well. Alliance raining in from above, but Arco, he's able to get at least a little
Ok, c'est 1 pour 1. Arco qui est très low life. Ça a bien touché Treason et puis il va mourir Treason. Ça arrive à heal. On arrive à Palma entre temps. Arco qui vient de mourir. Il reste plus qu'Apollo. Apollo qui va prendre un kill. Attention Palma. Il sait. Ah, nice. Carnifex, bien joué. Bon, pour une cachette pour Alliance. Nice.
It wasn't working out for TSM, a really staunch defense. Honestly, TSM didn't do much wrong there. That was a really nice approach, not just onto Sector 5 to get the initial collapse to that site, but also in Hospital itself when it came to the push.
But that is the beauty of a multi-layered defense. Not only do they have to fight to cross out of the Ngimo building, then they have to fight on top of Sector 5, then they have to fight for the cross, and they have to fight for inside, and that's what Alliance does.
You have to win twice to win once, and that's the beauty of that defense. Really, really tough to crack, especially with such experts as Alliance. A lot of teams are doing it now, but they know it better than anyone.
Absolutely. The best defense is a good whatever this is.
Well, this is a defensive Sector 3 as well, as they have tapped the vault, TSM, and Alliance are actually currently screening against C. They'd rather TSM move it all the way over to A, based on their positioning. They're also just holding this because it's a nice vantage point, and it maybe gives them a chance to jump pad engage if they see an opening. Treason with a nice little head glitch angle, and we can see Vision's trying to match him on that, but his goo isn't quite as well placed as just the geometry on the hotel building on the other side. Unfortunately, it's gonna take ages to get anywhere, and they do the scouting. Alliance are already gone.
Alliance, they're moving so fluidly. TSM, they're somewhat able to match, but look at this. The moment that vault is picked up, Alliance to the other side of the map. And that's dedication to the craft.
Là, tu vois, là, je veux que le deuxième cash-out soit pour Alliance, et ensuite que ce soit un 2-0 sec, tu vois. Là, je veux 2-0 sec. C'est-à-dire 2-0 sec, c'est-à-dire 2 cash-out. Hein. Pas de balle de manche en cash-out. Hein. Non, moi, je veux pas ça, moi. Bon, même si pour le moment, c'est setup par TSM, Alliance peuvent le faire. Ils l'ont vu, ils ont vu, ils ont vu. Ok, ça a fait boom. Wesh. Tout là. Ok, 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 ok. En moins 1. Qui peut l'avoir? Moins 2, magnifique. Incroyable.
Every orange blob on his screen, and that's TSM gone in an instant. Treason with a couple of clicks as well. We didn't get to see it from his perspective.
Très très bel engage de la part d'Alliance là, on doit l'avouer.
Yeah, and now let's see what Alliance can do here to set up another multi-layered defense. I think we get map 3.
Yeah, Alliance are showing mastery on this map like we haven't seen for a while. This is the caliber of gameplay that we should come to expect as we dwindle our numbers down to just those make it through to tomorrow.
Wow. Apollo qui s'est pris des dégâts de fou avec les bombes. Ah, c'est une dinguerie, Alliance qu'ils ont fait. Oh, l'utilisation de l'environnement pour mettre les dégâts et pour dive sur TSM, non, c'est trop bien joué, trop bien joué.
I don't even think TSM have a chance to get back in.
I've never seen that before. Alliance, we're on the next map. We're on map 3.
We're on map 3 now.
Chat, that's done. Now we're
that's just an outrageous map from Alliance. I mean,
this is the craziest part, is the 5D chess, is that Alliance has been banning this map. They've been trying to
They've been hiding it, yeah. That's genius. I mean, they're so ahead of the game. We did say at the start of this one.
Bah GG hein. Allez, game 3. Alliance sont trop bien joués. Palma, Carnifex, Reason, c'est vraiment des dégâts. Hein. C'est vraiment des gouttes. Hein. Allez, les games. Parfait. On est sur 6 horizons, je crois. Oui, 6 horizons.
This horizon is on the docket, and we've already got our teams positioned around Vault 1.
Oh yeah. Oh, TSM, they're going for the NA teams love to do this. They cut all noise, they crouch, and they look kind of cool while they do it. Alliance, though, they've just made footsteps because they like having fun. Now we have TSM trying to find a way around. Now, this isn't an elimination game here, of course.
This is a qualification game.
But this is a qualification game. So, you're not going to go home, but you actually...
Ah, c'est quoi le game, là? J'aimerais bien voir Alliance, hein.
Well, not all the way home.
Not all the way home.
Yeah. Most people are staying
back to the hotel.
All right. Barricade donated to Apollo. He's going to make good use of this with the head glitch angle. Unfortunately, the dome shield evaporated by that glitch in return, and we've got trench warfare ensuing here. TSM coming out the loss here. Little Apollo taken out. The defib comes out, but a quick win from Palmer as they storm through with this snowball. And again, TSM quickly losing that fight.
This is a little bit telling of maybe what the situation was on map 1. Alliance might have just not been familiar with TSM's game, and once they've got into the second map, they realized they needed to lock in. And just like they did on Fortune Stadium, here on Sis Horizon, they are pulling every single trick out of their book.
What's very funny is that Apollo in that fight looked like he was doing fantastically well until the barricade that
Du coup, premier plug par Alliance. Jusque-là, tout va bien.
And then he started dying, and then the whole of TSM fell apart. Alliance are now in a position of defense above the point. They're going to try and pick off Arco in the distance.
C'est un chunk qui s'est instant dash out.
They don't care about this. Alliance are happy to try and win the fight in the post.
Yeah, Apollo just gets that steal completely for free,
Oh,
but
wow.
unfortunately,
Ils se sont fait exterminer par Alliance. Hein. Et là, il va pas pouvoir faire grand chose. Hein. Alliance, ils sont très forts là. Hein. Ils sont bien revenus depuis la game 1. Ils se sont dit comment ça nous là on va pas passer Day 2. Comment ça nous? Ils se sont dit ça. Hein. Dis-nous les GOAT de l'Europe, comment ça on va pas passer Day 2? Vous êtes pas d'accord hein? Du coup ils vont passer Day 2. J'ai besoin de vérification mais je crois que c'est... Faut que je vérifie un truc. Ah, pourquoi je s'est mis comme ça cette merde? Faut vérifier un truc.
Alliance has just bullied TSM to the point where they don't get to spawn anymore.
Apparently not. This is Alliance in full swing, and Alliance in full swing is.
Ils ont fini deuxième Ape Squad, Alliance pardon. C'est Ape Squad qui ont fini premier. Et Alliance avait tout le mérite de gagner, pour être honnête.
I don't know if there's time to come back. Yeah, TSM doesn't have this.
No, they've got a position instead to try and screen for the next vault, or just get the tap on the next vault. They've lost this one, Hardy, and they are now, well, not one loss away from going home here.
Ah non, c'est Alliance qui ont gagné, je suis un connard. C'est Alliance qui ont gagné en effet. Oui non, Ape Squad, en fait j'ai vu Ape Squad premier, mais en fait c'est en termes de cash. Au total là. Là c'était le hit 1 en fait. Et le hit 1, oui, Ape Squad ils sont arrivés premiers. Grâce au double. Mais non, c'est Alliance qui a bien gagné la PHL Europe. Du coup tu m'étonnes que ce soit les GOAT. Ape Squad, c'est Alliance et Fnatic qui sont les GOAT de l'Europe. Je disais de la merde, my bad. Mais ouais, c'était bien Alliance. C'est pour ça qu'ils sont forts. Hein. C'est tout à faire, ils savent qu'ils sont parmi les meilleurs du monde. Si ce n'est les meilleurs du monde.
Good macro. Oh, but Alliance was right there. They heard the gateway. They found it.
Je sais pas c'est quoi. Et toi, t'as vu mon chef, hein, tu meurs. Hein. On va récupérer le volt et on va l'ember. Magnifique. Ça va être un pur 2-0, hein. Ça va être ultra rapide. Hein. Vision est là. Il a tenté de heal et là on va avoir les deux. Hein. Oh là là. C'est une démolition. Prendre tyrolienne, tout aller sur le point avec le cash out, avec le volt. C'est bon, Alliance, c'est d'accord.
I think Alliance has the fastest team fight per capita in this tournament.
Oh, right now, yeah.
Easily.
If we started tracking team fight length, their stat would be, I was about to say through the roof, but that implies that it's a large number. It would be a small
golf rules.
Through the floor.
Golf rules, it is through the floor.
Yeah, which is good.
I mean, this is kind of wild. All right, well, TSM, this is everything.
Alliance, ils sont très forts là, ils sont bien en place. Et en plus, ils gatekeep de fou furieux. Un bon piège de bord.
So, in the same building at the very least, a very long building, they'll have time to work out their routes. It looks like Trees and the rest of Alliance are setting up for this jump pad engage.
Jump pad engage, ready to go. There it is. RPG goes through, doesn't quite connect, but the winch doesn't need to connect here. Arco goes down. Look at that aim coming out from Palma. The barricade signature of Palma. Damage being dealt through. Vision's gonna get taken away here. H+ Infuser and Clutch. Also that barricade's coming.
And they're gonna steal it.
They go over the stall.
Wesh, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Ils le gardent en vie, MDR. Tout ce qu'ils font pour le garder en vie. 3, 2, 1, faut le suivre maintenant. Hein.
He found gas, he found gas.
But Arco's coming back in! Arco going! No way! Arco, you have no idea what you've just done, Arco.
That is terrifying. Apollo is now not going to be a part of the last fight. Arco needs to go huge here and find a pick to allow him and Vision.
Ils ont choc de fou l'Alliance, hein.
They needed to do this. They needed to.
Yeah, it was just taking the biscuit at that point. Alliance has done such a good job of stalling that death. Visions has the play from above, but look at this kite. It's so fully set from Alliance. The damage comes out. Vision does actually find the defib on Apollo, so he's back in the action with about 20 seconds left. Apollo goes
ouais, ça va, il se rattrape bien. Ils arrivent à le tuer. Et là, c'est GG's. Nice, Alliance. Bien joué. Juste trop fort, c'est une dinguerie quand même. Bon. On avance le dernier cash-out, j'ai la flemme de faire l'interview, je vais pas vous mentir. Allez, s'il te plaît, le stream là. Arrête de me péter les couilles. C'est même pas un stream, c'est une vidéo. Il reste encore un cash-out.
2 slots to be clear. We have 2 places remaining for day 2. Here's the bracket. So, Pulsar King 0, the most recent eliminations. That leaves 4 teams still alive. That's DRG, TSM, Team Secret, and Ape Squad. 2 of these teams will come back tomorrow.
Soul under construction.
Ok.
And there it is. We have Grapple.
Là on a 2 finales en fait, là on a 2 rounds finales d'affilée. Le premier c'est DRG contre TSM, le deuxième on ne rappelle plus. Là on espère que DRG gagne, on veut pas dénailler, et DRG ils ont bien joué. On espère que DRG gagne. En plus TSM de se faire péter la gueule par Alliance, donc ça peut être... peut le mettre mal dans le mental. Bizarre.
93R finds 2. E is alive, does have the opportunity to come in here with the defibs, but oh, Waltz, yeah, this didn't go very well from here.
It did not. TSM just kind of rolled through them. It felt like a steamroller just kind of approaching them, and DRG didn't run from it. They were separated, and they just slowly got.
Là pour le moment, je me rappelle plus quelle équipe. De toute façon, ils vont montrer un débrief à la fin, je pense. Ok. Premier Volt va être Thug, magnifique, par TSM. En vrai là, pas n'importe qui, je m'en fous un peu. Et là du coup c'est que des places qualificatives, hein, faut le savoir. Là c'est soit tu te qualifies au Day2, soit t'es out du Major.
Well, I'm hoping to see Hathaway use that grapple to get some interesting movement. That might be why they picked it on Soul under construction. He could backstab Visions up on this high ground if he uses it properly, but Visions, he's aware of this. He finally spots him, has to hit that shot, drops down immediately. Hathaway getting the better part of that engagement, just keeping away, but they're in there.
Oh, les gros tombent.
Hathaway has spotted Arco. They have eyes on each other. The light battle goes the way of Arco. He takes them out. Only 2 left, and they're looking to finish this off.
On va avoir un plan sur la grue qui tombe ou pas? On l'a vu tomber.
It is a little bit of a troll. That is honestly a feed res if I've ever seen one. That's going to be enough time for at least one more team fight, but TSM does look comfortable here, Jerry.
Very comfortable so far. We haven't had any proper questions asked by DRG. It just hasn't happened. We need to see something from them that will suggest they have a chance. So far we've seen nothing. So really nice positioning here. Everyone doing some scouting here on different corners of construction for the side of TSM.
Oh, that snapshot from the repeater. It is I can never use it, but it's so flashy when it uses. But DRG, they have a little bit of time left, about 30 seconds to do so. Doing some damage, forcing Visions back with that repeater. He gets on the high ground. He has eyes on Apollo, but the dome shield cannot be blocked. He doesn't have the glitch there. Winched in. He has to stay alive, but E, he's going to go down.
DRG sont pétés à la gueule. Hein.
He's the last one left. No one
TSM sont vraiment au-dessus.
The health is coming back. He's being pushed. He's not even going to be able to take out one. Arco finishing that off in the first
les EU ils sont vraiment au-dessus. Hein.
DRG aren't even really engaging as a team. They're taking a lot of 1v1s and they're just being diffed. TSM are better. Do not take 1v1s against this team. Like, that's the one thing you shouldn't do. And I feel like, at the moment, DRG needs to rapidly change their approach to things here. We see Arco and the rest of TSM, Arco and Co, if you will, moving towards Vulcan.
R and Co.
No, that doesn't work. You tried.
Who's Co?
See, you don't Hathaway with words like I do.
Yeah, that was really good.
You get what I did there?
That one was better.
He had away with the grapple hook. He had away with the kill feed, the wrong side of it seems, as he keeps showing up there. Arco puts him in the box.
He hath away with his trophy appearing in place of his body. And TSM, they just dove all the way over on top of Petronel Plaza. And E, last alive, he's going to be able to dive away with some sort of survivability. TSM, they are hot on his tail, and that cash out is hot underway.
Il essaie de survivre I, mais il n'y arrivera pas. Il est mort. Bon. Je pense que ça va faire 1-0 pour TSM. Ça devrait.
I also haven't seen Hathaway use the grapple in a way that makes sense. The benefit of grapple is you can get to some really weird angles. You can show up in places they don't expect you to do so. And it feels like just so tepid. It doesn't feel like they're being in places they need to be. The movement is not there.
Yeah, TSM has really good pacing. They've got really good tempo throughout this, and DRG just isn't able to catch up. I mean, they haven't had one team fight that feels like they're the ones that are engaging. I think it's because of these gateways. These gateways are coming in, and because your light is on that grapple cooldown means that light can't get engaged in the fight the same way. And DRG continues to do it again and again and again. And this time, all they can do is just reset.
Bon,
and this is the
il va falloir, ils auront un dernier fight, je pense, DRG.
Get your team across the map instantly, but it's kind of like the Pharaoh's curse.
But they're not even doing that. They're just sitting. They're using the jump pads. Like that time, he took the jump pad up there. He threw a gateway. It was so obvious. It's the same thing a dash would have done. He hasn't used it.
Even then, with a dash, you can go in and then go out. With a grapple, you can either go in or you can go out, but only one of them. And
I want to see them wrap around to the hotel side of under construction. There, the grapple is going to be harder for them to take an eye on. And they can get it. Again, he just takes the jump pad. Hathaway, very exposed right now, is already taking damage. He has to survive. He has the grapple. He can go ahead and get back, but he hasn't even thrown the gateway yet. His team isn't even there. TSM absolutely dominating right now. They're just picking them out of the sky. The shots are not missing. Guga, E, so low. They're already down again. TSM is just running them right now, keeping them shut
TSM
out.
sont juste trop forts. Hein.
It's Hathaway down. TSM did it in 2.
Par rapport à DRG là.
TSM, they're one step closer from that sweet sleep.
Allez, on va passer game 2.
They barely needed to step foot off of the construction in that entire map.
Right.
They left it. And it is fair to say that Seoul is quite difficult
Magnifique.
to manage and very easy to
Je me suis dit, je suis peut-être un peu trop en avance, mais non, on est bien.
Fortune isn't that much higher up the list when it comes to maps that are easy to attack. You establish yourself a power position here, such as we are seeing right now, from DRG in fact. Then it can be difficult to unseat, but of course TSM.
Non, maintenant on va voir, vu que les deux maps sont à peu près similaires, si TSM arrive à répliquer leur dominance, leur domination sur cette map là ou pas.
I mean, think of it this way as well. They learned a lot from their fight up against Alliance, and right now, even though they take the same engagement path, they look a lot more ready for what's on the other side of it. Just down to 50 HP, and Hathaway does survive that engagement there. You can definitely tell the fatigue is setting in for TSM, but they look a lot more confident in this fight than they did against Alliance.
Now they do. This is a real... this feels like just reward for their tumultuous times over the past few days, getting here, making sure that they can compete. They do need to, you know, win this still. There's still work to be done. They can't hit that wall anytime soon, but they win this cash out, or they win the next 2 cash outs rather, and they are through to tomorrow. They can get that rest. They can come in probably even better for tomorrow. Now, we see as Arco regroups with the rest of his team as they try to attempt this spawn hole. This is Now, DRG, they are prepped for this. We can see the Vanish Bomb and the Dash. Will the Gateway work out for his team, though?
Yeah, I mean, TSM adapting in real time off the back of that Alliance match.
Wow.
They're now doing exactly what Alliance did to them.
Ok.
This is an adaptation.
Qu'est-ce que tu veux faire en étant DRG là? Qu'est-ce que tu veux faire? T'as perdu les 5-6 derniers teamfights, qu'est-ce que tu veux faire?
You saw how quickly each member of DRG died one at a time. There was no breathing room for any one of them. And unfortunately, that wasn't reciprocated.
C'est juste kill gap en fait.
Training their vision on one particular target there.
Oh, but TSM was training visions on a lot of particular targets.
TSM enchaîne juste les cash out sans que DRG puisse faire quoi que ce soit en fait.
And again, off of being Gemo building, no amount of reality shield will protect you from these bullets here from Visions. Hathaway 1 HP survives, but costs him everything. DRG still, remember, this is only fighting for Sector 5. They're not even making their way into Sector 6 Hospital yet. Apollo takes a ton of damage there, but he's not even in danger of dying yet. Visions isn't healing him up just yet, though. Finally, that heal beam connects. But now, TSM, they've crossed back into hospital. So DRG, they've done the first stage of this approach. Now it's time for the rest.
Ils ont la position maintenant. Là, ça devrait être un peu mieux, parce qu'avant, ils se prenaient pas mal de pression. Là, ils vont pouvoir juste se setup en fait. Hein. Wesh, il s'est fait ouf l'autre. Hathaway, il s'est fait ouf de fou. Là, ça tente. Ça tente le tout pour le tout. Ils pourront pas. Premier cash out pour TSM, mais c'est pas le dernier, je pense.
And just like that, our last match of the night is potentially down to the last cash out.
Yeah, TSM have someone to beat. That's what I'm getting right now, is that they are very conscious of the schedule here and wanting to wrap it up as soon as possible. Power to them, they are doing so well to play this Fortune Stadium. Just like we've seen, you know, the best teams in the world do for the past however long.
Bon,
they've picked up this method.
mais j'espère qu'il termine rapidement TSM. Parce que bon, on voit juste une équipe en face mourir à petit feu. Ça sert à rien du tout. C'est très intéressant. Ils se battent en DRG, mais c'est pas assez.
DRG looking to get their feet underneath them on this one. They have been so close so many times, but how did they deliver?
C'est comme si tu essayais de te débattre contre un joueur du UFC, tu vois, contre un combattant du UFC, c'est pas possible.
Well, that's a good start. They already got one down.
Yeah, by taking on Arco first. Apollo
est presque mort. Non. Apollo est mort, attention à ça. Bon, bon. Excusez-moi, attention, non pas vraiment. Ils viennent tuer tout le monde.
You can't give us hope like that, DRG. That was so close. They got the entry kill, and then he just got rezzed, and suddenly TSM win every fight after that.
It was TSM though at their absolute.
Yeah,
absolutely. That was an improvement by DRG, but it was a minuscule improvement, and you've got to improve so much more than that because the bar has been set, unfortunately, far too low in this series.
This is a good spawn for DRG.
It is. That's really unfortunate for TSM because they might not have their eyes trained in that direction. Visions, though, thankfully holding back, and it looks as though TSM waiting for that intel. Hear the footsteps of
TSM is quand même bien entraîné. Hein.
Poised, ready, waiting, but Hathaway has a nice pitch angle. Visions, though, also on that same angle. This is actually going to be a little bit interesting as Arco takes the first bit of damage here. Apollo does get healed back up right now. Arco needs to take a little bit of a dive back for DRG. On their way to collapse in on the cash out, but TSM, they're a little bit scared to peek out of these windows.
Good.
The fact they just took a little bit of damage.
Here we go. This is the move that they should have been making a long time ago, but they managed to get it. They bring that winch, take it indoors, dropping the charge and slam for the advantage of the Witch Guarantee, but now they have to win the fight, and that has been their enemy so far. Apollo turns and burns, not one, but two. The Shack attack from the heavy of TSM. He's been so effective with it today, leaving only Hathaway alive for DRG. They're very happy to let him spend some time just lingering, and it's now left DRG with only 50 seconds to try and turn their fortunes around, or TSM will be booking their spot in tomorrow's day 2.
Yeah, this is TSM's moment here. Day 2 awaits them. A night of rest and recovery. For DRG, they'll have a chance as well.
There is a chance, of course. If DRG managed to win.
Là, il n'y a plus qu'une action pour DRG. Et sinon, FF, pour eux, TSM vont passer. Ça aurait été rapide en tout cas. Le tout pour le tout. Eh ben non. Ah, j'ai TSM. Attends, on va le prochain.
Last day one matches are happening technically on day 2. There is still one slot available for the phase 3.
C'est le dernier match. Je jure. Je crois que c'était le dernier match en effet. Je ne veux pas montrer le bracket final pour savoir qui est qualifié, qui est pas qualifié.
Incredible start to the major, but there is so much more.
Bon l'équipe, moi je vous laisse là. C'est cool. Passez une bonne soirée tout le monde. Je vais sûrement